feeling really good. Good to be back in Wijk and Zee, of course.
It's a special tournament and I'm happy to play here.
They are the best players in the world.
I'm ready to go.
It's the youngest field ever. I'm the oldest participant for the first time.
Very strong and very young.
But I guess it also opens up quite a bit of opportunities if you play well.
A lot of tough fights with the other top grandmasters.
I've been here like 8 years ago in the challenger sections. Just very nice to once get a chance to play in the Masters.
It can be physically tiring when you play the game 6 hours every day.
So many young people. I mean, you have Yagis Khan, who is 14 years old. It's really crazy.
I'm very excited and happy. Any tournament I play, winning is the goal.
You have to be sharp at the board.
And ready to fight.
Welcome to the 88th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. The players are ready. The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Hello, welcome. After days of drama and tension, we are finally here. It's the final round of Tata Steel Chess, and by the end of today, we will have our champions. I'm your host, International Master Ivanchuk. I'm here with the brilliant Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson, and we are broadcasting live from the absolutely fantastic Café de Zon with our audience who are ready to bring the magic. Yay! I expect many more of you to appear, as today it's a big one. We will find out our champions.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite a struggle for the players to make it in time 2 hours earlier. That's always rough for top grandmasters. Noon is like 7 a.m. to them.
Noon is very early, I admit to that. But they have a lot of motivation to be there at the board because there are a lot of prizes at stake and there's a lot of prestige and a lot on the line. Yesterday, dramatic day. It's basically business as usual in Tata Steel.
Business as usual for Nodirbek Abdusattorov, our tournament leader, who won a key game yesterday against Germany's Matthias Blübaum. What else happened?
Yeah, that was the main result of the day with the draws for Vachier, Sindarov and Praggnanandhaa. Wins for Vincent, who suddenly is in contention. It's an outside chance, but he still has a chance with that win against Tadao Van Nguyen. And for Yaz Khan, Erdogmus, just 14 years old, he moves on to a plus score. So after round 12, these are the standings. Nodirbek Abdusattorov in the lead with 8 points. Vachier Sindarov 7.5 points, and 3 people there on 7. Jordan van Foreest, Hans Niemann, Vincent Keimer.
Some big battles coming up today. Of course, Nodirbek with the lead has to be the favorite. But all the players in contention with the black pieces. Nodirbek faces Arjun Erigaisi, who has not had the greatest tournament, down 25 rating points, fell out of the top 10. But everybody knows how dangerous Arjun is. With white, think he's ready for one last stand, or he just wants to go home?
I think he will be ready for one last stand. I mean, he did it before last year when he defeated Gukesh, and that meant Gukesh had to do a playoff. Also, we have Vachier Sindarov there with 7.5 points. He plays black against Tadao Van Nguyen. Also black pieces for Hans Niemann and Jordan van Foreest. And again, Vincent Keimer.
Similar question for Tadao Van Nguyen, who lost 4 in a row now, I believe. and is facing Sindarov, who has to try to win to catch his compatriot at the top there. I'm also very much looking forward to Anish versus Hans Niemann. Of course, that is a modern classic. Anish beat Hans Niemann in the last round of the Grand Swiss to qualify for the candidates, which will take center stage for Anish once it's over.
Yes, Anish knows how to lock down the game if he so chooses to go down that route. Let's take a look at what it's like in the challenges. Round 12, well, equally decisive. There were big wins for Aydin Suleimanli. So with that win, he also joined Andy Woodward in the lead. Both of them have 9 points. Vasil Ivanchuk, the legend, was a little bit slowed down by Faustino Oro, so he's still there in contention, but it's very much a three-horse race between Aydin Suleimanli and Andy Woodward and Ivanchuk.
Let's see who plays whom. Andy Woodward with white against Wijk legend Erwin Lamy in his, 26th appearance in the Wijk tournaments. And we have Suleimanli facing Velimir Ivic. Hasn't had a great tournament, but another very dangerous young player. So still very open. Ivanchuk against Daniel Yuffa, also not the easiest pairing.
Not the easiest pairing at all. So those are the three games that we are really going to have a keen eye on. But, of course, anything can happen. This is Tata Steel, where we are used to getting those surprises, that little bit of chaos at the end. So what we could see is a tiebreak. And first up, what is going to happen if there's a tiebreak in the Masters? Well, it's quite straightforward. If it's a two-way tie between two players, then it's just simply going to be a two-game playoff, played at the Blitz time format of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. Now, if after these two games it's still tied, then it goes to what is called sudden death. And that's where white has 2.5 minutes plus that 2-second increment per move. Black will get 3 minutes, and they will keep on playing until there is a winner.
So just to clarify, this is not Armageddon where white has to win. So if it's a draw, they switch colors and keep playing?
Yep.
Or if it's 3 draws, then Magnus decides who's the winner?
They keep on going until the very, very end, until someone strikes blood. And if there are 3 or 5 players tied, then we're going to be seeing a round robin. And in the challenges, it's a completely different system. It's basically the first tie break is going to be direct encounter. Now, this is where things get a little bit funny, because Vasil Ivanchuk has beaten both Suleimanli and Andy Woodward. So if it's a 3-way tie between all of them, then Ivanchuk wins and grabs that spot into the Masters.
Now, that graphic moved too quickly for me. It looked like Suleimanli has the better, what do they call this, Sonneborn-Berger than Woodward?
Yeah, and that one's a very complicated chess system. I think it's the sum of opponent scores, or is that something completely different? Anyway, it's very complicated.
The calculators come out. You get the points that your opponent has scored in the tournament. And if you make a draw, you get half the points. So bottom line, it's better to do well against the other high-ranked players and less good to beat the bottom enders. Yeah,
you don't want to be in a system where you have to wait for the calculator to crunch the numbers. Well, some players have had a fantastic event, some players not so much. So let's take a look at how everyone is doing in the live ratings. I'm not sure whether we should be showing this, because for some people it's going to be great news all round. But for others, they'll be going home with a lot of rating points lost.
Yeah, first of all, shout out to Vincent Keimer, who was way in the red halfway through the tournament. But now that he won 3 in a row, he actually has a plus score and cemented his number 4 spot in the world. Nodirbek, of course, moving up the rankings on 5. And bad news for the Indian stars, no? If we look at Erigaisi, Gukesh and Pragg, only one of them left in the top 10 when all 3 were fixtures.
Yeah, I mean, it's very volatile at the minute. These players can all make big gains. You can also lose quite a lot, but yeah, not a great event for Erigaisi in particular.
Also, where's number 12? That's Vichy Anand, no?
Yeah, well, I don't know. It didn't make the cut.
I think it's Vichy. 10, 11, 12, and 13 by the Indian top players. We see Sindarov climbing up the rankings. I'm not a betting man, but I wouldn't put money against him entering the top 10 in this year.
Yeah, well, It's a tough old world, and these events are very, very draining, but they're also exhilarating. There's so much on the line, and as we get to the final round, everything to play for.
Is that the chessboard there? Did somebody win the signed chessboard yesterday? Do we have news on that event?
Well, presumably they did. There was an online Masters arena where top prize was this signed board, Anna Meyer there with it. I'm hoping that someone did win it. It would be great if it was someone local.
Maybe Anna Meyer won it herself.
Well, she's a fantastic player, so if she did enter, I wouldn't be surprised.
We'll never find out. What's with these uniforms, by the way? In order to take photos, you have to put on this what do you call this? This arbiter uniform? What's the thing there everybody's wearing?
A vest.
A vest.
I think, you know, it adds to that air of professionalism. You know, then you can spot the photographers and pose accordingly.
There we see Anish Giri. Is that Hans Niemann? No. Getting ready for his game. Defeated Hans convincingly in the English opening.
And let's go straight to Fiona, who is live on the floor for the final round.
Hello and welcome to the Morian, our wonderful playing hall. For the very last time today, everything is decided. Lots of tension, both in the Masters and in the Challengers over here. Anna Meyer, the amateurs were also playing some more chess yesterday, and this board is for the winner of our tournament, correct?
Yes, exactly, Fiona. We had another arena yesterday on chess.com, and this time the winner of the arena won this board with all the signatures of the Masters this year, and the winner is They Stole My Sanity on chess.com. So congratulations. They did a phenomenal job. And we also have one more prize to give away, Fiona. We have one prize of 1 year diamond membership on chess.com to give away to one of the participants. And we need a
lucky, somebody to draw a lucky number. And I think, Zinedine, I have a little job for you today. You have to pick one number between 1 and 163.
2.
2?
Yeah.
Okay, so number 2, I'm sure they will have played enough games. Thank you, Zinedine. So number 2 in the tournament, we'll check who that is. You win a diamond membership for a year. I think that's only fair, right? They came second in the tournament. Well done, Zinedine. Thank you. And thank you, Anna Meyer. And we are going to continue, and I'm going to head over to a very special guest. Jeet Banerjee, the head of Tata Steel Chess India in Calcutta. Jeet, always a pleasure having you here. You arrived for the final weekend. How have you enjoyed your time here so far?
Oh, it's a great atmosphere here. I've been coming here for 6 or 7 years now, and every year seems to be as good as or better than the previous year. This year I can see some changes have been made, both in the way the Masters boards are placed, the way the audience is, and you're starting the explanation with the English commentary is a new novelty which has gone down very well, and all in all a great tournament.
It's been a fantastic event, and of course today everything gets decided. Jeet, tell us a little bit about how did Tata Steel Chess India come about, what gave you the idea, and tell us a little bit about the relationship between the two events.
So Tata Steel kind of inherited this tournament when they bought over Cora Steel, and this has been a tournament which is now on for more than 85 years, and Tata Steel inherited this legacy. So we were, I think their top management had once come here and seen this and were interested in doing something in India as well, because Indian chess had started growing. And we then spoke to them, and they were kind and generous enough to start a tournament in India. Because this was the classical format, we thought instead of being the same format, the Indian format was the Rapid and Blitz. And it's been 7 years now. It's gone well. A lot of Indian players have emerged from playing this tournament. And of late, there's been good cooperation between the two tournaments. There are players who are common to both. Of course, in India it's slightly different. Here you have the Masters and the Challengers. In India you have the men and the women. And the first tournament ever to have equal prize money for both. And this year I think there are 4 players who are common to both the tournaments, and I think this cooperation will only grow stronger in the years forward.
So next year, bigger, better, what are the plans?
In India, our plans are to try and find a permanent slot in the calendar, which we've kind of zeroed in on January. So in a sense, January becomes the Tata Steel Chess Month. They start with the Rapid and Blitz in India, and then they have the Classic here. And hopefully this will also become a bigger tournament going forward.
Fantastic. Well, Jeet, such a pleasure having you here. It's so great to have the sister event in India. And hopefully, well, many more, I hope to come to Calcutta, and many more fans will hopefully see the event in India next year.
Thank you, Fiona. You must come to Calcutta once.
I will. Thank you so much, Jeet, and enjoy the last day. And we're gonna keep moving. I think we still have a couple of minutes before we start. I see the mayor of Wijk is ready to hit the gong, and I'm gonna move to this little group over here, if I may. Hello.
Hello.
Lukáš, JJ, everyone is running away, but Lukáš, you're still here. Lukáš Turley, the General Secretary of FIDE. Lukáš, you just arrived.
Yes.
Vacancy.
Yes, like for the last round, I was just celebrating my birthday the day before. But,
Happy birthday!
Oh, thank you. But the organizers were so kind, like reminding you have to come. It's an amazing place to be here. So I'm really looking forward for the last round.
We are about to start, so just very quickly, you are a chess fan, of course, as well. What has stood out? Do you have a favorite moment from this tournament? Anything special?
Oh, I'm a great fan of Vasily Ivanchuk. So there were so many successful moments for him, and I believe today we are still looking forward for his performance. It's possible that he will play Masters next year. So I think many eyes will be concentrating on this. And being in World Cup in Go, I'm looking forward for the performance of especially Sindarov in the very last round. It's amazing that 2 Uzbekistan players are playing so well. We are looking forward to the Olympiad, which is going to happen in 8 months in Uzbekistan. So it's I think there are big chances for Uzbekistan to play very well there, and also the emotions around the tournament will be rising with upcoming days.
And of course they rise and into culmination on the last day. So many players came into the last round in the lead, or into the last weekend at least in the lead, and then things changed. I'll ask you the most difficult of questions. What's your prediction? Who's going to win the Masters and who's going to win the Challengers?
About the Challengers, it's not that possible, but there is an opportunity for Vasily Ivanchuk, and for the Masters. I would say the World Cup winner will get the another prize.
Okay, so we'll find out. Lukáš, thank you so much. Such a pleasure having you here, and well, enjoy the last round. The players are slowly arriving, and I think the mayor is getting ready behind you, so I will let you enjoy. This is our last segment here from the playing hall, so thank you so much for following along for the last couple of weeks, and now it's time to enjoy the last round. Will we get an outright winner? Will we get a playoff? We will find out over the next couple of hours, and for now, let's look at the players as they get ready for the last round game.
Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, today it's Sunday, 1st of February, new month, last round in the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. and we are looking forward to a grand finale, because in both groups it's still very exciting, and without doubt in several amateur groups as well. So today the 13th and last round. Praktische opmerking voor het publiek. In het geval dat er een tiebreak is, begint deze na de beëindiging van de laatste partij in beide groepen. In case of a tiebreak in the Masters, this game will start after all games have finished. So for you, good to know. Next year, the tournament will be back from 15 till 31 January. So please keep those dates free, because Tata Steel Chess will come back next year, obviously. Commentaar wordt vandaag gegeven, zoals de laatste week, door Jovanka Hauska en Jan Gustafsson, met de assistentie van Tom Bottema. Geen telefoons in de speelzaal, ook niet voor het maken van foto's. We don't want to see cell phones in the playing hall, also not for making pictures. Be aware. Dan de gongslag, the hit on the gong from the last round will be done by the mayor of Beverwijk and Wijk aan Zee, Mr. Martijn Smit. Welcome, mayor. So after the hit on the gong by Martijn, the games can start. Good luck and enjoy.
And the gong has been struck for the final time as the final round here in Tata Steel Chess. The moves are slowly being played. We see Blue Baum there on a camera with the white pieces against Yaz Khan, Erdogmus. We're also seeing players who are in with a chance of winning this event, namely Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who is currently in the sole lead as he has the black pieces against Arjun Erigaisi.
Arjun went for 1 e4. What's Nodirbek going to do? He's half a point ahead, so it would be normal for him to try to play solidly, play e5, and tell his compatriot Sindarov, I might make a draw. You have to catch me with the black win, which is never so easy. Let's see what's going on. e4, e5, knight f3. Nodirbek. Is he going to go knight c6, knight f6? Which horse do you like here?
He's going to go knight c6, and I suspect we're going to be seeing something very solid, as you say. But Nodirbek has been in this situation before. You know, in 2023, he was leading the tournament, and he lost his final round game to Jordan van Foreest, and that meant Anish Giri won.
B4. The Evans Gambit.
Well, how do you like them apples? That's not one I expected. So c3 is going to be played.
We've seen that as well, and we know Nodirbek, when he gets surprised by something sharp, he likes to blitz out his moves, show, I know everything. Bishop a5 without hesitation. So this gambit, of course, very popular in the old days, but has made an appearance at the top levels. Kasparov championed it for a while, and you see it every now and then as a surprise weapon. I'm very curious what Arjun has in mind. Generally, white gives up the pawn in order to win some time, to occupy the center, pawn to c3. Black has a choice here. The most common moves at top level are bishop a5 or bishop e7. And we've seen Nodirbek blitz out bishop to a5. Arjun thinking this can't have come as a surprise. He's just collecting his thoughts.
No, I mean, but I wasn't expecting this one by any means. I thought that the game would continue with a very slow approach. But Arjun, you know, that has been his philosophy here in this event. You know, try and trick him and see what he can get. And it hasn't worked out so well for Arjun. He's not doing special well, but for Nodirbek, it could be a case of last round nerves, because as we were talking about in 2023, he was leading the event, lost the final round, and didn't win it. So he's in good company there, but those ghosts will certainly be playing on his mind.
I have to admit, I don't recall Costa Stoltz losing to Willem Koeman, but apparently this has not happened for a while Nicolas Kortlever. It was Arthur Josef Wijnands himself who overtook him. But it was a different situation for Nodirbek in 2023, because there he was playing with the white pieces, was a sharp Sicilian. While now with black, I think it's clear, draw is a good result. He can just focus on withstanding Arjun's attack and doesn't have to go all that crazy. But we see him pausing here, did not expect the Evans gambit, and why would you? Black is a choice between pawn to d6 and e takes d4. Those are the main moves. It does look like Nodirbek is thinking. I'm expecting d6, that's sort of the known antidote at the top level. But interesting that he takes a break here.
Definitely, you want to pause for thought, at least steady your nerves a little bit. Because I also recall that in 2024, Nodirbek also tied at the top with 8.5 points, but it was a four-way tie, and then we had like these kind of semi-finals matches, and then a big knockout. And then it was Wijk who won the event. And d6
pawn to d6
been played.
Yeah, the modern theory is something like queen to b3, attacks here, queen d7 to defend the pawn, castles, and now black plays bishop to b6, getting ready for knight a5 and here. All kinds of things have been tried, but I'm sure Arjun has something tricky on his mind. After all, he's the one who chose this gambit line. I don't know, bishop b5 is a move here, knight bd2, d takes e5. Many debates. It's considered fine for black, but still an unpleasant spot for Nodirbek, as he did not repeat this morning, and Arjun certainly did.
So Nodirbek, he's only got one thing on his mind. He wants to win. He wants to win the coveted trophy. And does anyone know what the trophy is made out of?
Steel?
Don't give the game away.
I'm guessing.
It was a question. Yes, it was. It is, in fact, steel. And, well, very nice. And one of the things I always wonder about these elite players is, do they have a trophy cabinet at home? Do they have a room dedicated to all of these awards? What do you do with them?
So I'm not sure if a room, but a cabinet for sure, no? Do you have one?
No.
No? What do you do with all your British women's championship titles?
I put them in cupboards, and I don't know how to display them in a good way.
I have one. My son likes to count them, and he keeps pointing out it's only 14 trophies, and there hasn't been any new additions for a while. So whenever I go away, he's asking, but nah, I have to disappoint him every time.
Well, hopefully the players are not going to be disappointed today. There's 5 players in the Masters in contention. Some of them are walking around. Nodirbek, one of them, the Evans gambit, must have come as a surprise. But let's go to the full board view and see how the other games have developed. So maybe we check in on Van Nguyen against Vachier-Sindarov, because
Sindarov certainly not playing for a win, no pun intended. There is a very wild position on the board already.
Yeah, and let's backtrack and see how we got here exactly. Van Nguyen, he is, I would say, struggling in this event. He started off reasonably okay, and then suddenly it's been complete collapse there at the end, losing 4 in a row. So Sindarov yesterday taking a quick draw, perhaps going all in on this game, but he's chosen the King's Indian defense, which served him well against Bluebaum.
Yeah, it's interesting to see a young player play the King's Indian, which of course was super popular in Fischer and Kasparov times, but as computers dislike it so much, it has disappeared a little bit from the highest level. But Sindarov is saying, it's a human game. I'm trying to play for a win, especially with black against the slightly lower rated for the standards of this field. Players today, he needs to win in order to have a realistic shot at winning the tournament. So he's not afraid. Bishop e2, castles bishop e3, one of the modern main lines. White is delaying, knight to f3 for now, getting ready to meet e5 with d5, and then he doesn't want to be bothered by knight g4 or any funny business. And Sindarov plays the most provocative move there is in this position, which is knight to c6. He's preparing e5 and if d5, knight to d4, and is daring white to grab more space, which Tai Dai, who's struggling here, but he's a great, great theoretician, works very hard on his chess, does play the most principled move. The knight jumps. Now he goes rook to c1, which I'm not familiar with. The main move here is pawn to f4, and you get some very funky lines like here, knight h6, some weird stuff.
Well, rook c1 has been played. It's definitely not the main move, as you alluded to, like f4, h3, knight f3, all been tried. Then rook c1, fourth choice.
Yeah, maybe trying to surprise Vachier, but no avail. He keeps blitzing. Pawn to c6, knight to f3. Maybe Nguyen is also a bit punch drunk after all these losses. Doesn't feel like playing f4. Tries to keep it a bit more solid. Knight jumps and bishop g5. Both sides showing their prep. Pawn to f6. First computer line, so he knows what he's doing, but it's not a move that comes easily to you. Blocking your own bishop. No, I guess white goes away. Okay, the bishop does get freed on the next move. Pawn to f5. So Sindarov got what he wanted. Sharp position. Some unbalances. Looks like a Leningrad Dutch. Are you a fan?
Of the Leningrad?
Is it his position, the Leningrad, whatever?
Yes. No. And the reason I say no very hesitantly is that I used to be very critical about the Dutch in my commentary. And then
but I mean
people
the
started
opening,
playing.
not the people.
Yeah. Yes. And then everyone started playing against me and I kept losing. So I thought, well, let's not be so damning. And now I'm saying I'm not a fan, but I respect it.
I'm the same way. I trash the King's Indian and the Dutch opening every chance I get, but my score is not particularly good either. So.
Well, I'm glad to know I'm not the only one falling for that one. Okay, so here, f5. Can I just quickly go back to, is f5 the top computer choice? Because it's quite interesting, because yesterday this new version of Stockfish got released. I wonder whether all the players went, or the seconds rather, went and did some new analysis on this new engine.
I doubt that Stockfish 18 will have a different opinion on the King's Indian than Stockfish 17. But yeah, f5 is the first computer choice, at least according to Stockfish 17. That's logical enough too. You gotta free the pieces, and now Tai Dai Van is thinking he could take here, could take here. It's the usual trade-off. White is slightly better because black has weakened his king and white has more space, but black is active and Sindarov got the fight he's been looking for.
Yeah, that's what he wants. He wants that imbalanced position because a win with black would then suddenly put the pressure on Nodirbek. And we'll see. Nodirbek still playing against Arjun Erigaisi and facing an Evans gambit. Not going to be a calm position whatsoever. Interesting. So we saw Lukash there say that he thought that Sindarov was going to win. What do we think? And I'm going to ask our audience as well. I mean, who do you think is going to finish the champion? Do we think it's going to be Nodirbek, Abdusattorov? Yeah, okay, some people raising their hands. Okay, and what about Sindarov? No.
Nobody.
What about Jordan van Foreest? He's got 7 points, a win, and everything goes his way. It's an outside chance, but there's some hope. No. And Vincent Keimer, same situation? No. Hans Niemann, so basically the outsiders, we think that they're outsiders for a good reason. It's just a two-way.
Why did Sindarov take a draw with white pieces on a more or less equal...
Ah, so this is the reason why Sindarov doesn't have...
Fell out of favor. Yeah, it was a slightly surprising decision yesterday against Praggnanandhaa that he opted for the quick draw. I'm not sure if he planned it and he thought today against Tai Dai Van, who's struggling, his chances are better to play for a win. But it also looked like maybe he didn't expect the opening from Praggnanandhaa, and Praggnanandhaa clearly knew what he was doing. He thought it's not a good spot to pick. I guess hindsight will decide as usual if it was a good decision or not. If he wins the tournament, amazing. If not, should have taken his chances yesterday.
Yes, well, hindsight is everything, and we're seeing that Vincent walking up and down. Let's take a look at how he's doing against Gukesh. So Vincent, if he wants a shot at tying for first place, he needs to win. And he's playing black against Gukesh, and oh, something beautiful has happened on the board already.
What's
the
that?
pawn has advanced to h5. Whether it was good or not, that remains to be seen, but it makes me very happy.
Amazing. Yeah, Vincent and Gukesh know each other very well. Gukesh, of course, the reigning world champion, and Vincent Keimer worked for him during his world championship match against Ding Liren. So it's always a tricky situation if guys that used to work with each other or for each other then face off, because of course Vincent will have information about Gukesh's openings and vice versa. So often you try to find some ground that maybe you didn't cover so much working together.
Oh, this is a very interesting question. So when you sign up to be a second, do you have to sign some NDAs that you were not going to be playing this certain opening, that you're not going to use X knowledge against them?
I don't think there's a fixed set of rules. It always depends on the agreement. I don't think they make you sign NDAs, but normally there are some contracts or some agreements, and they can be very different. It can be, okay, you can use everything, but only once the match is over. It can be, okay, this is my stuff, you can't play this and this and this. But it's also tough if you're an active top player and you look at whatever, the Berlin or the Marshall, those are openings that you sort of have to use with one of the colors, so you can't really sign, okay, I won't play d4, d5, or e4, e5 anymore. So it's always a bit of a gray area, but normally there is some mutual understanding. Okay, I won't reveal these big ideas we worked on for you, but I'll still play my normal stuff or whatever deem fit.
And when it comes to seconding, do you sometimes look at people who are specialists in certain positions, variations, go, okay, you're just going to look at the Berlin, for instance?
I think that used to be more of a thing 15, 20 years ago, where you would have specialists for certain openings, like when I worked for Magnus the first time. In those days I was sort of a specialist on the Marshall, and Magnus was trying to play that in the match, so then you had to keep it a secret that I was there, or then for the next match he prepared the Sveshnikov, and we had Dubov, who was a big specialist on the Sveshnikov. But nowadays, first of all, engines got so much better that it's much easier to get the quote-unquote correct answer, so having a specialist has become less important than having a generalist who's good at pushing the button and summarizing that, because it's not so much deep hidden knowledge that you can have anywhere. So I think it's less of a topic nowadays, but still, if you plan to play whatever, 1 d4 in your world championship match, it's more likely you hire a guy who plays d4 than getting an e4 guy.
Oh, okay. Well, very interesting stuff there. But let's go and check in on Vincent, who was one of the seconds for Gukesh. Gukesh not having a great time here. Some missed opportunities on the table.
Yeah, it hasn't been terrible, but he's at 50%, and he will, of course, have been kicking himself after this winning position yesterday against Hans Niemann, a piece up, where he gave the piece back and didn't win.
Yeah, well, it wasn't the only one. It has been a little bit of a catalogue of missed opportunities. But let's move and see exactly how the game continued.
Yeah, so it's this Berlin, the infamous Berlin, but it is a good opening, so we'll keep coming back at the top level. Gukesh plays d3, avoiding these long lines with castles. Knight takes e4, bishop c5 is the main move, and bishop takes c6, which in a way is a fitting opening, because this is not so theoretical, where it's move by move, but it's more or less debate the structure. Black has the 2 bishops, but he has these double pawns, and typically white is trying to play against this bishop here in this structure, often plays h3 and is arguing. This bishop doesn't have all that much to do, but it's more of a slow strategic game, so neither side is in big danger of revealing their secret preparation, quote unquote. Castles, queen e7, many options here, knight bd2, a5. Vincent likes to push the flank pawns, keeps the pawn, knight to e3, fishing for some weaknesses. If g6 to avoid knight f5, then White will try to open the position. Keimer does not bite. Goes f6, knight jumps, and h5.
Yeah, well, h5 has worked out to great success for Vincent in his early games, namely against Prague.
I know it makes you happy, but why? Why not, I don't know, knight f8?
Because that would be very sensible. And
he's also...
Well, we know some players have a second. So, for instance, Jordan, he's been seconded by his brother Lucas. And we have seen like Max Warmerdam with Luc van Wely. It is main, and also the Arjun has been working with, I think, Vape some Indian grandmasters, and also Aravind has been working with an Indian grandmaster, Sundaranjan. So I know some, but sometimes a lot of the work is done online.
Yeah, most players have some seconds. For Vincent Keimer, for example, I don't think any chess help is here. He's here with his family, his parents, and before was his sister. But it's well known he's working with Peter Leko, and nowadays, yeah, you don't have to be there in person. You can still, whatever, Zoom and send the files back and forth. But we've seen some others here as well. Anish is here with Jan Smeets, who's working for him. Matthias Blübaum is joined by Rasmus Swane, strong German grandmaster. Who else have we spotted? That's it, yeah. Yas, I'm not sure. His coach is Shah Mamedyarov, but I haven't seen him around.
I haven't seen him around, but he's here with his mother. And I haven't seen Sindarov with anyone, but I know he's working with someone which I never caught the name of.
Magomedov was there with him. I think that's the name. No, Maduminov, sorry, I get the name wrong, but a very strong young Uzbek grandmaster who's also a great theoretician. He was there with him the whole World Cup, but I don't think he's joined here either. I don't know. Is it too cold for seconds to come to Wijk for a month? What's going on there?
Maybe it's better in such a long event to have family around you, or people who just put you in a good mood, know exactly what to say. I think Gukesh, I've seen his father is with him, but normally his second is Gajewski.
Yeah, also not here. So h5 by Vincent. I'm not sure Leko would approve, but kids and their flank pawns, what can you do?
The English would approve. Absolutely. Well, it's a good move.
You have to drop this narrative. I checked your games. You haven't played h5 in your life.
Did you check? Did you check my games?
It's no longer work.
But I have played h4.
Maybe in some endgame, like some rook endgame, g3, h4 to make a draw.
I can't believe it. Were you a lawyer in a previous life? I approve. As a commentator, I feel very emboldened to suggest the most aggressive moves. Yeah,
I agree.
Completely agree.
Don't like it either, but he's blitzed it out, so he has something in mind. I'm also very confused, because knight f8 is sort of a typical maneuver. You try to put the knight here or there, then bring the bishop out, or maybe take, then castle. But h5, making sure you can't castle to either side. It's modern chess. I'm sure he knows what he's doing, but I don't get it either, to be honest.
Okay.
c3 played. That at least is logical. We were taught you meet flank pawn advances by opening the center. Let's see what Vincent has in mind. Is he going to blitz out to move?
Well, I guess he's going to move the knight.
And yeah, he's blitzing knight b6, showing this is actually preparation. Because knight b6 also not what you're taught in chess school. Not a very typical square, but happens to be the first computer move.
Right. And d4 seems to be the very natural response for white.
Yeah, some concrete stuff. He is showing his homework, but don't try this at home. That's the computer line. And then you argue the king is sort of safe in the center.
Yeah.
No, but clearly he's prepared this, because you don't play c3, knight b6 without thinking if you don't know this position.
Okay. Cool.
All right, let's move on. How's the Evans Gambit proceeding?
Let's check in on that. So we left it with d6 being played.
Yeah,
Queen b3 appeared, queen d7 as you
yeah, they
outlined.
did all this stuff. Bishop b6 is also the move. Knight b2, and now typically black goes knight a5, knight takes c4. Yeah, that also happened. And here, queen to c6. Nodirbek also showing he's booked up, which once again is the first engine line. If you take here, trying to keep the extra pawn, things can get very dangerous. White has a4, a5, e5 opening the center, and it's going to be very tough for black to finish development. For example, knight here, pawn here, pawn here, and I think bishop here and e5. So this is dangerous, but these guys, they know their stuff even if they get surprised. Queen c6, happy to return the pawn. Takes, 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 and d takes e, knight takes. Arjun still blitzing, of course he's anticipated this. Queen to e6 played, that is not the computer move, and Nodirbek has started taking some time, so maybe Arjun's surprise did work. Because what he's supposed to do here is queen to a4, offering the exchange of queens, and also maybe, I don't know, keeping an eye on the b3 square.
Yeah.
So does queen e6.
I guess queen d3 or something like that.
Yeah,
will
the
be
queen
played.
goes, and I'm sure Arjun had some question prepared, but that's how our stockfish friends are handling this. So queen e6 looks more normal. Attacks the knight, keeps the queen central. But after f4, apparently things aren't so easy for black. So Arjun's surprise might be working out. He wants c4, bishop b2, f5, then uses majority to start an attack.
Looks very scary. How to even fight that? I guess you've got to develop.
Yeah, I guess you bring the knight out. Let's say c4. No, it's a bit unpleasant. This is a serious idea.
Could you, instead of going knight f6, go knight e7?
Could, but does it help? Or you want f6?
Yeah,
so
this is
we
what I
want-
wanted.
Maybe. Let's say I do the same.
f6?
f6. But even this, like with these opposite color bishops, whoever gets to attack first normally has the edge, and white still has f5 followed up by e5 without bishop b2.
Yep.
Sure, I saw the computer said knight c6 is possible here, trying to exchange, so I wanted something else. But it does look unpleasant, and Erigaisi, always great at finding random spots to surprise people, which hasn't worked so well here for him in this tournament. Often people went out of their way to surprise him first. But last round, I think Nodirbek has flashbacks already.
Well, he will certainly have to put those demons to rest. He's been so close to winning this event. And this is not an ideal position because you've highlighted f5, f6 is going to be in the air. And yeah, and Arjun is so good in these open positions. They're kind of very much on a move-by-move basis. You have to look for the weird and wonderful. I don't know.
That's one of the worst spots to find yourself in modern chess. Your opponent is clearly still in book. You have to figure out everything by yourself, and it's not a standard position where you can play by hand. You understand the structure. This is not a normal structure, so there's untypical problems to solve, and you know you're playing against the computer, but you also know if you play some random move to get the opponent out of book, it might be too late because you have to be very precise. It's a very, very dangerous spot for Abdusattorov. Maybe, I didn't check the time, maybe he blitzed one move too many because he likes to show. I'm not surprised that maybe he blitzed out this queen e6, and that is a mistake.
Well,
this was very crucial, apparently, to win this tempo. Like the queen goes somewhere, and now knight f6, and white doesn't get time to do all his f4, c4 business. If he goes c4 now, castles, let's say f4, and black is in time to generate some counterplay. b5.
Well, b5 is this kind of a hard move to see on the horizon, especially if you don't know the position.
Yeah, but it's not needed either. Just it's good here, but here black is in time before white gets all his stuff going. Like you can also play bishop d7, bishop c6.
Okay. Well, that makes a lot of sense to put the queen on the edge of the board, but yeah, queen e6 and then suddenly f4, and as you mentioned, that knight is going to get supported. The white pawns are going to start rolling forward. I still think Nodirbek, he's been in great shape. You know, he had that one blip against Anish Giri, but on the whole, he's been very, very impressive, and he survived some hairy positions. I was namely thinking about, no, actually, it was him who was putting the pressure against Hans. No, Hans Niemann put the pressure against him, and that one looked quite scary at some point.
Yeah, he's had a very good event. Also, his preparation looked very good, but this is a special situation where he has to work now over the board. Arjun can walk around, and he knows any inaccuracy in these types of positions, and you might just get crushed, because if the white initiative gets going, Arjun will just convert. So
Yep.
I think, yeah, he has a lot of reason to be worried.
And shall we check in on Sindarov?
Sure.
Because Sindarov, you know, in lead, well, in contention, second place in the tournament, also part of our quartet who are going to be playing the candidates later on this month. And Vachier said it himself that he saw this event as mainly as training, because they're playing at the same time control, and it was just about getting that experience.
Must be nice. Do a little training, finish first or second in a world-class tournament, and then the candidates are coming. What has he been doing? Knight to e5, he's still blitzing. And that's a pawn sacrifice, right? Can't I take? Ah, yeah, that happened. Takes, takes. And
Takes.
we take a pawn.
Yeah, but bishop takes is going to be met with rook b8.
Rook c8 it looked like
Ah,
he played.
okay.
Yeah, he's
Very quickly
he's
played.
showing, I know everything.
Mm-hmm. But you don't even need to drop the bishop back to d5 or something. You can just go bishop to f3.
To my mind, but might be being a chicken, I would go bishop here, trying to get rid of the bishop pair. There we go, bishop e4 played. Saying even if you regain your pawn, takes, 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 rook somewhere, I don't know, bishop somewhere. At least white is very safe and probably slightly better, because black does have these weaknesses on the light squares, like queen d5, knight g5 is there, and if things go wrong, white can always bail out play. Queen d5 and c5 exchange.
Yeah.
Is one weakness.
But I also think black is probably doing okay as well, you know, having control of the dark squares. But for Vachier, this is fantastic training for the candidates. As you mentioned, we mentioned that there were other players who will be playing in the candidates too. So we have Praggnanandhaa, Anish Giri, and Matthias Blubaum. Those are our quartet of players who will be featuring later on in the year in the candidates.
Yeah, what's not fantastic for Vachier is this position, because he tried to mix it, played the King's Indian, tried to play for a win. He was well prepared, blitzed out the moves, but now, after bishop e4, that's a bit of a cooler. He has to come to terms with, okay, there are absolutely no winning chances, and I might actually be slightly worse. So Tai-Dai Van also, very understandably, after losing 4 in a row, I think the sensible thing here goes for bishop e4, simplifying, and I'm assuming Sindarov was hoping for, let's say, bishop f3, e6 when he's a pawn down, but he keeps the two bishops, and it's a much sharper game, much more imbalanced, where maybe he could create some winning chances.
Yeah, and Vachier very, very comfortable with playing with material down, with playing with the initiative. And, well, I mentioned that we have 4 people playing for the candidates. Let's have a look at who they are, and let's see how things are going for them. There we see, playing Tata Steel Chess and the candidates. So we had Magnus Carlsen winning Tata Steel back in 2013. He also won the candidates. Who else?
Is that a Tata Steel effect or more of a Magnus Carlsen effect?
Well, that was a bit dicey that year.
Yeah.
It worked for Gukesh. He shared first place in Tata Steel, won the candidates.
I recall Fabi having a horrible Tata Steel and then winning it, so it can work the other way around as well. Oh, yeah, in 2018 he finished 10th till 12th and then did win the candidates tournament.
Well, it gets very, I was going to say, one of the things, we have this new time control where the players will be playing without increment to move 40. So this is perfect training for that.
Yeah.
And also
I've always been in favor of this time control because it's the same time if you have 2 hours for 40 moves than if you have whatever, 90 minutes plus 30 seconds, more or less. But we get a lot more excitement if there is a proper time control. And if anybody wants to use all their time and have 10 seconds for 10 moves, why deny them of that opportunity? I understand it creates more work for arbiters and so on, but it's so much more fun.
It is a lot of fun, I agree. Also, it gets the adrenaline pumping, and that is both for the players and the spectators as well. So, as we mentioned, we could potentially have a 5-way tie. So let's check in on the outsiders. Let's have a look at Jordan as he plays black against Praggnanandhaa, and let's also look in on Hans Niemann as he plays black against Anish.
What's going on here? Knights on the rim. Do you have a rule for knight h4s and knight h5s?
Well, knights on the rim are dim. They fall off the edge.
That's what I heard.
Yes, they're not great, but I think this is a kind of common idea to drive that bishop away from.
So he played knight h4. I agree, it's a typical thing before black goes, let's say h6 and make sure this bishop stays on this diagonal. You kick it, but we've seen knight h4, bishop goes all the way back, arguing, yeah, congrats. Put your knight here, what's next? And Praggnanandhaa retreats one more time. Jordan is saying, what do you want? You want another quick draw? Praggnanandhaa says, maybe. But now, instead of going back, he goes bishop f4, not repeating for the 3rd time. And Jordan is asking, are you sure? I can also do this. Like, if I go here, you go back, we can still be friends.
Yeah, well, I think this is a really pertinent question in these particular openings because, I mean, if white wants to avoid the draw, where are you going to put the bishop?
Yeah, also, it does look funny, but what Jordan is doing is, I think, home cooking and the prescribed recipe, the same logic actually for black before white gets to go h3, e3, knight f3 and stabilizes when he has a pleasant position. You try to stop this bishop from staying on this diagonal. So yeah, Pragg has to decide if he wants bishop g5, bishop e3, bishop d2, bishop e5, I don't know.
I don't like that one. I think when I was preparing this a6, I was going knight d7, a6 love.
All right.
But
here?
No. I was doing it if you went bishop e5. So in this particular stuff.
So you were preparing the knight h4, knight h5 position?
It's a mechanism, a mechanism in this a6 love, you know. If you're feeling unambitious and if you're playing someone higher rated, it's good to bully them with a draw.
Another new concept, draw bullying.
Yes, it's fantastic because they don't want to draw, and actually neither do you want to, but then you kind of just keep the game going. And if you draw, it's not the end of the world.
So how does Pragg continue here? Bishop e3?
Yeah, if he goes bishop e3, I would guess knight d7 or g6 would kind of make sense.
Why not e5? Let's hit the horsey.
It's funny, but I've rarely been so direct in the a6 love. Like for some reason, I've always gone g6, bishop g7, castles, and then e5 or knight d7.
Might make sense, I don't know. Why prepare e5 if we can do it
in
directly?
one go.
Funny position. And to make things even funnier, one of the top moves here is, since we put the knights on h4 and h5, might as well do it here.
Yeah, I guess that forces.
Takes, we keep jumping.
Yeah.
I don't know, weird things could happen.
Well, Pragg is thinking exactly what to do. I mean, this is a moment for him to either go bishop c1 or bishop to e3.
After bishop c1, could Jordan claim a draw with knight f6? I don't think this will happen, because here e5 looks even better. But they've had this position a couple times. No, 1, 2, and here would be the third time. Okay, we'll see.
Okay, we'll see. But so far, it's pretty closed, and we'll see how that game develops. Let's check in on Anish against Hans. And you mentioned it earlier, the FIDE Grand Swiss. There, Anish was playing d4.
Yeah, there he played the English. And this time it is 1 e4 and the good old Marshall, where Anish chooses a quiet line, but one where he still hopes to get a bit of an advantage. This is all. Mainline theory, d takes e5 as well. And here white has a choice. If you want to keep queens on the board, you can take and go, let's say, queen to f3 or knight to d2. When you're arguing, you may be slightly better because of the control of this square. But Giri starts with knight bd2, which is also well known. Pawn to a5, one of the moves here. He takes and goes knight f1, offering the endgame. Once again, there are alternatives. We've seen Jan Nepomniachtchi recently lose a game, I think, after queen e2. Bishop c5 with the white pieces. So Anish says, no funny business. Let's play this endgame. You can't take the pawn because of this double attack. And then white is hoping to be ever so slightly better because of these potential weaknesses.
Well, bishop a6 played.
Active move. Bishop g5 going for the pin. Rook d8 challenges the open file. Knight e3. Because of the pin, you don't have to worry about the pawn yet. And what does Hans do? King f8. Saying, now you should think about it. And will Giri think about it? Because I'm not sure if he wants f3. It looks a bit clumsy to allow this pin.
I guess you can also move as well, but he's gone for, I was going to ask about this question. If you go bishop takes knight and then centralize, knight to d5.
Black has the bishops. Can white be better here? Just give up the poor bishop?
Well, he did it voluntarily, so I mean, what is the reasoning?
He didn't like f3 because of the pin, and he thought he has to cover the pawn now, so maybe he couldn't come up with anything else. Apparently, knight f5 was also possible.
Yeah.
He takes. I'm assuming bishop will take, although Hans is thinking about it. Maybe even gf looks ugly to put the bishop here as an option.
Yeah. And if you take with the bishop, okay, so I kind of suggested knight d5, but it's also possible to go the other direction. Knight g. No, it is, but maybe it's not good. Because rook takes rook, bishop e2, so you'd have to do it the other way.
Yeah, I don't think
don't know. I don't really want to.
You allow rook d2.
No.
Knight d5. The question is even, I don't know, c6.
Takes.
Doesn't look like white can be better here. And the king comes, and potentially we have c5, c4. It will weaken the square. But certainly black has no problems. You can never attack these double pawns.
Yeah.
Looks very comfortable.
Hans
goes bishop takes.
Well, and what is very quick
c4
knight
blitzed
c4?
out. That's a draw offer, he's saying. Okay. Enough, I can say, for this year. Let us exchange all the pieces and fight for tournament victory next year.
Well, it will have to be next year. For Hans, though.
No, it's just forcing
He's
a draw.
Forcing,
he's saying,
yes.
I'm attacking this pawn, so you better take the knight. Also, if you go, let's say, bishop b7, f3, with this knight standing here, targeting both pawns, you can never be better with black. So this is just a draw offer. Yeah, Hans takes. And okay, they will produce some more moves, but rook takes d1, rook d8, and...
Okay. That is a pretty effective way to get a draw. Opposite color bishops. Well, Anish knew how to lock the game down there, and...
Seen enough.
Yeah, we have seen quite a bit there.
Rook takes d1, plate. Rook
and
takes.
Rook d8. you really do have to swap off rooks, because otherwise you can see the d2 square. And now they're in an opposite color bishop endgame. Okay, they're going to find a way to repeat now.
Yeah, so neither side is particularly worried about losing this, so they can bring the kings. But this game won't last much longer than 10 more minutes.
Yep.
So this on the board.
King racing. So, Hans, do you think you'll be disappointed by this turn of events? Because he was in contention. It was an outside chance, you know, having to beat Anish with the black pieces, but still, it was like this one never got going.
I don't really think he was that much in contention if you're 1 point behind one guy and half point behind another and shared with two. A lot of things have to happen, and he dodged a big bullet yesterday. I'm sure he will have some grievances about how the tournament went, but overall, +2 against this field, and you can't expect to beat Anish with black on demand last round. I think he had a good event, and he's showing that he's a world-class player, even at classical chess with,
And now they found the way to start repeating. And we are going to be seeing our first results of the final round. A draw between Anish Giri and Hans Niemann. Hans Niemann having a very successful outing, finishing on 7.5 points out of 13. And some smiles, conversation there from Anish. But it's over for them.
Are we upset, Dutch chess fans? Anish not fighting last round, or it's all right? They don't seem too upset.
We are definitely going to be looking at Erwin against Andy Woodward. Andy Woodward currently...
How quickly you fall out of favor. Like, Anish's not fighting. Erwin, entertain us.
I thought that was the position on us, but it's completely different. Let's
Where's
move
that
away from the opposite color bishop. I think it's at the bottom. There it is.
Oh, yeah, got it. That does not look very peaceful. But what's Erwin doing? He's going for the sharpest, weirdest position he could think of against
Can we start
young
from the
talent.
top?
G6, plays the Grunfeld, so far so good. Okay, Andy. Andy started the action by going H4. This is where you give your speech that you've been playing this in the 1980s.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't
English
say
chess
that.
players.
The English chess players. I think you'll find that I never said. I said I was a big fan.
So this is all theory, but a very, very sharp line. And Andy, he's impressed us time and again with his homework. So let's hope Erwin did his as well.
Yeah.
I can't even explain this position. It's so random. So White wanted H4 and potentially H5. Black plays D takes C4, which you normally don't do in the Grunfeld because White would regain this pawn. But he's reacting to this H4, which of course is not ideal. If the action is in the center and White wants to castle later. And B5, another very sharp move. Trying to stop bishop takes C4 and distracting this knight. There's more stuff here, as E5, knight G4.
Yes, but okay, it's just primarily to win the B5 pawn, right? That's why you give up Harry.
Yeah, you could take directly, but then you run into a check and knight takes E4.
And that one looks very scary for White.
That's why he goes H5, so the knight has to step aside, and now you take check knight C3. And there's no knight takes E4. Knight D7, this is still known stuff. Rook B8, rook B1, bishop A6. But Erwin taking a bit of time. And bishop A6, not the recommendation here. I think I looked at this line once and more strange things were happening. But Erwin decides to hang on to the pawn, goes bishop here. Looks very logical.
And I've got two lines in my database. Bishop E2, G4. What do we think?
I don't understand G4. Why would we push this knight back?
Back to where it wants, okay. Bishop E2 makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
And I guess white is going to be...
Let's say
Yeah.
castle. Apparently there's trouble with pawn to e5.
And then the knight gets sidelined.
Takes, all of a sudden.
You take on h5. Yeah, that would be bad news for Owen. Be great news for Andy, as he's currently leading the event.
Black has to do
alongside
something
Suleiman
else
Ali,
than
yeah.
castles, but that maybe is a reason why bishop a6 is too ambitious, because you're not in time to bring the
Right.
king to safety.
And e5 is actually a really serious threat, because you're going to back that up with g4 afterwards. Knight is
Yeah.
trapped, so I guess you have to stop e5.
Bad news for Erwin, who just played bishop to a6. One of the computer suggestions here is bishop a6 back to c8, which is not what you want to see.
No, that is not ideal. Because I'm just going to check. Bishop e2, queen c7.
Yeah, that's logical. It's stepping out of any e5, knight e4 jumps, but apparently e5 is still good.
Oh dear.
Good news for Erwin is he got Andy Woodward out of book. And we've seen Andy blitz out, like the first 40 moves yesterday against Velimir Ivic. Extremely well prepared. Erwin was clearly also gunning for a fight, playing a sharp line of the Grunfeld. So a fight there will be.
Yes, definitely. And it's also going to be a fight between Aydin Suleimanli against Velimir Ivic, as we have an unbalanced pawn structure there. So black has advanced the d pawn, and then it becomes a big battle whether black can simply maintain that pawn on d4, you know, back it up with e5, solidify the center.
Black is just better, no? I mean,
It feels like.
b3, g3, Suleimanli is trying to get a game without theory, because Ivic is a big theoretician, but he gave up a lot. He's trying to play. Also, bishop d2. Normally you want to put the knight here. Bishop d2, a5, nice move. And it's hard to see how he stops black from playing whatever all the normal moves. e5, h6, rook e8, bishop out.
Can you go a3 as white?
You can, but then if I just go away with the bishop,
Yeah.
the knight can no longer get out. Like, I don't know, here looks normal, you can also go here. I mean, it's not like you have to resign or anything, but this is a very nice version for black of these positions.
Yeah, yeah. Because you normally feel quite comfortable as white if you go knight a3, knight c2, and then you go for your b4 plan, but that's not ever happening.
We can prepare it.
I guess queen e7 or something.
Yeah, maybe queen e7 stops it. But even if you get that, I don't know. I make my moves. I always believe in the space here. I mean, it depends on the timing. If white is in time to get a3, b4, he can do very well. But it looks like Suleimanli is taking great risks to make sure there's no theoretical draw or anything, and he's worse.
Well, he's worse. Let's take a look at Vasil Ivanchuk, who's also in the running. He's got black against Daniel Yuffa. A lot of pieces have been swapped off. And
What line was this? Some Queen's Gambit.
yeah, look.
Takes is a message that you you want to keep it quiet today. Bishop h4, slightly more ambitious. e3, d takes c, c5 direct way by Ivanchuk. Not sure. I think castles is more common here, but then there are some aggressive ways for white, which maybe Ivanchuk was not in the mood for. Bishop
C5.
takes, c5, d5. I don't know this line, but it looks fairly solid for black. White has the passer, but there's not so many pieces left. Bring the bishop, rook e8, b5.
Could you play around the d5 pawn with c4, b5, you know, try and argue that this pawn on d5 will eventually become a weakness, etc., etc. I'm just asking because if Ivanchuk wins, he has the better tie break because he has beaten both Aydin Suleimanli and also Andy Woodward. And that is the first tiebreak that will decide the rankings.
Yeah, no, if he was hell-bent on playing for a win, I don't think the classical Queen's Gambit would be his weapon of choice, but I don't know. As for the position, yeah, it's white to move, and like c4, for example, stops this. And also going c4, queen d4 looks up like you're giving up a lot of ground in the center. So I can't really picture black being better here. Looks like Ivanchuk just trying to play normal, and if a chance arises, I'm sure he will take it. But he's not pushing his luck.
No, not pushing his luck. Let's go and check in on... Where do we want to go? Nodirbek, Sindarov, maybe I'm going to ask the audience, do we have any special requests? Nodirbek.
Nodirbek, oh yeah, was surprised and potentially in some trouble out of the opening against Arjun. We've seen this critical moment where he played queen e6 very quickly, but computer saying, no, that's bad, queen a4 is away. f4 was played, c4 was played. Yeah, this is white's idea, go bishop b2. And then push these pawns, castles. Arjun is thinking. That just looks very, very scary for Nodirbek. Bishop b2, normal enough. And then either f5 or Compi is even hinting at some rook maneuvers. It's dangerous because you have these opposite color bishops and this attacker on the long diagonal.
Okay, and so how does black get the pieces out? Because you have to connect the rooks.
Yeah,
Big fan of that. Bishop d7.
Here and try to go here.
And just to check, there is no funny f5 business.
f5 is always there. I'm not sure how much damage it does, but I find black's position very unpleasant. You can even start thinking about giving up this pawn and going all out. I don't know, queen b3, queen c3.
I just want it to be as crude as possible, and there's no knight takes bishop followed by f6 in the air. Just
we can try.
No.
Looks like pushing the chips in a little too early.
Okay. So direct play, not quite good enough. A weakness is only a weakness if you can get in at the king. But okay, so if you build it up with rook f3, I like this direct play. What is black even doing? Bishop c6? I mean,
that looks
already.
natural.
I don't know. I'm already worried about f5.
Yes. There's no safety for black. I mean, he has to bring the pieces out and hope he survives
But
this.
then knight takes bishop, and then
this onslaught.
e5.
No, it's not pleasant. What can we say? How's the clock? Nodirbek is not burning a lot of time, but we'll start thinking eventually. Good news for him is Arjun also started to burn some time after queen e6. It's also typical. You prepare the main line, and then the other lines, computer says you're better, so you don't bother going too deeply, because there's no time. Chess is too big. So at least they're on equal terms there now.
No, they are equal terms on the clock, but Tata really has not been Arjun's tournament, but he can play the role of spoiler as he puts the pressure against Nodirbek. And for Nodirbek, he just wants to win the event. He's been so close twice, but he hasn't quite gotten there. But let's see who have won Tata Steel before.
How many previous champions of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament can you name?
Magnus, Kasparov, Vichy.
Okay, Magnus.
Karyakin.
Magnus a lot of time, I don't know.
Kasparov, Anish Giri, Jordan Van Foreest, Praggnanandhaa, Wijk.
Vichy. Okay, Wesley So, Caruana, Carlsen, Aronian.
Vichy, Hikaru.
Jordan, Giri.
Wijk, Anish, Praggnanandhaa. I don't know, to be honest.
No idea, maybe Kamnikwan, Fabiano, Levon.
That's it for me. Yeah, I don't know anyone.
Time's up.
I don't know very well this because I only start watching this Tata Steel after 2010.
Okay,
and I know Carlsen won in every tournament.
Well, I thought they did quite well. I know, yeah, Magnus has won it a lot of times. I'm not sure I could answer like in the past. But if I put the audience to the test, I'm sure that they would be able to come up with more than 10. Yeah, no hesitation.
Sosonko, no love for Sosonko.
Yeah, Timon for sure, he's won, right? Yeah. Kasparov, Portish.
Portish.
Believsky, we've been told. Ivanchuk won.
Leko won once as well.
Ah, okay. Understood. Yeah, okay. I think it would have been a harder question for our audience to ask them, can you name all 88 champions? No.
That's interesting, no? It's been going on 88 years, and the oldest player these guys can think of is Anand, no? I mean, like, they are no longer studying chess history.
Well, Sindarov did kind of say that, he only began watching in 2010, so he has an excuse. I have zero excuse because I actually have been following this tournament, but I don't know. The winners have not stuck in my mind.
No,
Sorry.
also in the old days, we had these books with like the great tournaments, so you would know more about whatever Stalberg and so on, because you grow up reading these books, and I'm not sure that's still a thing nowadays. Is there like a tournament book on Wijk and Zee, the history?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't ask.
It was, I think, Peter Doggers wrote one.
Oh, okay. No, I
But,
should. Yeah.
Okay.
I should check it out, because I always love these like books about big tournaments and the battles of the masters in the past.
I like the scandal. And that's one of the reasons I liked some chess history pages, because I was kind of brought up with the conception that historical players were very well behaved. They were not. There was a lot of scandal there.
Tell us more.
No, yeah, it's not very PG what they got up to.
I did. I did read Donner's book. It looked like there was stuff going on here.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't even talking about the 60s. I was talking about like before then. So I mean, there were like players like getting involved in fist fights. It was brutal. Different time then. They were not gentlemen, let's say. And there was a book written on Tata Steel that was Kings, Queens, and Rookies 2023 by Owen, Lamy, Peter Doggers, Dirk Jan, and Peter Bowl.
Oh, I didn't know about this. I'll check it out.
Oh, is that Sindarov?
The guy
Looking up
walking
and
there?
down. Yeah, he gave us a big yawn. Maybe
It is very early
struggling.
for him.
Exactly. I mean, the players are playing 2 hours earlier than normal. So let's go and check in on his position.
Yeah, the position we've seen this decision bishop e4, returning the pawn, which I like. Tai Daivan went rook b1, and he went back. But Tai Daivan is doing what he's always doing. He's sitting there letting his clock run down, make some moves. It's not time trouble yet or anything, and it's move 20, but it's what's plagued him the whole event, that he does get into time trouble and mistakes happen. As for the position, yeah, I think white is perfectly fine, maybe. Slightly for choice, you go rook b7, you have queen d5, knight g5, looming.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a position that's going to be easy for black to win.
No.
I mean, maybe draw.
But if the guy doesn't move, you can win without doing anything.
If they fall asleep on the board, then yes. Have you ever had that? Someone fall asleep whilst you're playing chess?
I've fallen asleep plenty myself, but normally you wake up when they press the clock. Like, I'm not sure with these modern clocks, but normally that sound is enough to make you wake up. No, but the old days when you played junior tournaments with double rounds, like, who doesn't need a nap once in a while?
Yeah. I've never fallen asleep at the board, so I have wanted to.
Just do it.
Just let go and have that nap. But okay, so we have queen d5 as possibilities, knight g5, rook b7. They all look very good. Can we
Yes,
go?
that's why he is burning time. He's
Yeah.
trying to calculate.
So let's go for the most forcing one, because I'm that kind of player. Knight g5. Threaten knight to e6.
Yeah.
A little bit of a heads up there. Okay. I stand corrected.
The check doesn't run away, so I kind of like keeping it in reserve. It's a bit unpleasant. Yeah, you can do this as well.
Then here, and then that more or less forces queen e8.
Yeah.
Got to cover f7.
No,
Now,
there's no direct win or anything. It looks pleasant, but apparently black is still solid enough. And here we even have to be careful. It's maybe queen d5 we don't need, because there's some counter play. So if we start with this, apparently you still should go here. And
now rook b7.
Rook here. Oh yeah, black is still in time to.
And h4.
Yeah. No, white doesn't break through. Black should be all right. Maybe that's what tie-dye Van is trying to figure out as well. But yeah, I also kind of like starting with this, keeping an eye on the a-pawn.
Yeah, I also really like this, leaving the queen check in reserve. I'm just thinking about ways to break through, like what would be optimal here. I like rook b7. Let's put that on the board.
Yeah, no. I don't think there's any direct wins, just slightly more pleasant because this king is more vulnerable, but can't just force the way through yet.
But yes, it is pleasant, you know, rook c7, rook f to b1.
Yeah. G3, h4, king g2.
Yes. You know, there's a lot of looseness about the black position, a lot of squares to cover. So, yeah, it's looking good for Van Nguyen.
If he ever makes a move.
Yeah.
Let me check out what's happening in the Gukesh-Keimer clash. The world champion against his star second, who is the world number 4 himself now. So we've seen this weird stuff, h5, knight b6, and Gukesh, who also of course understands Vincent prepared this, doesn't want to go for the most forcing lines, goes bishop e3, bishop takes, we get opposite colored bishops, queen e2, knight back, and it looks like Keimer's dark magic worked again, and he has a pleasant position now with the opposite colored bishops. Can push g5. It's a bit unclear where he wants to castle, but maybe he doesn't have to.
Okay, so if you were to go
Let's do it.
yes, okay, so d4, let's play according to traditional wisdom.
I don't know. Is this the time to commit the king? Black doesn't want to go g4, because then after knight h4, these guys stop moving, but maybe start with h4. And I'm not sure white is threatening anything. D takes e. Then we can start.
Then you go g4, right? And then, oops, problems.
Yeah, even knight takes e5, I thought, but this is better. G4, knight here, knight takes. And all of a sudden, it's black who gets to have all the fun.
Yeah, that's not gone according to plan. So hang on a second. What to do next? So no d. But if you don't go d4, then you're letting black have all the fun on the king side.
Yeah, no, Vincent has done well. Like, he surprised Gukesh with this very random-looking h5 move. Gukesh bailed out, didn't want d4 or any forcing stuff. And also here, he could have played e takes f, which I guess he didn't like the look of it. But with these opposite colored bishops, it's the usual story. If black gets to attack first, can be white who's in trouble.
Yeah, it certainly feels that way if g5 appears on our board. So Vincent doing well.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he wants to go g5, how crazy he wants things to get, but it looks in the spirit of the position.
Well, he went h5. I think he's going to back that up with a g5 and then h4, g4, and then the fun is all his. Vincent, though, considering his position, he has some choices. He can take it easy, maybe prepare g5, but either way, he's playing in a very committal manner. But the tension is building and the stage is being set. We're only just getting started on our final day here at Tata Steel Chess. We're going to go on a short break, but during the break, we have young Erdogmus breaking down his round 12 victory. It's a good one. See you in a few.
Yes, congratulations. A very nice win against Fedoseev, and our commentators were especially impressed with your resilience to fight back after 2 tough losses. How did you find it in you, after 2 difficult days to come back today and play such a brilliant game?
Okay, I mean, I was, of course, very sad after this 2 loss against Gukesh. I missed this very easy miss. I missed this very easy win, sorry.
You're talking about Rook D1? Or?
Yeah, Rook D1, Queen E7.
It wasn't so easy, right?
Yeah, I mean, but in this level it should be easy, yeah. And, okay, against Anish, I missed this Bishop B5 move. I don't know why, but I just forget that I can go Bishop B5 and Bishop E8. I played Bishop A6 and it was just completely losing. Yeah, of course, I was very sad, and today, okay, I thought, okay, I was going 50% in this tournament. I thought I will play new tournament, 2 matches, and I thought I should give my best today. Yeah.
And you certainly did that. We're going to take a look at the game in a second, but you were saying, you were quite sad after the last couple of games. What did you do to try and get into a new mindset for this new tournament, as you said, for the last 2 rounds?
Okay, we were working with my coach, Tasafali here. Okay, we went somewhere with him, and yeah, I was usually going out with my coach, and yeah, he motivated me for this match. And yeah.
Well, it clearly worked. Let's take a look now at this Petrov. It started out a little quietly, but suddenly the board was on fire.
Yeah, I forget this knight A6 move. He has a game with Nodirbek here, and he played A6. Yeah, knight A6 I wasn't expecting. Knight A6, A3, yeah, A6. Okay, I think this knight F6 was okay. Takes. Okay, I was happy with my position, because now I want to go on knight G3, bishop D2, and rook E1. And he played this knight E4 move, which is very interesting, because now if I try to go bishop D2, he can take and then go on knight D7 and then knight F8, knight D6. So he doesn't have any problem. And if I go queen C2, he has F5, I guess. I was thinking knight H4 here, but then queen F7, his next move is queen F6. I couldn't find anything, and I thought, what is my worst piece here? And that's the bishop on C1, so I decided to trade with this bishop, and I played knight H5. Now I want to go bishop F4, and then also, let's say if you play something like B6, I have bishop takes H6, very good trick. Yeah, okay, he played bishop D8, bishop F4 obviously, G5, and here...
Did G5 surprise you? I mean, to open up the king like that?
Yeah, it actually surprised me a bit, and but I'm very lucky that I have this bishop C7 move. Or, I mean, engine says bishop D6.
Yeah, maybe we could have... I didn't see the engine was on. Bishop C7 was good?
Yeah, it was looking very good. I'm actually surprised a bit. Yeah, but okay, this should also be winning. Yeah, knight D7, bishop F5. I was also thinking bishop C2, some queen D3 ideas, but he has F6, so okay, I decided to go bishop F5, queen D8, rook E1, king H8, and I was calculating actually this knight G5, is G5, queen H3, king G8, but here I actually couldn't find anything, so I decided to go for this queen E3 move, and now my idea is to go queen E8, and if knight F8, there's queen F7, so he played knight F8, the obvious move, and knight E5. Queen E7, bishop C8, rook C8, queen H3. I calculate all of this moves, and after rook E8, I actually missed that. I was thinking queen F5 before, but I thought he can go queen e6, and if I let's say if I take this, he has bishop e5. If I take on f7 knight, there is queen takes f7. So I was actually a bit sad after rook e8, but then I saw this knight g3. Okay, if he plays queen f6, I have knight g6. Okay, I will take on e8. I should be much better. And if he plays, king e7, knight f5. If queen f6, I have knight a6, takes, knight g4, and I will take on e8. Yeah, it's just winning, and
all the tactics are working for you suddenly.
Yeah. Okay, queen e6, rook e3. I want to go knight g4. Okay, queen f6. I saw knight g4 here, but I mean, I thought knight a6 is much easier. Yeah, queen a6, queen f5, and okay, it's just very easily winning.
Yeah, what happened at the end of the game? I mean, it is checkmate on the board. When was the last time you checkmated with a pawn in a classical game?
I don't remember. It was, yeah, after g4 it was mate, and queen b1 was also mate. It was just joking. It was not real move.
So Vladimir made a joke.
Yeah.
Do you appreciate that, especially in such a long tournament, you know, to have a bit of humor in the end?
Yeah, I mean, it was good joke. I was also, I also saw that he has queen b1 mate. Yeah. Okay.
Well, yes, thank you so much for showing us this game. You are back on +1, as you were saying.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, the last game against Bluebaum. What are your thoughts on the last one?
Okay, I will do same, prepare, and give my best.
Well, we are looking forward to watching your game, Yaz. Once again, congratulations. Thank you for your time, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
In the game between Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Matthias Bluebaum, a mistake was punished in precise fashion. Let's jump into the middle game, because here is where it got really interesting. In this position, White is having a lot of space and very good central control, whereas Black is up a pawn but struggling to put the pieces in nice places. The bishop on d7 is not the greatest bishop. The knight on h7 is currently out of the game, so it's safe to say that White has a pretty good position. But obviously, Black is up a pawn, and that helps a lot, right? So here, after queen b2, queen b6, the play is repeated once, and then Nodirbek thought, I'm not here to repeat and make a draw. I want to go for the win with knight to d4. The game continues, f6, trying to improve the position and hoping that after takes, the knight gets back into the game. But obviously, queen b2 is played now. And here, after takes, rook takes, giving up another pawn. Now White has rook f7, entering Black's position on the 7th rank with the rook, and now the bishop is under attack, so the knight protects it. And after rook f1, trying to support an attack and prepare rook takes f6, it is in this position that Black makes the mistake queen to c7. Now at first, this mistake looks quite innocent, because what's the problem? It's simply defending the bishop, so rook takes f6 is not really dangerous. And the queen was not doing anything on a5 anyway, so here it's doing a great job at defending b7 and the bishop on d7. But it turns out that there is a forcing sequence of moves that ends up in a lost position for Black, and Nodirbek finds it with knight c to b5. Very important to play knight c to b5, because after knight d to b5, queen b6, suddenly the knight on the c3 is very vulnerable, and this is a little bit problematic as d4 becomes possible in the future perhaps. This is not helping White at all. So that's why knight c b5, very important. We don't want to move the knight from d4 at all. It is restricting Black quite a bit. And here after queen c4, White plays a brilliant move. Rook 1 takes f6. sacrificing the exchange because now there's queen f2, another nice find by Nodirbek, threatening queen takes f6. Now, obviously, Matthias is putting a lot of resistance here with queen c1 check, king h2, queen g5, defending f6. But now the bishop is hanging, so white captures it. Now the rook e4, knight d6. The knights are going to be really annoying for black. Queen e5 check, and it is actually crazy that this is all working out for white, because now it looks like white is losing the knight, right? After g3, you have to defend the check. Queen takes d4. Well, here, fortunately for white, there's knight takes e4, because now the queen was hanging, right? Black is offering the queen trade, and yeah, this way you would think that the queen has to move. But with knight takes e4, white is capturing the rook and defending the queen on f2. So now the queen trade happened on the board, and in this position, well, white is up material. White has a knight, and black's pawns are scattered over the board, and white will be able to capture them very soon. Matthias played a few moves still, and after knight g4, he had enough of it. The knight is heading to f6, and that is game over. Matthias resigns, and Nodirbek won a fantastic game in amazing fashion, and he moves on to the sole lead of the tournament.
Key game indeed there for Nodirbek yesterday. And remember, you can catch up with Anna Meyer's recaps showing the highlights of the round on the Tata Steel YouTube chess channel. But the final round is in progress on our screens. Nodirbek has been placed under pressure by Arjun, who deployed a good old-fashioned Evans gambit. Maybe we can just quickly see how Nodirbek is handling the tension in the position, because when we left it, there were some questions to be answered, namely that f5 and maybe some e5's f6 was going to be unleashed.
Yeah, we've seen this. We expected him to bring out the bishop, but instead Abdusattorov went with queen to e7, regrouping the queen. Erdogmus played a4, maybe to have bishop a3 as an option. And Abdusattorov goes knight d7, trying to challenge this intruder. I'm not sure if a4 was maybe a bit slow, because now we exchanged the knights. It still looks somewhat more pleasant for white. But black is getting out, and the bishop has a nice square here. So what can you do?
Don't trade.
Yeah,
The knight stands in the way of the bishop, so let's let it be and go knight to f3 or knight to d3. I don't know quite where.
Yeah, but then I was worried about the knight coming here, targeting all these pawns, and it looked like the momentum maybe shifts a bit. Okay, computer says you have to play e5, but then we're blocking our beautiful attacking bishop, so it's not...
Well, unless you're very quick with f5.
Ah, sorry, here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but black can probably go here.
Yeah. And then knight d4, and then
that makes
still
sense.
bulldoze open the diagonal.
Yeah, still very sharp. Maybe that is the way to do it. Arjun thinking about it. Of course, he's fine. After knight takes d7, he's also not worse or anything. But maybe instead of a4, I don't know, was there something more violent?
Well, when we're looking at
f5, that's black's point. Then he goes here.
We were looking at going rook f3. Evaluations like no.
Computer's never very impressed with our attacking efforts, but it does look more logical. Knight d7 now.
Yeah, well,
knight
now
c4,
knight
rook
h6 incoming.
Yeah.
Sorry, got a bit excited there. I'm a simple
Who
person.
wouldn't? Okay, but after a4, knight d7, probably a smart move, either exchanging the knights or reshuffling this knight to this nice square, and then you can go, I don't know, f6, g6, whatever it takes. So, battle's still ongoing. I'm disappointed with my boy Vincent Keimer, who did not play g5.
I thought it was a
castled.
set. I was like already converted, and I thought, well, why go h5 if you don't want to go g5? And we kind of had a ready-made attack there. This was not on my cards, but maybe he wants to do it in a more sophisticated manner, kind of put the king on h7 and then h8, then do g5, and I don't know. I'm trying to find some logic why he hasn't followed through.
No, maybe he's just trying to stay solid, but yeah, now Gukesh also has nothing to worry about. Went a4, and Vincent is burning some time. So less action here.
Yeah, less action here. And I just wanted to mention that we've kindly been donated 2 prizes.
Oh.
Yes, by the Senver Chess Club in Hilversum. And they famously organized a few matches, I think, for Timon, including one very famous, Garry Kasparov.
Won.
I don't know who won the match, but I do know that Timon did win a game against Kasparov. So we have maybe I'm going to ask you to read this one, because
it's a book by Hans Rey called Schakstukjes. Oh, my voice is breaking saying stukjes. What does that mean? Chess pieces? Ah, stukjes is little pieces, yeah.
Just, okay,
is that wordplay? So it's the pieces and pieces written on chess? Smart.
And we also have a nice travel chess set with some llamas on it.
Who doesn't want that?
How do you win them? Well, we have to set some quizzes. We've got
we can ask questions?
Yeah, we can ask questions, and if the answers are good enough, we give you a prize.
How's Sindarov doing? Queen d5 check was played as
requested.
The audience wanted. King h8, rook b7. What do you do now? We had some queen e8, but that was after knight g5, so maybe not the time yet.
Well, then is there some... Oh.
c5, apparently.
c5, yeah, you don't want to allow that. So hang on a second. How to even face that?
There's this move, threatening pick up the queen.
Doesn't that encourage queen e6?
Yeah. And okay, we defend. How
rook
bad
b1?
is this? Yeah. Still looks a bit scary for black. Computer as usual. It's not too concerned, but it does look dangerous. Takes. Find some counterplay here.
Yeah. Okay, that's a nice counterplay, because you probably have to go rook b1 to cover e1, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah, the initiative disappears a little bit, although even this looks sharp still. But apparently Sindarov can defend. It doesn't look pleasant, however.
No, it looks very shaky, and also do bear in mind that the players are kind of looking at this in their minds, and you have to make those snap assessments there and then, and you might be like, no, I'm not even going to go there. Queen a5 might not even be on the radar. So things looking a little bit treacherous. That's a nice English.
What's that?
Treacherous. Yeah.
Treacherous I've heard of. Treach is short for treacherous?
Well, it's like a kind of chess player slang that I grew up hearing. It's a bit treach. I don't know why I threw it in, but I did. Sometimes my mind works in mysterious ways. And, well, a lot on the line here on the final round of Tata Steel. We'll find out who's going to be the champion, and the champion will be winning something glorious. We did say early on that the trophy was made out of steel. We could deduce that much, but let's take another look at this magnificent trophy.
Chess year with a bang, because it is the 88th edition of Tata Steel Chess. It's a tournament with history, with prestige, and where the standards never drop.
That was a very fancy video there. It looked like there had been a lot of thought going into that trophy. Are the players allowed to keep the trophy, or is it one that they have to return?
I'm assuming you get to keep it, no? If not, it gets awkward if you don't want to invite last year's winner. Oh, and what do? You make him come here to bring the trophy? Mails it?
Yeah, you got to mail it in the post. I know, because there are some special trophies that when you win, you're not allowed to even keep them. You're allowed to pose with them, and then that's it. Give it back.
Ah, okay. No, I've had you get to keep it for a year until the next edition, which is also unpleasant because you have to be careful not to break it in the meantime. But that one looked very solid.
Yes, it looked very impressive. It's I like the whole kind of thing with making it from steel and Tata Steel. Nice.
Got it.
Nice. Okay. And
so we've had one draw in the Masters. Anish Giri with a quick draw with a white piece against Hans Niemann. Everybody else is still fighting, and in all the games, at least there's a theoretical chance in almost all the games for the first place still. But we can't ignore Fedoseev and Aravind, who are out of contention, still playing. What are they up to?
They're making moves, as we expect. Though it's very difficult to kind of judge this particular position, because I think if black is okay on the king side, then black is okay. But you'll see what I mean when we catch up with the live position to queen.
Yeah, symmetrical pawn structure. If black gets bishop b7, rook c8, he should be fine normally. The only trouble you have in these positions is if you manage to get out the light squared bishop. And there it comes, knight to e5, threatening some takes bishop h7 business, so he goes h6. Oh, check. All right. Hoping for knight takes d7 with a double attack. But Aravind spotted that even early in the morning and went king to h8, short castles. I guess you move the queen out of the way. Yeah, queen c8. Takes. Bishop is done with his adventures. That's the position they have. That looks very fine for black. Just knight f6, bishop e7, rook d8. I don't see any big problems.
I don't see any problems either. I mean, the only thing that I can think of is that the queen on c2 could move over to e2, and then some e4, e5 business, and queen h5. Again, direct play. Doesn't really feel like it's that scary.
No, it looks to me like some pieces could be exchanged and a draw incoming, but let's hope I'm wrong. What else is there?
And okay, so
Bluebaum against Erdogmus, we also haven't seen. What is this?
Well, yeah, what is this? First up, let's again do an action replay.
Fun fact, I think I know this position from a game by his second Rasmus Svane. I think Rasmus had this position with black against Sarana, maybe, in the Grand Swiss. You can look it up if memory serves, but this looks very familiar.
He's right, you know. Very well remembered.
Yeah, this is all theory, and Bluebaum maybe testing Erdogmus in a line that his own second, because Rasmus Svane is helping Bluebaum here, has played thinking, maybe this kid doesn't watch Rasmus's games. But Jas doing the thing we've seen Jas do quite a bit. He's taking a lot of time, but he's playing all the right moves. So either he's that good and he can just find the moves over the board, or he remembers, but he spends a lot of time double checking. It's curious, because a couple times we've seen him get to move 20 playing all the best moves and the quote-unquote theory, but spending a lot of time on it.
Yeah, in the game that you mentioned, though, Rasmus was black, and it did finish in a draw. So is this just simply Matthias just testing it out and then saying, I'm very satisfied with the draw
Does
with
look
my
like
event?
That. Also, Matthias lost yesterday. He no longer has any chances of winning the event, but he's had a good tournament. He's thinking, okay, last round, let's test the kid in some theory, and if he knows draw is not the end of the world, I've still had a good tournament.
Yeah.
Erdogmus taking his time. Sure, Matthias wouldn't mind winning.
Well, bishop to g4 was the move. That maybe this could have been a quiz. But anyway, I
Too
spoilt
late.
it too late. Bishop to g4 was the move played in that game, and then it kind of fizzled out big time after queen takes. And then, yep,
Yeah, it's more or
queen
less
e6,
forced draw.
rook f8, queen g6, king h8, and then here everything comes off.
So Jas has to find this move bishop g4 to look up equality, give the bishop, because white has some threats. Bishop takes f7 and rook d8, and if you get too greedy, take here, king h1. Things can get a little unpleasant.
Yeah, and if you try to go, yeah, because here you have to start giving back some material. Say if you go queen e7, then there's going to be some problems with bishop takes rook, and then rook to d8. So that's bad news. Do you think Erdogmus will find bishop to g4? It's very much in his playbook, right?
I would think so also. Such a good calculator, and if all the other lines are bad, he can find it by elimination, either this bishop g4 or apparently takes and bishop e6. Returning a bunch of material is also still possible, just a slightly worse version. No, but I believe bishop g4 will be played. Just giving up the bishop to win some time and covering this square, after which should end in a draw.
Well, that one looking like it will end in a draw, but Erdogmus has to be a bit careful. And we will go to the game between Pragg and Jordan. And then I'd like to look at the challenges. So there was no repetition. The game could have finished many moves ago, but it didn't.
Yeah, some back and forth, but Pragg decided to play on. Very rough decision, though, to my mind. He decided to just give up this bishop with bishop takes b8. That's what he did, but it's a nice bishop.
That's exactly what's happened.
I don't like it. You give up your powerful bishop, and he still has to spend time bringing the knight back. Bishop g4. I think Jordan could have been even more ambitious here, bring his knight back, go knight d7, e5, because without the dark squared bishop, there's really not that much White can hope for.
But it's very thematic to go bishop g4, swap the bishop for the knight, and argue that you're going to play for the e5 pawn break. And then d4 is weak.
I understand, but now White can go knight to e5, let's say, avoid that. And yeah, that's what happened. Takes, knight takes, and it looks like without these bishops, Black should still be fine, but he's no longer better. I don't know, what do you do? I guess still knight f6, knight d7. Maybe you're not thinking about taking.
Yeah, I'm not sure about taking because the knight isn't going to be on a fantastic circuit. But if you can get away with it, let's try it.
Yes,
and then
kind of forcing queen c7.
f4.
Attacks the pawn, f4 or queen d4, and f6.
Knight d4.
Yeah, guess we have to cover this, so we go back. Ah, White is knight f3. That's important because I thought if you take ef, even Black can be better than with the rook coming here. But knight to f3 is stronger, and after takes, White gets this beautiful knight.
Yeah, so you don't take.
Still nothing to worry about for Jordan, like knight f5 or b6. Well, that's why he's spending time. It's
yeah, very concrete variation
decision.
there. What do you think? Do you think he's going to go bishop takes knight or knight f6, knight d7?
not sure. He's a concrete guy. I would just do this, which also looks looks sensible, but if he can calculate that this solves all his problems and he can even push a bit, why not?
Yeah. Okay. Decision there for Jordan. Who thinks he's going to go bishop takes knight? Go for the concrete variation or do something else? What do we think? Bishop takes knight? Yes. Yeah, if you can get away with it, it's worth a punt. Other moves, I guess, would be knight f6. We've looked at queen c7 would be another one. very normal move.
I don't want to play f6 with the knight stuck here. Like even if you get e5, it looks a bit ugly with this knight on the rim. And he does take.
Those of you voting for bishop takes knight, big thumbs up. So d takes e5, only move. Queen c7.
I'm assuming that's the idea. There's also queen a5, which looks a little offbeat. Yeah, queen c7, f6 seems very straightforward.
Yeah.
But Jordan's fine, just showing very good prep also today. I think he surprised Praggnanandhaa with this a6 Slav, which is not that common, and just very much playing on equal footing with all these top players, 7 out of 12. I know he's probably not winning the tournament, but to have a plus score here is still a very impressive achievement. Yeah, queen c7 played.
And f4 is more or less.
Yeah, I don't know, queen d4. You could also make a case for. Because after f4, yeah, you have to be sure that you don't have to take here, because then you end up with this backwards pawn. So queen d4 has some logic.
And f6.
And takes, but I guess it's still very fine for black.
I would be worried about e5.
Yeah, no, probably f4 is better. And then this sequence we looked at, knight f3. Game continues. I don't know, b6, whatever.
Yeah. I don't know, I feel like black is going to be very satisfied here. It feels like white is the one who has to play accurately in order not to be slightly worse.
Yep.
So I think it's opening success there for Jordan. Can we bring up the full board view? Because I just wanted to point out that few games are developing in the way that we actually perceive them to go and the way that we expect them to go. So first up, Arjun, he didn't trade on d7. He stepped back with his knight to f3. And in the game between Van Nguyen and Sindarov, that's followed almost exactly the lines that we expected. And now Sindarov has to see this defensive resource of queen a5 at the right moment. And Erdogmus, do we need to doubt him? Of course, he finds bishop to g4.
Yeah, they're still following that game, and their mass exchanges and a draw should ensue.
Yeah. So let's move on to the challenges, because it's very exciting there as well. So where do we want to go? Do you want to check in on Andy Woodward against Nguyen or Vachier-Lagrave? Because I'm not sure where to go. We'll have a look at every single one of them. We can start with Andy Woodward against Nguyen.
Yeah, we've seen this very sharp opening position, bishop a6, bishop e2. Best move played by Andy Woodward. Aaron dropped back. Queen c1, very subtle, trying to cover the square. There were more violent attempts here, like e5 or queen here. But Andy playing it slow. Bishop e3. But that gives black access to this square, no?
Did he not come in there?
Not yet, he's thinking. Apparently white is fine after just castles, but I'm a bit surprised that he would allow this, and the knight can keep jumping.
Yeah. Actually, what is white's plan?
I don't know.
Because you want to go e5, right? And then just grab that space, but is e5 a possibility right now?
Would guess so. You have to castle to parry knight takes g2, but then e5 is very much a topic, and Erwin can think about f6 or even e5 to stop it, because yeah, allowing this looks unpleasant.
Yep.
He made a move. He went queen f4. Does love his endgames.
Okay. So, what to do? I don't know. I see you hovering with your mouse and the king. But if you go there, can you do like some blue bomb thing and say, okay, well, I offered the queen trade once.
Now we
And
go
now
back.
go back, yes.
Maybe provoking this, but you also lose a lot of time. I'm not sure
Yeah.
who's given up more here. 'Cause with this stupid knight,
Yeah.
all kinds of things in the air. I'm assuming Erwin just wants the endgame, takes, bring the knight back, and computer's not a fan, but Erwin does like his endings.
I don't know. I'm very worried for Erwin.
I never worry about Erwin. He's gonna be fine.
He's going to be fine. I don't know, was that endgame that you showed with the king on d2 and all the way on e3? It looked, yeah, like the c pawn is going to be falling. e5 in the air.
Yeah, maybe
f4.
it's unpleasant. And king d2 is also not such an easy move to make. Let's see what Andy Woodward comes up with. Lamy going for a walk. He doesn't look too concerned.
Yeah, king d2 feels kind of weird. Like maybe you'd go queen d2 so as not to allow.
Then what's next? No.
Yeah, maybe this
Okay,
is
can go
what
g3.
Erwin's expecting.
No, so now the knight can jump in here.
Yeah. And then.
And Andy's, he's ready to move. Is he gonna spot the king move?
What do you think? Do you think he's going to play king d2? Yeah, okay, he's literally
looks like it.
reaching.
Erwin, come back. King d2 played. Yeah, this guy's
Wow.
good. Can't bluff him.
No.
There is.
Erwin's reaction. Did he expect king d2?
He's not showing any emotional outbursts.
No, he's not. But the fact that he's kind of settling down for a think also indicates to me that this is maybe wasn't his first choice.
Yeah, it's a very strong move. Maybe he should wait with taking and, I don't know, castle and ask white to waste a move on g3 or rook h4 or whatever at least. Before takes so that no direct knight d2 comes.
Yeah.
But yeah, some mild annoyance on Erwin's face there.
I don't think it was on his radar. A king d2 is a very fancy move. Very well played there from Andy Woodward.
Yep.
If he wins, he'll move on to 10 points. Double digits.
A lot of points. How's the competition? How's Ivanchuk doing?
Let's go there because, you know, I did ask the question, like, do you think Ivanchuk will try and play this out for a win? And looking at this position, I'm saying, well, yeah. But how did he get there? Because this looked like it was a pipe dream.
Looks more like Yuffa is playing for a loss is strong, but he's trying to mix it up. Could have gone knight e5 here, keeping an eye on the bishop. He went queen b3. Ivanchuk went b5. And if you're worried, you can just take. And I don't think white can ever be worse here after a bunch of exchanges. But that's not what happened. Yuffa went knight to e5 now, and he allowed b4, after which it becomes much more double-edged, because black can start running here. And that's some hope for Ivanchuk. Queen g3, a5, rook e3, a4, rook e1. But now, I know this b pawn is dangerous potentially.
He
Or
literally
b3 followed by
played bishop
a3.
f5.
Yeah, normal.
And then, like you say, b3 incoming.
No, Yuffa's sense for danger is a little off in this tournament. He won against Carissa Yip yesterday, but before that, yeah, we've seen him get checkmated by Suleymanli, also Faustino Oro crushed him, and here, out of a very quote-unquote harmless position, he allowed this b5, b4, a5, a4. And why? Just take. Okay, but good news for the many Ivanchuk fans here. Ivanchuk has very serious chances, and f4 was just played, allowing bishop here, intending b3. This is already quite serious.
Oh. Well, how do you even fight that one?
You don't.
What do you mean you don't?
You don't stop b3. I don't think you resign yet, but it just looks bad. And I mean, he made all these empty gestures like doubling the rooks and pushing f4, but there's no attack on the king side, and Ivanchuk just pushed all this stuff, and now if he goes bishop c2.
So what is his plan? I mean, it must be knight c6. That's the only move I can see that's like logically consistent. But I have no response to b3, by the way. So I don't know where I'm going with this. Okay, obviously b2 is incoming, so maybe I need to go queen f2. Again, it doesn't make any sense what's happening.
No, it's not like you resign directly, but
yeah.
I mean, with these guys,
I'm with you. I'm trying to see what the plan is with f4.
I don't know. It just he looked a bit all over the place. Maybe also he couldn't decide if he should play for a win or for a draw. But this queen b3, allowing b5, and then not doing anything about it, was just very, very risky.
Yeah. Okay. Very, very risky. So let's quickly check in on Aydin Sulamanli, another player on 9 points, sharing the lead. He was on the back foot, I was going to say, against Velimir Ivic. And
sort
he
of on
still
purpose,
is.
he played this slow opening, saying, I just want a long game. But he gave up a lot of space in the meantime. He also gave up the 2 bishops. He's trying to get in b4, but it doesn't look like it's happening. Unless he wants to give up this bishop as well, which is probably too much. Like takes, b4. But without this bishop here, so many dangers for his own king. And if you can't get b4, what do you do? Like,
can you slow play it? But the things that they do is like e3, b4. But I mean, I'm not getting anything like that.
just looks bad. e3 probably. Black can just take and then
knight takes.
Oops,
the other way.
Knight takes, but then we have this square.
Yeah, no, I'm
not a fan.
I'm not a fan either. But then,
yeah. So Imanli looked. Yeah, he thinks he has to win to fight for tournament victory, and he decided to play a very slow, non-theoretical opening, also knowing that Ivic is a great theoretician, but he gave up a lot to do that. And this is sort of the dream for black. You got e4 under control, you stop b4, you have the 2 bishops. Rook a6 was a nice move. First of all, ruling out takes here, and potentially the rook could even swing over. No. Bad spot.
Yep, difficult position there for Aydin Sulamanli, especially going to be hard to untangle here and achieve a break. But talking about breaks, talking about
another break?
No break.
Okay.
I was thinking about breaking open the position. And let's head back to the Masters. The Masters, it's been an interesting event. Nodirbek taking the lead. Then Sindarov caught him up. Then Nodirbek saying, yes, I'm still in charge. I'm in the lead. But let's have a look at how the tournament actually progressed in terms of the players. So you can see in round 3, it was Nodirbek. I mean, it really has been Nodirbek taking the lead and holding on.
This looks like a reverse chart of my crypto investment.
Yeah.
So, this is too complicated for me. Who was in the lead? Vincent was never in the lead, right?
No.
It was mainly a lot of Nodirbek there.
And then Sindarov slowly started creeping up.
Yeah, they were tied once, but it's been the Abdusattorov show until now. See if he can get it over the finish line.
That is the big question, and I'm seeing that Nodirbek is settling in for a long think after knight to f3 was played, and
he went f6, right? Which looked natural, trying to block these pieces a bit, but it wasn't this knight c5
Well,
Pompey was
it is now.
advocating. Rook fe1.
Yep.
It's a bit of a pity, right? I mean, it's probably a good move, but the dream would be to have both rooks in the attack, to go f5, rook a1, e5. Well, after rook fe1, you can't do that much damage over here anymore. Knight c5 played. And this looks all right for Nodirbek. Arjun also, he doesn't have his usual precision, no? I mean, he got in his opening surprise, but once again, easier said than played sitting here with the engine, but a4 wasn't the most precise, and now apparently it was very important to go f5 directly.
Yeah.
Leaving the choice open which rook to put here. And then after knight c5, we can switch to this aggressive plan.
But f5 is such an instinctively difficult move to play.
Is it?
Yeah, well, it is not in hindsight, you know, because it makes perfect sense with the engine showing us the way, but you instinctively sometimes don't even look at that move because you think, oh, well, knight to e5 comes and you've given the square, but there is no control of the square. It's just an illusion. So tough position, but f5, very nice, fine, but he didn't do it.
Now we start with this, and now knight c5. Problem is if you go e5, then black can block the position. He probably has to as well with f5. But this pawn, it might look nice because it's a protected passed pawn, but it's also really standing in the way of the white pieces. So if black gets bishop e6 or knight e6 here, very often it's even black who starts being better because this pawn is not moving and is restricting your own pieces. So here, normally when you get this, you're even tempted to just give up the pawn to give your piece some space, but it doesn't look like white is better there either.
Yeah.
So Nodirbek, I mean, we kept talking about how he has to survive and be solid, but he might also start thinking about winning this game at some point.
Well, if he gets that position that you highlighted where he is blockading a pawn on e5, I think he'll be very, very comfortable, but I still think that there's something that he has to navigate. For instance, why not do f5? The idea that you highlighted. Do
Still
it now.
possible. The question is, after bishop d7,
e5.
are we in time? Ah, now we
Yeah,
open.
let's forget about material and let's
that
go.
Looks logical. If bishop takes here, even rook takes is there.
Oh.
How's
We have
this
some quizzes. We
Ah,
have
sorry.
two prizes, but we've given the game
missing
away.
quiz questions. Sorry.
Yes. we'll remember.
Okay, ef6 is too easy. That's not a
Yes.
quiz. But apparently it's good for white. Queen check, bishop d4, and you keep eating. He's played a move.
What
And
did he
e5,
play?
e5 on the board, f5 on the board. I don't like this for Arjun. Apparently it's fine because he can go bishop here, and maybe that's his point. Before the knight lands on e6, you get rid of the bishop, which is no longer is a good piece.
But the pawn on a4 is also not optimal, shall we say?
Yeah.
Because even you go bishop to, I don't know where to go, bishop d6.
And he
or
just plays knight d4. No, he's not being precise. Once again, easier with the engine.
But here
it
we're
doesn't
looking
look
at
like he
knight
has
e6.
flow. Yeah, now we go knight e6, and I think black is better. It's a typical structure you get out of these Berlins or many e4, e5 openings, and once this pawn is blocked, I don't know, if bishop takes or queen takes, bishop takes looks more normal, but then maybe bishop
With
a3.
bishop a3, yeah.
But even this, black should be very comfortable.
Yeah, you go queen f7. There's pressure against a4. So maybe Nodirbek gonna turn things around in his favor. Shall we check in on Sindarov? Because Sindarov was impressed us time and time again, and he went into this position having to find queen a5. Of course, he found it.
That's what he does. He's taking his time, but he's making all the best moves, which is pretty good chess strategy. Rook had to go back, cover the square, and Sindarov is thinking. Okay, grab the pawn.
Let's do it.
How does this go? You have to start counter-attacking.
Yeah, and then there's...
We're not being mated.
Isn't there a... No, you can't take on e7. That would be disastrous, because after that, rook f7 and, oh dear, back rank issues. What next?
Now I want to check. Now
G4. Oh, this is getting sharp. How to fight this? Can you go queen e2?
Yeah. Apparently, this leads to...
We should show why taking the rook is just going to lead to perpetual. Maybe...
I wasn't even sure, because maybe black,
I wasn't sure either.
Black can push for more here.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look like white can win with the queen giving all these checks. And if g5 check...
Takes.
Rook takes. Oh, another story. What is this?
That's an adventure.
I'm not sure if you have a rule for this. I was taught the entering king is safe.
Safe? Conditions. When? The
Always.
entering king is always safe.
Yeah.
Oh.
Not
Jam.
sure that applies here,
take.
because white has this check.
Oh, you can take an e4.
Yeah,
This
but we
is
lose the queen.
consequences.
The game continues, I don't even know.
Queen h5, you can block that.
So all kinds of crazy stuff could happen. There's also this, which is the bailout for black, because he has a
your
perpetual.
rules. Yeah, and be loyal to your rules. You can accept that, or you can go king takes g5.
Yeah,
the
but
king is
here
always
I'm not
safe.
sure if we're entering enough. No, it doesn't look like black can be better, at least. But okay, we made a lot of moves. I have no idea how we got here.
Okay, so this is queen takes a2.
Ah, that was queen takes the pawn, and white counterattacks. Check here. Okay, start with this. Is this smarter? Queen e2. Ah, this is smarter, because now you have the check.
Aha.
And this is a different story, apparently.
Is there's a queen h3 business? Or whoops.
Queen is still here. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So care is still needed. The computer says equal, but with some very random moves. Rook f8. Who does that?
Well, it's beautiful. Now that it's the only move, right, to save the game.
Why not go here at least?
Isn't there some knights? I thought knight to g5 would. Okay, there's problems there.
Okay, quiz. White to move wins. You can win Hans Rees schaakstukjes.
It's in Dutch, obviously, from the title. Is Hans Rey a popular figure in Dutch chess?
Yeah, very much so also. Great writer. I read a lot of his stuff.
Yeah, this is the knight a1. Yeah, he's not happy about that. That's what we heard. It wasn't his finest chess hour. And
Was it knight a1?
Knight a1, yeah. He basically got his knight trapped. Rook to g8 check.
No, book stays here. We take. Yeah, but there's always this counter.
Yeah.
Queen takes f2 as long as this rook is alive.
I fell for that one too.
There's one move that's winning, and everything else is losing. So, high stakes.
Well, we can let the evaluation bar decide when people shout moves. Any moves? Knight g5 is always going to fail to queen takes f2. Pawn to g5, let's try it. Let the evaluation bar... No. No. And that fails because queen b1. Queen c8, let's see. Oh, the evaluation bar stays the same. Okay.
Is that enough, or are we asking for more moves?
We need... No, we need to work out the solution.
Queen e2, let's say.
Yes.
Apparently there's no way to stop this, and white is winning in the end. Like check.
And then you block it.
And we block.
Well done.
We have a winner
We
of
have the winner.
Straxtukkjes.
Yes, come up. You can come up here. And you can grab the book.
Anytime.
Anytime. But do be careful on the stairs. Yay.
What else is happening? Vincent, no. As he didn't go g5, we stopped watching, and it looks like Blue Bomb against Erdogmus is about to end.
Round of applause for our audience. Guess it there.
So let's check in with the maybe final moments of Matthias Bluebaum and Yas Khan Erdogmus in their Wijk Masters debut. They will both be happy, no? Ended on a plus score as debutants, the lowest rated players, together with Tai Daiwan. Matthias finishing on 7 out of 13, as is Yas Erdogmus at 14 years old.
And both of them finishing with plus scores, but also gains in their ratings as well. For Erdogmus, it's all about, inching forward up that rating list, maybe seeing if he can get to the 2,700 mark. And I think Matthias broke it for a while.
He crossed it during the tournament. I think he should be a little below it now after he lost to Abdusattorov, but rating plus of something like 18 points and a very good showing for him. Also great practice before the candidates. No, he showed he belongs in this company. In spite of all the agony we've seen from him every other day, he did score 7 points along the way.
Yeah, great performance from the pair. Let's check in on things that are developing in Gukesh against Vincent. You just glanced there.
Glanced, but I thought it's too boring as Vincent didn't go g5. He doesn't deserve more attention. It's tough rules.
Is that your German team captain speaking?
Yeah, if you don't push all your kingside pawns, we're not watching.
Wow.
No, I don't know what's going on here. Looks roughly equal. Maybe Gukesh is slightly for choice now, because this pawn could be a little weaker than the white structure, but can't be that much. Keimer thinking.
Yeah, thinking, well, decision time. Take with the knight, take with the pawn. Take with the knight looks like the most obvious move. Or you can flick in.
Yeah, with
Bishop
the pawn
C4.
loses a pawn,
Yes.
I thought, because we have knight here, then we take, and then we take here.
So knight takes makes a lot of sense unless you want to throw in bishop c4.
Yeah, I don't really
but
see
I don't like
why it doesn't run away. And just as I said it, he does play bishop c4.
Quite the Criterion.
do.
Yes. Well, you got to move the queen.
Queen goes somewhere. I don't know, here,
I don't know.
here.
Somewhere.
Takes, takes, takes. I want rook a8, win some tempo, but Gukesh can go here. Stop it. Yeah, queen d2 played. Okay, it's opposite color bishops. It's not any drama happening, but if anybody's better, it should be white now because his king is slightly safer. This pawn is slightly weak.
Also, it's not going to be easy for white to actually take control over the d line. Bishop b3 in the air.
Yeah, neither side gets
Yes.
access to d1 or d8. Maybe black can go here.
Okay, well, it's a tense position, I think, in the balance. Shall we check in on Prag and Jordan.
All right. So we've seen this queen c7, pawn to f4, pawn to f6, and queen d4. Pragg did not go for this maneuver we thought was important, this knight d4. Threaten the fork and knight f3 to keep this outpost. He goes queen here, also keeping the outpost, but knight g7, knight e6 will kick him, no? Yeah. Knight g7 played, queen c3, Jordan takes, knight e6. If anybody's better, it's black with these stupid pawns. Can white fix it with knight d4?
Yeah.
Ah, but we can just take, no?
Yeah, you can. And I guess knight takes.
Ah,
I was going to say knight takes e6, but that's a bad
knight
move.
e6, queen e6. Yeah, black is just better. Some weird tactics here.
Pawn takes queen. Nice.
Okay. Some random tactics, but even if black doesn't take and goes, let's say knight here or queen here, black is better, so good stuff from Jordan. And Praggnanandhaa thinking he could also put the knight here, but basically his e-pawns are just very weak.
Yeah, it looks a little bit uncomfortable for Pragg.
Yeah.
You know, I liked this whole idea going knight g5, knight e4 as well. Knight is well placed on e6. But I wouldn't say it's anything too disastrous for Pragg just yet. But can we just take a pause from this game? Because we're finally getting a lid on what Arjun is planning in his game against Nodirbek. But the question is it any good? So he's literally just gone for this idea. And
he
then
played knight d4, knight e6, and
knight
he
takes
took
f5.
here. But after queen goes, you can't hang on to everything.
So you have to step back, struggling with where to go, and then you can take knight takes f4.
Looks nice for black, no?
It looks
Bishop
great.
e6. Nodirbek is slowly outplaying Arjun.
Yeah, that would be closing the door on Sindarov and everyone else.
Yeah,
because
if he wins, it's over.
So queen
f7 played, it looked like.
Knight
somewhere, but nothing is
he
that
can't
tempting.
be no, and you can't hold on to that knight on f5. I mean, g4 just feels like you're just asking for the world to collapse. And then rook f1, and then I guess you could
Now
bishop
we should
takes.
eliminate this guy.
Yeah, then
Just queen takes, yeah,
this
and
is
everything's covered.
Yep. Strange.
Yeah, Nodirbek, Abdusattorov playing great chess, and maybe he's living by his own words. He said he wouldn't worry so much about results, he would just try to play chess, have fun, and
Well,
if he wins the tournament on the way, he won't complain either.
Right. I mean, I was going to say, well, he's having a lot of fun here because knight e3, knight takes f4. It's suddenly turning into a dream position. The bishop on c8 is going to spring to life. And Nodirbek, he always does well here, Jan. You know, he nearly won the event in 2023, also was amongst the top players on 2024. And we got to ask him, like, what is the secret to being so consistent here in Wijk?
Well, it's the beginning of the year. You know, I feel very fresh. I feel like I have full of energy, and I come prepared, and I try to show my best chess. And I feel like, you know, combination of that things helps me to perform well in these Tata Steel tournaments. And especially, when I grew up as a young kid, I've watched every edition of this tournament, and I dreamed to win this tournament, and that inspires me to do well in these kind of tournaments.
So Nodirbek, a big fan of this event, watched every edition since he was a kid, and definitely using this as motivation. He wants to be there amongst the best. And, he mentioned that after not qualifying for the candidates, it was all about just enjoying the game, enjoying the journey, rather than just focusing on the results.
But I was hoping for more. The secret is come prepared and try to show your best chess. That's what everybody's doing.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's all one can do, right? The secret sauce isn't going to be, well, I go for cold water plunges.
That's what I was looking for. Nothing.
Yeah. Well,
all right, but he's doing great here. Queen f7. And yeah, Arjun, he hasn't blundered or anything, but his play looked a little hesitant. If we look at all these moves after his great opening surprise, a4, computer doesn't love, knight f3 is fine, rook fe1 was a bit meh, e5, it's a strategic concession. And here there was still the bailout, bishop a3 pinning, but he didn't go for that. Maybe he thought knight e6 was impossible because of knight takes, but now after queen f7 he's converted a very good position into a seriously worse one in a couple moves. So it's really not his event.
No. Okay, let's ask ourselves. Knight to e3. Knight takes, and now you just go rook f1.
Yeah.
Pinning is winning. So goes the philosophy.
But if there's no direct threats, then yeah, black just has a better structure and nice
F3.
pieces. Rook f3.
There's no subtlety here.
To double.
Yes.
All right, but let's say we go somewhere. Even here, if I want to be extra chicken.
And it's a good idea to be extra chicken here, because I cannot trade as white into an endgame, because
Probably have to.
Yeah, but the pawns on a4 and c4 so weak.
Yeah, no, but black is better.
Yeah.
You gotta take, and now we can decide knight takes or even pawn takes. Both look very pleasant. White might survive, but with these three isolated pawns, it's not going to be much fun.
Okay, I got an idea. So instead of rook f3, let's go bishop a3. Okay, so now a4 is weak, but b6 in return is also vulnerable. So now rook f3, let's go for this. And I kind of, you can still unravel with queen to g6. That's quite effective.
Yeah. No, it's gonna be.
That's tough.
Gonna be difficult. Also, not what Arjun had in mind when he went for all this, for this attacking line, having to defend this unpleasant position.
What about if you go knight g3 and do it that way? Is that any different?
Don't know.
Bishop, I think you have to go bishop a3.
Not sure I'm on board with this whole bishop a3 operation. Looks like after c5. Okay, the pawn is weak long term, but we're also losing so much time.
Now rook f1. I'm sorry, I'm still no. Okay, bishop c1.
But I always have.
You always have this queen. Yeah. Okay. I stand corrected.
Yeah, there's just no activity anymore. It's just defending from here on.
But then what about if you go knight to d4?
Yeah.
Let's bail out that way. I don't believe it though. And here I was hoping for, is e6 a possibility? Just to at least lengthen the diagonal. I know it comes at a cost of a pawn, but whatever.
No, man, it doesn't have to be lost, but in all the lines, it's white trying to hang in there.
Which is perfect, right? You're leading the tournament. You want to be there playing for 2 results, a win or a draw. And I'm keeping my eyes on the game between Tie-Dye Van Nguyen against Vachier Sindarov, because Queen...
He hasn't moved yet, or he's played King G7?
He has played King G7, yeah.
So instead of taking a pawn, he says, please take one of my pawns with check.
That wasn't on my radar.
But as usual, with Sindarov, good move. Stepping out of all these checks himself. And after takes, Rook F7, Queen E6.
Now he wants to take.
Now he's happy to take without any attacks.
And if you go on the defensive with Rook F1.
Yeah, well, that looks
Knight takes
sensible.
D6 in the air.
Yeah, this looks very logical.
Do you still go Queen E2?
Hoping for some discover checks.
Of course. You got to find those cheapos when you can.
Knight G5 is better, covering the queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's still roughly equal. It looks better for white to me somehow still with this weak king, but computer is very unimpressed as usual.
Okay, King HA is a very clever move. I did panic for a second until...
but also... Can we take? Take, check, check. This would be good news.
Excellent news.
And if white does something, what's the bar up to? Only goes halfway.
I guess you give a check and then you have to come up. And this is where we pray that your rule holds true.
Yeah. After check, we have to take.
Oh, do you? You can't step... No, you can't step up because Queen G5. Okay, so take.
Yeah, I don't want this. Maybe black survives somehow.
No.
But this is not
Not
pleasant. So how did we get here? It was takes, rook back, rook here, takes, and rook here.
Yeah, and then this was me going Queen E2, which is not forced.
And computer is saying, chill, stop knight G5, go H6.
But then, what about knight takes?
Yeah, I guess he just takes and takes.
And then take again, and then just
draw.
say, yeah. If white is offering, I think I would grab it with 2 hands here, you know, with the black king being a little bit vulnerable. Oh, okay. So there's some tricks for both sides to be aware of, but probably going to fizzle out to a draw.
Yeah, so white maybe doesn't have to take. He can try some move here. I know G3, H4 something, but it looks like Sindarov is being very precise. Queen A5 was good, and King G7 was also a good move. Good and tough move, offering this pawn. But if Abdusattorov is winning, and I don't see how Sindarov can win this position, it doesn't look like there's a tiebreak today.
No. Can you be fancy just before we leave this position and go G4?
I'm not sure fancy is the word for G4, but...
Reckless. Okay, and it doesn't work.
Do we have more prizes? We can.
We
this
have,
is a good
we
quiz.
have a llama traveling chess set. It's kindly gifted by the Senva Chess Club from Hilversum.
So how does black win here or get a very good position for the chess set? Not a legal move.
It would be nice. Black to move, yeah.
And then
yeah.
That we accept. I think was a combination. I'm not sure if you can split the chessboard in two.
No, we can't. But bishop takes
H2
H2
and rook E5. is the
Yeah.
answer.
So we'll give the prize to the person that suggested bishop takes h2. So congratulations, you win yourself a very cool chess set with, I think these are llamas.
Llama chess
But
set.
gifted by the Senver Chess Club. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank
This is
you.
a nice tactic, and just picking up
Yeah.
the knight while covering everything, then white
Yeah.
won't enjoy the rest very much.
I mean, I'm a bit sad that there was that tactic, because my plan was if you went queen takes a2, then maybe you could have some fun with, or maybe rook b8 or something. That was my idea, and then, you know, go for those crazy lines. But unfortunately, it does not work. But can you kind of play a little bit more safer, g3?
Yeah, g3 looks very normal, just on general grounds as well, stopping any bishop h2, making a luft. Apparently it's always just roughly equal. White has enough to regain the pawn, but not enough to get an edge. But it looks like
It looks
still
scary,
black
though.
first to be careful. Yeah, for sure. Problem is white can never activate the knight because he's always tied to
I know.
f2 defense.
And you can't go rook takes e7 because there's queen to b1 check coming with tempo. So that's a little bit annoying. So you have to do something else.
Yeah, some king g2. No,
yeah.
black holds, but no more.
It still feels like black is the one dancing on the edge there. So, okay, what do we think Van Nguyen will play? Do you think
would
he's
guess
going to
you
resist the
take.
temptation to take with check?
The problem is if you see g3, that after queen takes a2, you have nothing direct, like this rook b7, rook f7. Then you start thinking, okay, there I'm a pawn down, might as well take. He lost 4 in a row, and here at least it doesn't look like he can be in danger, so I would expect that, but
Yeah.
who knows where he's at.
Yeah, who knows where he's at, and who is that in the background? That's little Faustino.
Fausti's stopping by.
Sindarov walking up and down. Have you ever played here in Wijk?
No, I've been here many times, but I was always hidden in a dark hotel room pushing buttons, working as a second. So no, never played.
Never played. Do you regret not playing?
I have many regrets, but not playing chess normally is not one of them. But I like being here. Don't need to play.
Okay. Being here is enough. We can go and check in on Suleimani. We've had a request from the audience. Oh, it's not pretty what has happened to Suleimani's position. I mean, but we were struggling there. We're going to put it up, and you can already see there on our live screens there is a black pawn on a3. There is a center pawns on e4, d4 for black. And what happened? I mean,
He lost patience after rook a6 and thought he has to do something. Went b4 and knight b3, but he's just giving up 2 pawns. Probably couldn't stand looking at his position anymore. It was so ugly. And he gets to make 1 active move, but 2 pawns is a steep price.
okay, well, the pawn on a3 is not going to live long. So can you grovel this one? So
No, white is busy regaining 1 of the pawns here, so you can
take.
start a little counterattack.
Knight takes a3.
Knight takes.
I will try to initiate some trades. HG. Yeah. This is bad.
Yeah, maybe FG wasn't even needed, but he's a pawn down, and black has the attack.
Yeah. And this is super good for black. You know, the rook is so versatile. So, yeah. And that just looks simple, though, Jan.
Yeah, I mean, I understand he couldn't stand the look of this position, so he felt he needed to do something active. But no, his strategy for the game backfired, trying to keep pieces on the board. He had this general plan, thinking to play for a win against such a good theoretician, I can't do anything concrete. But what he did was too random, and he just ended up in a very bad position.
Yeah. So I didn't is in a bad position. Looks like he's headed to a loss. Let's check in on Andy Woodward, also sharing the lead with 9 points. Andy found this really classy king to d2.
Erwin waited for a move, went rook b6 before taking, and rook h4, forcing the capture. They have this endgame, but yeah, rook b6, probably slightly better version than what we looked at, because the rook on h4 is not really doing much.
No.
Now knight back, and if knight d2. Now you can even win some time to grab some space, or maybe try to break here.
Just to kind of clarify, why can't white go on the offensive immediately? Why do you have to go knight d2 just to regain the pawn?
I just
Can you
wanted
go?
the pawn.
Can you not do it by a e5?
I thought maybe you get hit with g5, knight g4. It was
Yes. Yeah, that's a nice intermediate move.
because if knight takes e5, and if we give up this pawn, I wasn't so happy.
Yeah, very effective there.
What else is there? g4 apparently, but also looks a bit.
Well, if you can get in g5,
script.
then e5 is going to be safer at least.
Yeah, still such a strange move.
I don't think you're going to go rook h4 and then block the rank with g4.
And apparently black is also right. You can go h5 and then g5, knight g4 check. No, so Erwin's resisting. He does love his end games, and also the old wisdom. I'm not sure applies anymore, but against young players, go for the end game.
It doesn't apply at all.
Nah, I also never felt it.
I think it kind of went out of fashion back in 2016 or something, because everyone was taking like your Prags, your Gukeshas into endgames, and everyone was not doing well against them.
And Ivanchuk, half a point behind.
Well, he's in great shape, because as we see, the bishop landed on c2, b3 is on the table. The question is, does he have kind of a winning advantage on a practical level? Like, why not go b3 right now?
Start with rook e8, rook c1. Now b3 will come.
Yep.
What he's thinking about, and that's why he's hesitating with b3, he's wondering if white can bail out like this. Because if the b pawn lives, black should just win. So he's trying to evaluate if he can win this position. I don't know. It's an exchange. The rooks will find works. Has to be good for black, but how much?
It looks good, right? Rook e b8. That feels like it's a natural move. And then the queen just goes somewhere. And there's no threats whatsoever, right? So now you can start improving your rooks. Yeah.
Doubling somewhere. Yeah, black is better for sure. I guess he's wondering if it's even more advantageous for him to just keep this construction and keep the option to go b3, a3, or whatever in the future, or maybe go f6 first, kick this knight, which also looks very nice.
Yeah. Actually, you know, if white were to kind of cling on here, how would they even do that?
I don't know. There are no good moves in bad positions, so what's the saying?
Well, he's
and he's
gone
played b3.
b3.
He forces the action. A takes b. I don't think Yuffa has a choice. He has to eliminate this pawn with rook takes b3. If not, first of all, b2 is a threat, and also f6. And if this pawn just stays there, will queen eventually, so you gotta take it.
Yeah, nothing to be done. So, but the problem is that you are consigning yourself to defending this one for the rest. I was going to say eternity, because it feels like eternity.
How's Ivanchuk's tournament gone? 8.5 out of 12. Great score. Only lost to Erwin Lamy. Had 1, 2, 3, 4 draws.
He's got the best tie breaks as well.
Yeah, beat the two leaders.
Yeah. And the challenges is decided by direct encounters. So Ivanchuk, just by virtue of beating Aydin Süleymanli and Andy Woodward, has the best tiebreak. So if he wins his game, Andy Woodward draws.
Süleymanli looks lost, so
Yes.
Ivanchuk is very much in it. Will need an Erwin Lamy assist, but right now he has good winning chances, and Andy's position is about equal. Ivanchuk might qualify for the Masters.
Yes, and what a performance though, you know, because he's entertained us with a lot of glorious moments, like making moves in 1 second left. Some sparkling attacks. It's been quite the event for him, and it's quite nice though to see a legend of the game play at this level. And if he qualifies for the Masters, I'd like to see how he gets on against the world's best.
What's next? Is Vichy going to play in the Challengers next year?
Well, well, do you think they wouldn't? They might not accept though.
I would think they would probably allow Vichy to jump straight into the Masters if he.
No, but doesn't it
really
feel a
wants to
little
play.
bit insulting to
Yeah.
kind of offer like the legends of the game? Well, you know, there's no space, but maybe in the challenges. I'm not sure I would even dare ask that question.
Of course not. Still, 4 draws for Ivanchuk. That's a drawing percentage of what? 33%. What's the average in the Masters and Challengers? Do we know?
Wow, all I know is that there's been a lot of fighting spirit and a lot of
Oh, nice.
decisive results. And every round it's felt like it's been like 5 decisive results in the Challengers, 4 in the Masters. And we'll see whether my experience actually is backed up by the data. And there are a lot of...
45% decisive games. That's much more than average in a super tournament. My feeling was it would be even more because we've seen so much bloodshed, but apparently there are still some draws in there.
Right,
but yeah, I don't have a comparison. I would guess in modern other super tournaments, well, like what, 35% decisive games? What's the normal one?
Well, I think there's a lot less actually, especially in these closed events. Often the drawing margin is pretty high.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can see.
So what's the secret? Invite a bunch of kids and don't allow them to offer draws?
Yes, and the time control, and also make them play in a village. Make them see each other every day, every breakfast, every lunch.
You think
every
that makes
dinner.
them more aggressive? Wouldn't that make them more friendly?
Well, I don't know. I'm just kind of saying that there might be a
just recording.
correlation here with the
All right.
decisive results and the fact that we are playing in a village.
More research will be needed. We'll go on a quick break, crunch the numbers. See you then.
skin for skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. The damage is done, but I don't care. You're worth the cost, I don't care. All I ever wanna be is eyes for eyes, lips for lips, skin for skin, sin for sin. Eyes for eyes, lips for lips, skin for skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is eyes for eyes, lips for lips, skin for skin, sin for your sin.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hello. Well, I have a question for you.
Okay, let's go.
What do you enjoy the most about playing chess?
Chess is amazing, you know, you can look at a position, look for tactics, look for beautiful things, and that's what I like the most about chess.
Who is your favorite chess player?
I'll say Magnus. He won a lot, you know, he's very good.
If you didn't have the opportunity to be a grandmaster, what would you be?
International master. If I didn't have a chance to be grandmaster, I would be stuck at the international master.
Why did you begin with chess?
Started because of my sister. My sister was the first one to start in the family, and I picked it from her.
How old were you when you began with chess?
Quite old by modern standards. I was 7.5.
What is your favorite color on the chessboard? Would you rather be white or black?
White, you know, taking the small advantages.
Do you have regular routines before a chess competition?
I try to solve puzzles. Also, I try to practice online, play some blitz games.
Did you ever get in a fight while playing chess with your brother and sister or not?
Yeah, we got into a lot of fights actually when we were younger. Not just when playing chess, so all the time basically. So, but we're still here, healthy, and now we actually work together, so we are good friends now.
My question is, what is your favorite thing about chess?
Generally about the game, I like the fact that it provides a lot of challenge, and especially when you play against someone, you want to prove that you're a better player.
What do you do like before the game? Do you prepare or?
No, I'm just gonna sit there and think. To which guy I'm now gonna play, and I don't have a routine.
Welke interne vragen stelt u uzelf tijdens een cruciale fase in een partij?
Ja, wat je eigenlijk moet proberen is gewoon echt over de stelling na te denken, niet over alle andere dingen.
I think some of the most important questions to ask during a game is like, what is my weakest piece? What is my weaknesses in the position? What are my opponent's plans?
I mean, sometimes I'm asking myself, like, why do I make the stupid move if I feel I made a blunder?
Wat is volgens u het verschil tussen het denkproces van een amateur en een grootmeester?
To be honest, I don't think it's such a big difference how the Grandmaster and the amateur player thinks, because both of us want to find an idea that the opponent missed, so we want to trick our opponent.
Thank you.
Kids asking the Grandmasters questions. I think that should be a regular feature in whatever tournament that you play in. Well, we've had complications. Now we're perhaps in the clarifications, some big developments in the top games, especially in the game between Arjun Erigaisi against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Nodirbek, with a win, would just win the tournament outright. And as I can see, there's been a trade of knights on the board, and that seems to have favored Nodirbek big time, as White's pawns are just very weak.
Yeah, let's catch up with what happened. So we've seen knight e3, knight takes f4, and we couldn't really make anything work for White. And Arjun probably came to the same conclusion, decided to bail out, exchanging this knight, knight d5, bishop out, takes, and Black is still better. It's opposite color bishops, but White has all these weaknesses. Rook d1, rook d8, some exchanges, bishop c1. He's offering this pawn in order to get to the endgame, which he probably thinks he can survive by, I don't know, pushing this pawn to e7. Even here, maybe we can take. If takes, rook d1.
You pick up the b pawn there at the end. So.
No, here we lose, but White has bishop here, and he's hanging in there. So Arjun, not finished yet, fighting for survival, but only Nodirbek Abdusattorov can win this, which means if Sindarov doesn't win his game, Abdusattorov is winning this tournament.
Yes. Then let's check in on Sindarov then, because Van Nguyen, he is low on time.
As usual.
As usual. Okay, the position, they played 26 moves already, and we kind of reached this position. He still hasn't taken a decision.
After king g7, he's still sitting there.
Yes.
He has to play faster.
Well,
take the pawn, then think.
Or think and then make a sequence of moves pretty quickly. So if he's going to go g3, then do it now, and then go rook b7 in an instant, or g3, h4. Do it fast.
I know it is. If things aren't going well and you start losing confidence, of course, you tell yourself, okay, I have to play more quickly. But sometimes it's very hard to get rid of this habit if things aren't going your way. And here, doesn't mean he's gonna lose. The position is simplified enough, but we've seen him do bad things to his position. Couple times already when the clock was running low.
Right, and this is the kind of position where literally it can go either way. You know, you play well and then suddenly White is winning if Sindarov makes a mistake, and if you put one foot wrong, Black's activity is such that danger can suddenly appear out of nowhere. Queen takes a2. But Van Nguyen, you gotta make a move. Take a decision.
You can see him sitting there, and often you end up in this vicious cycle in your head. You calculate g3, you calculate queen e7, you calculate g4, whatever, and you don't fully like anything. You're feeling maybe, but I should be better here. You keep taking turns, and just gotta make a move.
And it looks like he's reaching for a pawn.
Not g4. Don't go g4.
No, don't do that. That's not good. g3. Is h4 okay?
Yeah, I would guess so. g3 looks more natural than h4, because the king gets a luft. Well, after h4 he doesn't. But h4 prepares knight g5. So there's also an option, and there we go, h4 played.
Okay, and now Sindarov, what is he gonna do? Queen takes a2 is like the natural move, right?
Yeah. Because after h4 the rook can't go active, because we're still being checkmated here. So this would not work. So he must go rook f1, cover this guy, and try to generate some activity here.
Is bishop f6 an only move? It kind of feels like it is.
Doesn't look like only, but it's certainly a safe choice. The problem for Sindarov is he also sees that Nodirbek is better. So to create winning chances, he has to keep more material. And here it looks like this. This should just be equal. All the pawns disappear. So I'm not sure if he can find a way to mix it also with tight Ivan's little time. I don't know. Throw out some risky move. Can we go rook f7, knight g5 is too much. Huh?
Yeah, could you go in h6? h5 is going to be... No, you throw in a check.
Yeah, this looks unpleasant too. If rook takes, then this check becomes a lot more powerful. So maybe it's just an equal position. And we're headed for a draw. But I'm sure Sindarov will look for a way to keep it going, feeling that tight Ivan is a bit hesitant.
Well, he is taking his time, but ultimately h4, quite a nice move, supporting knight to g5. Sindarov, plenty of time though. He's just got under the hour. So he's gonna enjoy that and think about whether to be practical, whether to simply be pragmatic and accept that the position is level, or whether he'll look for more. And talking about looking for more, maybe we check in on Jordan, who is doing very well against Pragg. Got a knight to e4. That's a beast.
What happened? We've seen this, pawn to b4, and Jordan just went straight for this nice outpost. f5, knight d3. Yeah, Jordan's putting pressure. Not a pleasant defense for Praggnanandhaa. The knight has to stay here, keep an eye on e5, and black could go g5, force some more exchanges. Not fun times for Praggnanandhaa.
No, and the last thing you want to be doing is finishing a tournament like this on a loss.
That's normally true, yeah. Like most tournaments, you don't want to finish on a loss.
Right, but you've got the candidates inside. He's the defending champion. It's not good. At least if he kind of drew this, then okay, fine. Then you can go into repair mode, into working out what went wrong, at least with a good frame of mind.
We should also point out if Jordan were to win this, he would finish on 8 out of 13. He might not win the tournament, but +3 would be a tremendous score. Also bring his rating up to, I don't know, 2725 territory, which must be close to, if not his personal record. So good to see Jordan playing so well.
So how much of a star is Jordan and Anish? Like, can they walk down the streets in the Netherlands and get recognized? No. No.
Not even in Groningen.
Really? Anywhere else not? Well,
I'm not so sure. I've gone on many walks with Anish in places like Bucharest or Warsaw, and he averages like 3 pictures per walk, and often not because you're around chess fans. Like, he's quite well known, especially if there's, I don't know, Grand Chess Tour or something going on that's covered in the media. Like, people recognize him.
Okay. But
quite a lot, even outside of the Netherlands.
But not in the Netherlands.
Maybe it's just not in the Netherlands,
Okay, well, I can tell you, like, Magnus can't move for people recognizing him in Norway. So there's a standard.
For Jordan, I don't know, but I'm also not sure if he lives in the Netherlands. Maybe he went away because it's too much.
Too much attention, yes. Well, Jordan, for Pragg, I guess he just has to go on the defensive, perhaps support a pawn. And he played queen to b2, right?
Speaking of being famous, no one competes with Gukesh or Pragg. I remember I was team captain in some, what's called World Rapid Amateur Team Championship in Düsseldorf in Germany, and Praggnanandhaa was on our team, and when we won, there were 0 Germans and 100 Indians outside waiting for Praggnanandhaa. So these guys are big celebrities anywhere in the world.
Well, okay, let's check in on us chess celebrities, because there's a big imbalance in the position.
Which one? Which one?
This one.
Prague or
No,
where you want to go?
Gukesh.
Ah, Gukesh.
Prague is suffering, so let's move on to this one because I was like, where's the queen?
What happened when we had this sort of quiet position and Gukesh went... Vincent, first of all, didn't recapture here, went rook a8, offering the pawn. But Gukesh said, no, thank you. I would rather push my own pawn. And what's going on? Knight c5. It's tough for white to move the queen anywhere, because there are too many jumps. Or queen c2, he didn't like a takes b4, I'm guessing. So Gukesh gave the queen?
He gave the queen.
Takes. And what do we have? We have
a rook and
knight,
a knight.
a rook, and one pawn. 1.5.
Maybe some more
1, 2,
pawns
3,
will come
4, in. 6 versus 7. So one pawn, roughly material balance. Takes. Rook c1, bishop. So we're down to no more pawns, but a lot of weaknesses in the white camp. In the black camp, however, e4 is also hanging.
Okay, and there's also an unsafe king as well. So the question is, what are we going to do as white? Take the pawns, get the knight out of the way?
I know, can I take here? I would like to get rid of the passer, but the answer is no. There is sneaky little double attack.
Yeah, those things are easy to fall for. Okay, so and if you
take
go
the
the
other one?
other direction, isn't there some kind of similar business with rook d4 and then...
Oh, more double attacks. Takes and another queen b4. There's no rook here because the bishop covers it. So we can't take either pawn.
Okay, well that's important to establish. And then what happens if you go on the front foot? Knight f5,
looks
yeah.
like a move. Takes.
And you're still pestered by this queen to b4 business, so let's go h3.
Yeah. But black looks active enough, no? The queen is doing stuff.
Yeah, rook c1, double
I guess we get rid of
one.
one of these rooks. Still have the a pawn. Ah, no, maybe white can survive and create counterplay here. But looks like it's Gukesh who's fighting for a draw. Probably I will make 2 more moves and he's going to be winning, but...
Okay, well there's knight e8. And almost.
Almost
we're-
checkmate,
yeah,
but not quite.
What do you
Okay, apparently he's active enough and we've gone too far.
Yeah, that was a very long line, but it did
Yeah.
show the danger. First up, that you have to move the knight.
Yeah, f5 or f3
Yeah.
somewhere.
But what would you say? I mean, we kind of looked at knight f5 and kind of concluded that white is the one who has to be a bit more careful. But if you kind of put the knight on f3 a little bit closer and at least defend the rook on e1, would you say black needs to be precise here as well, or can you just more or less get away with anything? Queen takes e4.
I'm honestly not sure. I was also wondering, like, this type of position, like takes, whatever, takes here, which side has to be careful. 'Cause sometimes let's play just on one side of the board. If white can organize his pieces, this king can get weak. But I still had a hard time believing also the queen is not powerful enough. So I don't know is the answer.
Okay.
I really don't know. My computer says equal, which doesn't help. I would guess I would rather take black because the queen is such a good piece on an open board, but I'm really not sure.
Yeah, well, unclear. Thankfully, we have that
Good old
word in our chess vocab. And something that is far from unclear is maybe we check in on Arjun against Nodirbek, because Nodirbek making all the right inroads. Now the Rook is there, the queen
is
is
not
there on
unclear.
c5. Yeah, exactly. This is, would you say minus plus already?
I don't know. I guess we have to calculate like bishop a3.
Maybe
That's
we
certainly
can.
bad.
I mean, how did things? Because it didn't look that. It looked bad, but it didn't look.
Yeah, we've seen this. Queen
Terrible.
h4, rook e4,
Mhm.
queen e7. The queen
Nice
takes a break.
geometry.
Comes back. h3 and rook d4. Now Arjun's getting outplayed. He's been getting outplayed all game. He quote-unquote won the opening battle, surprised Nodirbek and got a promising position, but it's been going downhill ever since.
And is there any traps for Nodirbek? Yeah, because I'm thinking rook d1. That's one obvious move.
Yeah,
This
I was
queen takes
wondering if
c4.
this is good enough, but there's also this. And if you take, we take all the pieces.
Yeah.
So you have to
But
go
king h2.
king
Oh, king
f2
f2. Yes,
to
of
stop
course.
this. And I don't know, apparently this is good, but also this looks terrible.
Okay, so that's not a. That's looking really good for Nodirbek. So not a pitfall.
Arjun looking cool as always and plays bishop to a3. His position is not fun at all. Very pleasant choice. For Abdusattorov, you can go for this business, check, and now, yeah, queen here, or the most direct. Force the exchange of rooks, check, and take here. Still, might look like it's nothing special because opposite card bishops probably still equal material. But with the white king so weak and these pawns are
They're all falling. And also they're on light squares as well.
Yeah, you can just pick them up.
Can you not check?
Ah, yeah, you can give a check too.
Although,
It's nice to keep the king.
yeah. Well, what did he play?
Let's see.
Rook d1.
Rook d1 played. He is precise, eh? He's so in shape here. King f2, and now, yeah. This or this, both good. Also no other moves, because everything else you lose. You lose the rook, so you can't really go wrong.
Okay, what about queen d4? Keep the queen and rooks on the
Right,
board.
let's do a little
Yes.
check. We have to go away. Even the endgames are bad. I don't know if winning, but certainly bad.
Takes. What about?
We go after the pawns.
Okay. Bishop to d8.
Yeah,
Hoping.
it's all very tough. Like here, there's b5.
Yeah.
Maybe you survive some of these, but
I don't think
it's,
so. Two connected pass pawns. It's going to be
quite bad.
very difficult.
But I would think Nodirbek will go for the most forcing way because it also looks so promising. Like you take the bishop, bishop has to go, and queen c5 was a nice move, keeping the king in the center and threatening bishop takes c4, and then some checkmates, queen e3, bishop b3, whatever. Just looks really, really bad.
Yeah, it looks really bad for Arjun there and Nodirbek. What do we think? Do you think he's going to keep the queens on, or do you think that he's going rook f1? Rook f1, hands up, any votes? Yes, there's some hands. And who thinks he's going to
Some
keep the
rook
queens
f1
on?
heads.
No one thinks he's going to keep the queens on.
I
Anyone?
understand both moves keep the queens on.
Ah, sorry, the rook's on, sorry. Who thinks that he's going to keep the rooks on with queen d4? It's less clear, but it is it's tempting. But in terms of the tournament situation, knowing that a draw is going to give you at least a
I
tie
think
break.
at this point, okay, he can only lose if he blunders a piece. I think at this point he's just looking for
the most easiest.
for the kill. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Rook f1.
He will take his time. He has 38 minutes, which is plenty to calculate his options.
Okay.
Hard to believe Arjun survives this, and yeah, rook f1 check plate. He's not setting a foot wrong. king takes, queen takes. The bishop has to go here or here, but it's always the same. Queen c5. Many of these endgames will also start being more or less winning, like here.
You're going to take.
Takes, and now, I don't know, bishop b3 is coming.
Yeah.
Once you get these 3 pawns, it doesn't matter if it's opposite color bishops, they will do some damage.
Yep.
So bishop b2 on the board.
Mm-hmm. What's next? I mean, we saw queen c5 is like super effective, but is queen to f4 taking a misstep?
I would guess it's
just
less precise. Maybe this is still winning, but black has fewer tempi here than in the other line where we got king f7 and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe white can hope for barely surviving something like this.
Okay.
Wow, so queen c5 is so nice.
I know. I'm just trying to find some potential pitfalls. Queen c5 keeps everything firmly under control, but it is also tempting to kind of go give a check, pick up a pawn, and as we see, you know, black is winning, but it's not as easy.
Nodirbek taking his time. Ignorant question, maybe people know. Has he won like a super tournament before? He's the former world rapid champion, of course, and he came very close in Wijk, but I can't recall off the top of my head. And queen c5 played.
Well, he won
e2.
London Classic. Does
yeah,
that
I wasn't
count?
sure. Oh, I don't want to offend the London Chess Classic. If we counted that one, like, that was last month, so I remember. Yeah, I guess we've counted. And king e2 played, blitzed out by Arjun. And yeah, I guess the question is, which of these bishop endgames are winning, or do you try to keep the queens on the board? Like takes, king d2, let's say. King f7. I think king f7 is important to stop all this. e6, bishop e5 counterplay.
Okay, well, can you still go for it? e6?
You now take with the king. I don't care about this pawn.
Yeah. Well, that's a pity. What about king c3? But you keep getting everything with time.
Pick up some more guys here. It's probably winning, but it's always a big decision if you go for the opposite color bishop's endgame. Because keeping the queens on does look very tempting either, frankly. And yeah, he goes bishop takes c4 check. King d2. And he can still exchange queens if he wants to. But he doesn't have to. So what is this? Check, takes. Once again, king f7 is there. Or the most greedy way, bishop f1. Have to try this.
Take.
I thought here.
c5, c6.
Yeah. Okay. So try to hang on to some pawns.
Now you can go. Isn't bishop c6 quite nice?
Yeah. No, probably it's just winning. Yeah? Too many pawns, and this guy is not really doing anything.
Yeah.
Nodirbek can take his time now to calculate this. I don't know, my instincts would still be, because everybody's so paranoid about exchanging into an opposite color bishop endgame and it being a draw. So my instinct would still be to keep queens on the board and play something. But he's such a good calculator, probably he can just work this all out.
Yeah.
Do I have to go here, or is this also winning? Okay,
Well,
it's also good, but
isn't
not winning a pawn.
Isn't this e6 idea still?
No, e6 I can take with the king. I normally don't
And
care.
you've always got
You
bishop
can
f1.
Yeah, you can have that pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know, it all looks very promising, but the direct way is this bishop f1. e6 takes.
And if he
Bishop
keeps
e5, c5.
and if he keeps the queens on, you know, just because you feel that you are winning, that you should be able to trade off queens whenever. So, for instance, a random move.
Yeah, yeah, you can play h6 or
Let's
b5.
try your b5. Although that was a pawn that we were winning on occasion.
Yeah, I'm also not sure if I want to exchange it. Then again, if I keep 2 passed pawns here, it doesn't matter probably. No, it's all very grim for Arjun. Nodirbek also has a lot of time. This is move 38, so he doesn't have to worry about time trouble.
Yeah.
To calculate.
Well, also, just to kind of, if you were to go b5 or h6 or some move, isn't White going to jump in with the queen to f5?
Yeah. Also, do you want to allow like potential counterplay here if you can work this out? And yeah, queen f2 check plate. Ain't afraid of no ghosts.
Well, next is
he
takes,
and let's see if he blitzes out bishop f1 as well.
I think it is a natural. Why not go pawn hunting? Bishop f1. King f7.
King f7 is also tempting.
Let's go bishop f1. Let's go for the most direct route to the prize.
Yeah, that's nice to pick up one of these pawns, because then down the stretch you also have a potential pass pawn on this side.
Exactly.
Well, this pawn will never queen.
Yeah, and a bishop can't dance at 2 weddings.
Oh.
Nice rule when it comes to bishop and pawn ending. It is. It basically means that when you're defending, you want the bishop to defend on one single diagonal. So, like, for instance, think of a pawn chain. If it's doing that defensive job like that, then it's actually quite a good defense. But if it's having to stretch itself out between 2 diagonals like this, then, yeah, this is complicated.
He did play king f7.
Okay.
Just bringing the king and eliminating any e6s, which also should be winning, but it's not picking up one of these poor guys just yet.
No. Okay, so g3. G3, h4, I don't think it makes too much of a difference. h4.
So how do we win this? Just slowly, yeah? c5, bring the king, go b5.
Let's put it on the board.
It's also strength of these guys. He doesn't even have to calculate if he can sort of approach it conceptually, no? Like, put the king here, go b5.
I have an idea. Let's go bishop a3.
All right.
And let's just whistle a happy tune.
Yeah, but if you go a5, I just take.
You
I
just
don't care.
take. Okay. Well, the thing is, though, if you don't go, then a4 is always going to be like a liability.
Yeah, black just wants to connect the passes. They will win, so a5 we take. Oh, just as I said it. Oh, big grandmasterly explanation. Not so easy. I take everything back. Why is this not winning? Because he can go. Okay. I take everything back. Good idea. But this is the key. Wow. And now we get the correct passes. King b6, king c6.
And they're going to be backed up by the king. And the problem also is that there's the existence of the kingside pawn, so there's not going to be any salvation there.
But still, and this is curious that A and B aren't winning.
Yeah, but that's a bit weird. Let's show that one here.
Okay, king. This here,
and then go up.
And now it's
you got blockade.
Your 2 weddings rule. The bishop can do anything. Everything from d6 stops the pawn and hangs on to this one.
Yes.
Nice. So can a knight dance at 2 weddings?
A knight has never been invited to the wedding, so I don't know. I haven't worked it out. So I assume no. Knights are not very good at being flexible. But okay, so hang on a second. Let's go back to this kind of line, because there was some danger. So if, for instance, you were going bishop e6, I guess you could go king e6.
Yeah, it's white to move, so let's say whatever, h4.
Yeah, h4, g3, you know, like this, king e6. And, well, that kind of forces the issue and stops bishop a3. Maybe...
Also, apparently, let's say you go here. I mean, we could take, but I'm surprised Compi is saying this is also winning, because I thought then we go a5, but it doesn't seem to matter. Because now, once again,
yeah,
the pawns start rolling.
Okay, this is all about those passed pawns.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's all about the fact that they're not blockaded on dark squares as well. So, okay, something, but the king e6 is also supernatural. Bishop e, it's not supernatural.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Natural.
It doesn't really matter that much, but yeah, the plan seems to be the same.
Mm-hmm.
No, Nodirbek, yeah, he decided on this very quickly, and he's not even spending time on bishop f1.
And
just thinks, okay, I'll win.
Talking about time, they've made the time control, so they got loads of time to think about this position and ponder, whereas after, have we had some, we had a decision, by the way, from Sindarov. He took on a2 after some thought, and after rook f1, now he's back in the tank.
Yeah, this was the big moment where bishop f6 looked natural, but it was sort of a draw, which he probably is not satisfied with. So he's trying to figure out if there's a way to keep it going. Then again, if Abdusattorov wins, or if you can see Nodirbek is winning, maybe it also curbs his enthusiasm, and he's thinking, okay, I can't win the tournament anyway, so let's go bishop f6.
Yep.
Get it over with.
And also, let's take a quick peek at Andy Woodward as he plays his endgame against Erwin Lamy.
So basically, if Andy wins, assuming Suleimanli doesn't win his bad position, Andy makes it to the Masters, and if he doesn't, then Ivanchuk could leapfrog him, take the spot.
He could. So very exciting situation. And what do we make of this?
What happened? We've seen this e5, g5 trick by Erwin. That should solve most of his problems to get rid of the e4 pawn. Knight e4, knight back, bishop takes, some tactics. But I don't think Erwin is losing this. Equal pawns. His guys are a little weak, but White also has weaknesses.
But White has a lot of flexibility with the rooks.
Yeah.
So, okay, what is Black going to play?
I don't know. King f8.
Okay, king f8.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know why I'm thinking b3. I just want to restrain this pawn on c5.
Good. Some move.
h5. And now I kind of wanted to go king d3. I kind of want a trade of knights now I think about it. At the right time, because then you can get your king to c4 with no fear of checks. So
no, you can't just
no, I can't
take them
just
off the board.
Because I know. How annoying. Okay, so but it actually is. Okay, can you pile up then on the h line, rook h1?
It's always knight f6 if there's too many enemy. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's maybe slightly better for White, but it feels like with this weakness on d5, Erwin
it's enough.
It's out of the worst.
Oh.
So how's Ivanchuk doing? Is he winning his game?
Let's have a look.
Where is he? Here. So we've seen this b3 forcing Yuffa to sacrifice the rook for the bishop, but at least getting rid of this dangerous pawn. Queen g3, some stuff. And apparently this is still very, very good for Ivanchuk. Also, there's this rule of thumb that if your opponent has 2 rooks and you only have 1, you shouldn't exchange it, no? Not one of your rules?
No.
Right.
It was the other way around. When
you should exchange it?
Yeah, when... No, hang on a second. Are you talking for the defender or the attacker? Because I'm talking for the attacker.
I'm saying if you have fewer rooks, keep the one rook you have.
Keep the one rook. Yeah. Because I was thinking for the attacker. For the attacker, you exchange a set of rooks.
I mean, these rules, there's always enough exceptions, but it does make some sense that if you get rid of your remaining rook, now the enemy rook has all the space in the world to cause problems, and it's not too surprising this loss. The knight looks sort of active, but is also very far away from home, and if it can't get any jumps, no, Ivanchuk should win this, no?
Yeah, he should. He definitely should be winning this one, especially the queen is coming in as well, and the d-pawn is not a menace for the time being, so looking good for Ivanchuk. And you know what that means? If he wins and he draws, it is Ivanchuk that qualifies to the Masters. And we are seeing further clarifications, by the way, in the Arjun Nodirbek game. It's funny to focus all our energy on an opposite color bishop endgame.
What to do?
But
Arjun went
such an important one.
Well, he went e6 because he probably also decided that waiting was hopeless. Trying to activate at least, but it cost him another pawn because now that Nodirbek did bring his king, he's saying, okay, gimme. And
yeah.
Still lost, yes, still the same plan. I mean, you can pick up the a-pawn if the opportunity arises as well.
Okay, well,
let's create these 2 passes, and very important, we have the right bishop. So if you create 2 passed pawns here and you exchange them for this white bishop, you will win with your h-pawn.
Right. However, with that trade of pieces, the pawns rather, if for some reason Nodirbek allows his queenside pawns to be blockaded on the dark squares, it's going to be a dead draw.
Yeah, shouldn't do that. But is there any chance?
Well, okay, and then you just start trying to hold firm.
Attack, wait, and b5. Yeah, at any moment really. I guess you take a5. Okay, should make a difference. Takes. And with the king so close, I don't think.
Yeah.
Of course, if black went c4, king b4, it's a draw. But king d5, get the bishop out of the way. Go b5, b4. The bishop gives a check. The king helps. Then c4, c3 comes. I think it's just over.
So is there any kind of way that the bishop could kind of work its magic to attack c7? Yeah, like this.
I don't see it.
Like this.
Even if we don't want to think about bishop c7, just king here, whatever, h4.
h4.
And it's always the same, c5, king c6, b5.
Yep. Yep.
No, it's just over.
Well, brilliantly calculated there from Nodirbek. You know, dealing with that surprise out of the opening, you know, he faced some pressure. It looked a little bit scary for him, I was going to say, you know, especially when Arjun had this possibility of going f5 and lengthening the long diagonal on the dark squares. But he's handled it super well. And since he turned it around, it's just gone all downhill for Arjun. Oh, by the way, we've got to go to Van Nguyen.
All right. How's the clock? Bishop f4. So Sindarov found a way to keep it going. Queen takes. Rook f7. Queen back. It's not.
Oh, okay.
Not that much drama yet. Still equal.
I was fooled by a dancing evaluation bar.
It's all right.
But okay, so Sindarov with a win would get a clear second with a draw as well.
It's been a good tournament for the Uzbeks anyway, and Sindarov, of course, he wants to win this tournament, but having won the World Cup and playing the candidates, he's probably also thinking, let Nodirbek have one. I've had a good run anyway.
Well, he has had a good run. Just for one brief moment, catching Nodirbek. Some fantastic moments, you know, some highlights that really come to mind is his win against Matthias.
Yeah.
You know, finding knight d3 more or less instantly.
Such a tricky guy.
Yeah.
In this game, we haven't talked about it so much. Aravind is doing well now. Potentially, he's a pawn down, but his bishops are active. Okay. So, roughly balanced. Any other drama going on? Keimer against Gukesh. Yeah, they reached one of these positions where I couldn't decide which side we prefer. Still can't really decide, but it looks like white cannot really lose, right? I mean, we put the rook here, we shuffle the knight around, and it doesn't look like black can target anything.
Yeah, that's an effective blockade.
Yeah, I'm not sure if white can be better either, but it doesn't seem like Gukesh is in trouble.
Well, can you try to go, for instance, h4 as white? So this is just a kind of conceptual thing. So get that knight to g3, go h4, win the pawn on. Okay, he instead attacks the queen.
Rook a7 plate. He doesn't want to blockade, he wants to take everything.
Well, also very good if you can get that. So where's the queen going to go? Actually, she has to go to b8.
b8 to stop.
Stop bishop f4. And now for something a little bit different, there is nothing.
Oh no, your knight jumps around, but it feels nicer to be white somehow. With all these weaknesses.
Well, can you come in
Hard
with
to
your
believe.
king?
Where? Queen b8 plate?
Yeah, king g6. I was getting a bit nervous. Yes. Yeah, that wasn't a good move. But then, yeah.
Well, I guess you ask the knight
But it goes
where
to
it's
g3.
headed. It goes here. Cover.
Can you not attack?
Player.
Attack the knight? Ask the question immediately.
Also possible, yeah. Yeah, apparently it's all balanced still.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it's more comfortable to be Gukesh here. Just because black constantly has to be worrying about those weaknesses. But a very nice moment there, giving up the queen and seeing that this very imbalanced position gives him chances.
Okay, neither can win the tournament. Keimer has had an alright tournament after he won 3 in a row. Gukesh missed many chances, but still at 50%, showing his class that even if things go wrong.
And if they drew, wouldn't this be Keimer's second draw of the competition?
I think so, yeah.
He's
So maybe it has been a very drawish tournament, just Vincent refused to draw. Oh no, he has 2 draws against Yas and against Sindarov, so
Okay.
third.
The third. Yeah, but still, very impressive. Winning so many. How many games did he win? 6?
Yeah.
In the 6 games.
6 wins, 4 losses for Vincent Keimer.
Well, 6
Today.
wins is good.
Yeah, 4 losses.
Not so
4
good.
losses.
And maybe we check in on Jordan, see whether he's slowly making progress in his game against Praggnanandhaa. Prag down to 3 minutes and 26 seconds on the clock, but it is move 35.
Oh, what? But what is this decision? He took on f4, undoubling White's pawns?
You don't approve.
Why? I thought he was going to go g5 and torture Prag and something like this. But he had a direct idea. He took here. He takes f. So strange, though, to get rid of this weakness. G5 was his point. Breaking this. Queen back takes. Queen h5.
It still looks very nice if you ask me.
Yeah.
Although you do have to. Rook takes.
G4. Zwischenzug.
Maybe this is what he missed.
Could be. It's a nice move. Rook back takes. And rook a8. No, it looks like, yeah, he missed a chance to put more pressure, but he's still trying. Rook a8 is to open the a file with a5, h4, a5. But it looks like Praggnanandhaa has some counterplay now, like here, here, here. Don't mess us up, Jordan. Such a nice game.
No, it was a very nice game, but it does feel now that the rook has gone to a8, that white should be okay. I mean, you went to a8. It's a bit of a mysterious rook move, but I'm guessing that it's to do with just going a5.
Yeah, wants a5, but it looked like he missed a chance here. Even this position takes an h5 to make sure white doesn't get this h4 move and has to play with another weakness. Even this apparently was very promising.
But I can understand why you don't want to do that, because the rook doesn't stand so well there. But this one is a practical try.
Knight c3.
Yes.
He doesn't go a5. He goes.
Yet. Next move is going to be a5.
Or knight e2 check.
Yeah, knight e2 check is a better. So I guess you have to do something about that.
Praggnanandhaa down to 3 minutes. This is what, move 35? Not big time trouble for his standards, but not a lot of time either to calculate. What would you do?
King, g2. And then I'd let you take on a2.
But you already told me a5 was coming.
Yeah, I know. But that was my plan, but I was thinking maybe your plan might be to take on a2. I didn't have a particularly strong response to that one either. Yeah.
Still messy. I'm a bit worried, but okay. Should have more faith in Jordan that all of a sudden white builds up some sort of attack here on the king side. Praggnanandhaa goes rook f2, hangs on to the pawn.
a5
blitzed out. And now, yeah, here my fears are materializing. Okay, let's see what Prag does.
Yeah.
Are we jumping to Nodirbek? Yeah, that could be over soon, and it would be the tournament winner, so let's give him his due. Arjun is trying to hang in there, putting the king on b4, but bishop f1 just prepares c5, b5.
Yeah. And we saw this in our analysis, actually. c5, king c6, b5.
So
nothing to be done.
Yeah, you play any move, check, king anywhere, b5, takes, and then. Okay, we can continue, but it's fairly straightforward. Bishop to any square. b5, b4. And give a check. If the king tries to block from here, there will always be a way to keep these pawns running up the board, and eventually the bishop will have to sacrifice himself for it, and then black has the correct h-pawn. If this bishop was dark squared, these positions can be a draw, but here it's just over. So I would not be shocked if Arjun decided to call it a tournament here.
Yeah, it's just gone all wrong for Arjun. You know, he had that stunning victory in round 1 against Praggnanandhaa, but since then hasn't managed to win a single game.
Oh, is that the only game he won? Oh, wow.
Yep.
Crushed Prague. And yeah, since then, 4 losses, 5th incoming. No wins for one of the best players in the world, who crossed 2800 not long ago.
Yeah, but for Nodirbek, on the other hand, I just recall that one game against Hans Niemann where he had to play very precisely, but otherwise it felt like he was extremely well prepared.
Yeah, he won off day against Anish. Other than that, he's just been dominant.
Yes. And
what was the secret again? Prepare well and try to play your best chess or something?
That was the secret, and also change the mindset. He also referred to that.
Don't be results-oriented. Be joy-oriented to improve your results.
And C5 incoming.
Yeah, C5, B5, you can resign. Or not.
King B3 from Arjun, but it doesn't matter. B5 is going to be making an appearance. No need to rush this position.
He's taking a moment if he wants to regroup the bishop first, but there's no need. This just forces victory. White could play A5, but it doesn't make a difference. Black has the 2 passes anyway. Bring his king over here and then support them with the bishop. Well, no, this is resignable.
Right. I mean, the only thing that Nodirbek must not do is he must not advance the c-pawn and give a check. Yeah. But that is so elementary, and he won't do that.
He must be getting a little excited, no? He knows if he doesn't have, I don't know, a mouse slip, then he's winning this tournament.
Yeah, but you can see. It's that moment where you sense that you have it all under control. There's nothing that goes wrong.
It's a nice feeling. Know you're winning, nothing can go wrong. Move the bishop anywhere.
King steps back.
Okay.
The bishop is just going to move. B5. And Nodirbek does not leave the board.
No. He also thinks resignation could happen any moment, then often you don't even want to go for a walk, but you want to be there for the moment. Do you see the poor fan in the background with the Arjun t-shirt?
Yeah.
Doesn't look happy.
It's not been a great outing for the Indian players. Yeah, and normally they are dominant here. In Wijk can say the bishop moves to E2, B5, B4. The king is going to step up, and those 2 pawns are going to walk a happy dance. And you can just see it, Jan. You can all see it that for Nodirbek, there's so much joy now. He knows he's going to do it, and Arjun is just simply coming to terms with the fact that this has not been his tournament.
No. And he even fell out of the top 10. Not that that's so important, but he won't be happy. All Indian players below 2750 now, when Arjun, Pragg, Gukesh, and of course Vachier-Lagrave before, were all very, very close to 2800 or even above it at one point. Okay, Arjun continues fighting a little bit, but there's nothing to do. I guess his last stand, but probably Nodirbek won't even allow it. Would be to go b4, king a4, but he can go bishop d1, check first, then go b4.
Yep. And that would be precise until the very end. For Arjun. Just throwing in some moves just to prolong the inevitable.
b4 wins, but I like bishop d1, not even having to worry about this king getting anywhere in the way.
Yeah.
If the king comes here, we can just chase it away directly. Then pawns keep coming.
And there's a crowd there in the background.
I did notice.
Everyone senses that big
he goes
moment.
b4 directly,
B4.
which is also
Also good
perfectly
enough.
fine. King a4. You can go king b6. Not allowing this king any business here. And there's one spite check.
And then checkmate on
The
d1.
same procedure. Yeah, king a4 played and king b6 might force resignation. Yeah, it's played.
We will see the moment now.
The Arjun fan still believes. Check. Checkmate threat. Okay, he's gonna play it out.
King b5.
Nodirbek trying to conceal his excitement, trying to stop himself from rushing. Yes, of course.
Yeah, but we have
Could
to
just
stick.
blitz out king b5.
We have to stick with
Take a
this.
moment. Yeah, of course.
And by the way, just we saw Aydin Suleimanli walking in the background.
He lost to
lost
Ivic.
his game to Ivic.
Bishop d3. Trying to be ultra precise, restricting the king before going king b5, c4. Doesn't matter much.
No, it doesn't matter at all. It's a moment to savor, right? You're winning the game. There's so much on the line. Virtually nothing can go wrong. And we have
resigns.
handshake.
Nodirbek Abdusattorov is the winner.
Congratulations and a round of applause to the Tata Steel 2026 champion. And our audience believed, what a performance, right? These last two games that he had, today winning with the black pieces against Arjun, yesterday winning with the white pieces against Matthias, that really just sealed the deal for him. It has been a magnificent tournament, and Nodirbek finally gets what he has been dreaming about for so long. He was so close in 2023, 24. He's finally done it.
Yeah, congratulations. 9 out of 13. Amazing performance and did everything right. He lost to Anish Giri, making sure he gets invited again. Crushed everybody else. What a performance.
It's been quite the story there. But we have some games still in progress, still to be decided in the challenges. Who will be the winner there?
Before we go there, can we check in with Jordan quickly?
Yes,
I'm
let's
not sure.
go
There
there.
might still be time control. I think Prague has 13 time trial. Prague has 13 seconds, and strange things are happening. H4, knight c3. We've seen a5. Prague took. Apparently, big mistake. e6 and rook a4. Nice counter by Jordan van Foreest. Hits the g pawn. And if pawn to g5.
That's been played.
Pawn to g5 played, but he can chase this knight with rook d4 apparently.
And you know, Prague has just 13 seconds to make his final move.
Let me just briefly check this. Why is it so important to force the knight here?
There's a pawn up for grabs on h4.
Yeah, I'm wondering, because apparently rook d4 is so much smarter than rook h4 directly. Because here there's rook f7. That's a bit weird, because it looks like the knight is more active here. So what's the difference? No. And now you need this rook e4 tempo. Okay, that's difficult.
Nodirbek, congratulations. You are the Tata Steel Chess Champion 2026. What does it mean to you to win this tournament?
I mean, I can express my happiness with words. I mean, it was a long way for me. I was very close every time, and I failed year after year. And yeah, I mean, I'm extremely happy to finally to be able to to win the tournament and win in a very good, nice style. Yeah, it's one of the highlights of my career so far. I mean, I had a dream to win this tournament when I was a kid, and finally my dream come true. And it's yeah, I can express it.
And what a way to win, with a win in the last round. This last round 3 years ago, we remember it, you came in the lead, and then you suffered a loss to Jordan, and Anish ended up winning the tournament. What was your mindset? How did you feel this morning when you arrived for the last round?
I just, I just told myself, don't let it slip this year. I gave everything I had, and my last resource also. I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm speechless because it's very. I'm relieved, first of all, and I'm extremely happy. But yeah, I mean, coming for this game, I was sure that we're gonna get some fights. Obviously, I mean, I knew that he was going to fight, and I kind of expected this kind of gambit style play, because the last thing I checked before the game was bishop c4,
Really?
bishop c5. Not before, but I checked c3, knight f6, d4, ed, b4. So
just a couple of moves away.
Yeah, I kind of I read his mind, and managed to oversee his opening choice. Yeah, I mean, it was a very unexpected, but at the same moment, it's very logical, because he doesn't have anything to lose, and he just goes forward, and we're gonna get some fight. Yeah.
I was curious, actually. So when b4 happened, maybe a couple moves before you were expecting it, the Evans gambit, was it a good surprise or an unpleasant surprise?
It was a neutral, I would say, because I played this line myself with white pieces, so I knew, I mean, pretty much how to equalize with black. There are many ways, obviously, to play, but I think what I did is very forced and very solid. I think I actually mixed up the orders, like after knight e5, I think I have to play queen a4, but I quickly played queen e6 and realized that something is not fine. And yeah, after that I had to find queen e7, knight d7, just consolidate. And after that, after he played knight d4, I was pretty sure that after knight e6, black is in no trouble, and I think I should be better for black already.
What were your emotions in that moment when you understood, okay, you are better, and then a bit later, of course, when the queens came off, you have no more risk or losing? What was going on inside?
Yeah, I was sure that endgame should be winning, and I didn't hesitate, and I just went for this because I had, of course, many winning ways, but I was pretty sure this should be winning, and it's the easiest and practical way. Yeah, the way he played, of course, obviously he's in very bad form. I mean, it's a very pity for him. I mean, it's a tough tournament for him. Apparently, it's a second year in a row. But yeah, I believe he will come back stronger, and he will have great results.
And just finally, well, you are the winner now here. Will there be any celebrations, or what's next for you?
I don't know. I don't have plans for a celebration yet, but obviously, yeah, I'm going to do something.
Well, Nodirbek, we're so happy to see you be a champion here in 2026. As you said, you were so close so many times. So congratulations from all of us, and such a deserving champion.
Thank you very much.
Back to the...
Great to hear that from the 2026 Tata Steel champion. I mean, what a performance. Again, you know, finishing off in style with 2 back-to-back wins. But the chess always delivers here in Wijk, because looking at the games in progress in the Masters, maybe we can quickly do a roundup, because I see that there is action ahoy everywhere.
There's a lot of action. Arjun appears to have hung a piece in time trouble in Sindarov versus Tai. Their engine bar was going crazy. Tai was winning. Now he's worse. But before we go there, Jorn van Foreest has to make one more move before the time control. This is move 40. And it's a very big moment, because if he finds this move knight to e4, he's apparently much, much better, or winning according to the computer. That's not an easy move, because he could take a pawn, but then white gets counterplay with rook f7. So will Jordan spot this? He has 5 minutes left. And also, why is it so good? I guess white is just tied up. You can't move the rook because you take the knight, and you can't move the knight because then the knight takes all the pawns.
Yeah, also the pawn on c5 is vulnerable as well. So an interesting move. Knight to e4, big moment. Will Jordan find it? Yes, okay, remember, the louder the cheer,
Tough move.
the more likely it is that Jordan will find it.
The problem is, I think he's looking for something direct, and this is more conceptual. You just stand there and white can't really improve, so it feels like a very tough move to find.
Yeah.
Should have some faith.
Well, he's reaching for something, tracking his eyes. He's looking at the knights, Jan.
Knight still has many moves. That's
yeah, he could take on a2. Oh, on the verge of making a move. We know that knight to e4 is a way to get a very big advantage. Everything else, well, Jordan's slightly better, but it's not going to be easy. 4 minutes. And again, so many choices, right? You can take on h4. You can take on a2.
Yeah.
You can go knight a4. You can do anything, but knight e4 to reject those 2 pawns on offer. Such
tough move, because you
hard
can take a pawn and you're blocking yourself. But white just can't do anything really.
Yeah.
Stop h5. You stop this knight moving. Stop the rook moving. And so white is left with king g2, and then knight d2 was winning, but also, yeah, you can go after... no, you can't go after this pawn. No, it's difficult.
No, it's not easy, because I'm sure, you know, you're thinking, well, how is black going to be making progress? King g2, still king
Yeah,
h3,
still very
still
move
coming.
by move, like knight d2, and rook e4. No, this is weird stuff. I'd be very impressed if he found this.
Rook e4 is also a very tempting move, right? You're hunting down the pawn on e6.
Yeah.
But apparently not so easy.
No, some tricks still.
Then
check, king g2.
and then the knight moves.
It's a very difficult position with such little time on the clock.
That's why chess is so difficult. Sometimes the most straightforward move is not the right one. And it's much more important to keep a bind going, but it's a very tough find.
Focus, Jordan.
Well, he's paused.
2 minutes. Don't focus for too long.
Our audience thinks he can find it. It is findable. Knight.
It's not like he's losing after any more. The move
No,
he
no,
can
no.
check or
It's just
take.
gonna be harder.
This is clearly the best, and it's not obvious at all.
So maybe we can just quickly look at rook takes h4.
Yeah, then rook f7 is always the problem
Yeah.
if you stop attacking this knight, then white is in time to get counterplay.
Mhm.
Here.
And if you go rook g4,
King, I don't know, somewhere.
rook takes pawn, and do not fall for after rook takes e7. Rook g7, because that would be terrible.
Unfortunate, yeah. Okay, 1 minute.
So many things to calculate. You can't move the rook. Rook f7 makes things edgy. Knight takes a2, and the knight is freed. The clock keeps ticking down, and Jordan keeps us in suspense. I think I can almost hear a pin drop as everyone just went, oh, he takes the pawn on a2.
He takes the pawn.
It was tempting, but it does release the knight. And then now knight to f2 looked like a good way for Pragg to slowly
Another
start.
very tough move. I don't
Yeah.
understand anything
Just stop
here. I
rook
can just
e4.
see. Yeah. Computer says now this is equal, but knight f2, give another pawn, and then make, I don't know, it's too
I
difficult.
think he's not going to do it. Well, I think, yeah, you have to really, I mean, like we are seeing the engine, as you point out, so knight f2 makes perfect sense when you realize, oh, okay, you just have to protect the best asset, and that's that pawn on e6.
Yeah. Now Praggnanandhaa, it's time to think. This is move 40, so they get an extra half hour.
Mhm.
We'll revisit it, but yeah, pity. That was very, very difficult move.
Yeah. And before we go on a break, can we take a look at what's happening in the game? Ivanchuk.
We have so much catching up to do. Yeah, okay, let's start there.
Just quickly, just do a status, and then we can break down every detail of the position.
Where is Monsieur Ivanchuk? Sorry, I'm blind.
It's right at the bottom.
Here.
Yeah.
Oh, pawn endgame.
Okay, well, the evaluation bar tells us one thing. It's winning.
Doesn't even look that hard, no? Good old Zugzwang. Sorry, I'm German. I struggle with that word.
It's a very hard word. It's so often used as well. Your king e4 and king takes e6. So we might even see a result in the next coming minutes.
Yeah, Ivanchuk's going to win, but is it enough? Because if Andy Woodward wins his game, Andy Woodward defends the lead in the Challengers and qualifies for the Masters next year. And Andy made some progress. We've seen something like this. Thought it was roughly equal, but somehow... he got some initiative.
And now the knight comes in. And Erwin has to give up some material in order to deal with this knight e4.
Knight e4 check, king goes somewhere, rook goes away, check, king somewhere, rook goes. Apparently, it's just bad positionally. Okay, still hope for Erwin. Computer's very pessimistic, but it's not that obvious. But Andy Woodward has created chances, being tenacious.
Yep.
So he's still a favorite currently to qualify to the Masters, because if he wins, the result of the Ivanchuk game does not matter.
No, but he has to win.
Yeah.
A draw is insufficient, because with Ivanchuk winning, Ivanchuk has the better tiebreak. So a lot on the line here. And we are going to take a quick break. When we return, we are going to be breaking down all of the action, and it's going to be good. See you in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. And if you're just joining us, well, where have you been? Because just before the break, we crowned a new Tata Steel champion in the form of Nodirbek Abdusattorov. We also saw in the challenges that Vasil Ivanchuk won his game as predicted, which means that the heat is on Andy Woodward. If Andy wants to win the challenges, he needs to win his game against Vachier-Lagrave. So that's the current status. There's also been a lot of drama on the boards during the time trouble. We saw pieces flying, we saw some big blunders. But let's have a look at what actually went down.
Yeah, we can start with Andy Woodward. If he wins, he plays the Masters next year. If he draws, then it is Ivanchuk. And Vachier-Lagrave is fighting. Andy still has some decisions to make here. But he does have a big chance. Rook to A8, for example. And king here. And it looks like Ervin's in big trouble if we look at the bar. Then let's catch up with some of the things we missed in the Masters. We didn't pay much attention to the Fedoseev against Aravin game, but there was a big blunder in time trouble. Rook e6, bishop here, and look at this. Knight comes, the rook is attacked, has to keep contact with the bishop, rook to c2, pawn to g4, and this poor bishop has nowhere to go.
Oh no, that was unexpected.
Yeah, if it goes back, rook d8 check picks it up, so Arvin loses a piece, and I'm assuming the game. Some more moves were made, but yeah, white is completely winning.
Yep.
Nice construction. So Fedoseev is going to win his last game, move to 50%, and not Arvin's best tournament. There was also a lot of action in the time trouble in Sindarov against tie-dye Van Sindarov, trying to play for a win, keep it complicated. We've seen something like this where it was roughly equal, but now a lot of drama ensued. Bishop b2, hinting at a4, a3. White could turn the tables with some aggression, but tie-dye was very low on time. Rook f1, knight takes d6. And the key moment was here after bishop f6, where white can actually win the game with queen a5, sneaky little double attack. Attacks the pawn and threatens c7. There's nothing black can do. When say went here, rook c7 and queen to d6.
Which seems nice, right? You, after rook takes knight, queen d7 in the air. That's the point.
Was the trick. But after queen e5, turns out that you have to give up the knight to take the pawn.
Yeah.
That is what happened, and now it's tie-dye Van fighting for survival. I guess he has a chance, has 2 pawns for the bishop, and material is very limited. But Sindarov's tenacity is paying off. He gets a chance to grind for the winner.
Right, but I agree, it's not going to be that easy to round up, for instance, the c6 pawn. Might even just be a draw.
Could be, but we see he's down to 7 minutes again. We know how tricky Sindarov is. So I would think he will at least ask some questions.
Okay, and that leaves us with the game Gukesh, Vincent Keimer. That seems to be a fortress.
Yeah, they're playing this weird position,
sides.
but neither is making much progress. So until further notice, we can let them shuffle around.
Okay, and also Pragn found the move, the only move to, well, the best move to stay alive in the position, because here, you know, it wasn't that clear. So here was a big moment where Jordan, to make life easy for himself, had to find knight to e4. He took the pawn on a2, rather understandably, but this allowed this saving resource, knight to f2, defending indirectly the pawn on e6 by covering the e4 square, and now it was all about the e-pawn, as we saw rook takes h.
Yeah, Jordan took rook f7. And he went after the g-pawn, rook h5, takes.
Because we got to this position and I was just trolling here. We're saying, don't go rook g7.
Yeah, I guess he won't.
No.
But white is active enough to keep the balance now. Something like king f8 has to be played, and then you start
Yeah, taking.
taking a bunch of pawns. Jordan is in no danger, and it's still Prague that has to pay some attention. But apparently he can hold with precise play.
Yes. Okay, so we've covered all of the games as they stand in the Masters, and also we saw that Andy didn't quite go rook a8, he went rook c8. Elina Roberts is holding a fortress against Max Varmadan. Elina's...
Is it going to be her first draw in the tournament?
It could be. But Max is definitely going to be playing this one out for a long, long time.
Max the pawn up, he will keep trying, but it should be a draw.
And things are looking good for Carissa as she plays black against Liu Miaoyi.
Yeah, pity for her after the loss yesterday. The GM norm is no longer in play. But it looks like she's winning here, and it would still be a great tournament.
Yeah.
She could finish on a plus score in this very strong field.
And it was also a draw between Faustino Oro and Mark Maurizi. So,
All right.
and perhaps a little bit disappointing because it felt like Faustino was the one that was putting pressure, but Marc-Andrea found a beautiful way to actually hold the balance.
Some messy stuff. Faustino missed some wins apparently in the time trouble. Queen to a3 was winning. Don't ask me why.
Yeah, but it's the next sequence of moves that is very beautiful. So here, and do you think that this can the audience see what's happening next?
We have some prizes to give away.
We
No,
still
there's
have
more prizes.
Yes. Frederick Meister has kindly given us as prizes 2 chess novels. I will let Jan pronounce them. La Palma.
La Palma.
That one I can
Dutch
do.
term. Oh, that's tough for me as well. The Schaduw van het lot. How do you pronounce that?
The Shadow, I would say.
All right. The Shadow.
And then I can't tell you what the rest means. But they're
Don't know.
fantastic books, chess novels, and can anyone guess what Marc-Andrea Maurizi found?
So this is a quiz.
Yes.
What should black do? Correct.
Beautiful move. Okay,
Also
so
says so.
I will take the queen and I will say thank you very much. Yep. And then the whole point is because of this checkmating idea on rook h2, you do need to repeat moves.
If we go here, we get mated or what? Or not? Still a draw?
I think it's still check, 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 check to infinity.
Right.
But a very nice way. So congratulations. The person who suggested bishop takes e5, you can come up and you can choose which book you would like. Congratulations.
It's a tough choice.
It is a tough choice, yes. Some
Shadow disappears.
is that what it means?
Hmm?
Well, it's great that we've had some contributions, some donations to prizes. It just makes it all the more fun. Okay, maybe where to go to next? So we have...
I think we gotta focus on Andy
Andy
Woodward,
Woodward,
because
yes.
if he wins the tournament, and he can win the exchange now if I see this right. You can give a check.
King moves back.
If the king goes back, knight c5. Can't take either rook. This looks winning.
Yes.
If the king doesn't go back but forward, there is probably other issues.
Yeah, and it feels like if you're stepping into there, you're going to get checkmated, but you're probably not.
So rook c6 check just wins. Is Andy gonna see it? He's already seen it, it looks like. Yeah, rook c6 check on the board. And Ervin's lost. Tough hand for the record holder of Vachier-Lagrave appearances, Erwin Lamy. It goes king d7, but yeah, now he just has to give up the exchange. And this is not an exchange sacrifice that you want to play. This is just hopeless.
Yeah.
Knight c5
Rook takes. But Andy Woodward, just 15 years old.
Would you say he's wise beyond his years?
Yes, absolutely. Especially on the chessboard, Jan.
Yeah, looks very cool, calm, and collected. And yeah, he's just gonna win this and the tournament.
And the question is, how will Owen prolong this? I mean, will he go rook a1? You know, at least.
I would try knight e5, at least activate the knight, but nothing really helps.
Well, you can.
You can just go rook c1 back and eliminate all trickery.
Can you also just drive the king that little bit further? I don't know why I want to go rook c7.
You can do that too.
Maybe the other way around, actually.
Right.
And rook c1 now.
No, it looks fairly hopeless for Erwin.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight e5 plate.
And for Owen, it's not been a tournament that he will want to remember. 5 points.
No, not his best event, but I think he's always happy to come to Vachier-Lagrave and remembers them all fondly. He's had some great years, some not so good years.
Yeah.
Yes, face says it all.
Yeah. But Andy, what a tournament it's been. You know, losing the first game, winning 6 in a row.
Impressive.
It is very impressive. And
yeah, lost
just
to
15.
Ivanchuk, but finishing strong as well. Beat Maurizi, drew Ivic, and now he's going to beat Erwin. Those are 3 very experienced 2600 players.
And it's just, again, so amazing to see how composed he is. He's just 15 years old, but already some big things are lined up in his career. We're seeing that the game between Fedoseev and Arvind is over.
Fedoseev masters 1 as Andy plays the best move. Rook to c1. Just checking. Okay, doesn't report the win yet, but
it's a win.
Of course he did win. So
It's also
Erwin
a
has
win.
seen enough. Andy Woodward wins the game and qualifies for the Masters next year.
Absolutely fantastic performance there. The Challengers has a champion, and his name is Andy Woodward, and the 2 players sharing a smile there, some analysis. It was a big fight, a handshake there in congratulations for Max Varmadan, and we're going to be seeing more of Andy Woodward next year. If he carries on improving at this rate, I'm looking forward to what he will do next year.
Already an amazing player. It's not too big of a stretch to guess that a 15-year-old, 2650, whatever he is, will keep improving. So I think he's gonna surprise some people in the Masters next year as well.
Yep.
Pity for Vasil Ivanchuk, who still had an amazing Challengers, finishing in 2nd place. Do you think he's going to return to the Challengers? Maybe he gets invited to the Masters anyway? What's the future going to bring?
Do you know, with Vasil, I feel like he just loves the game. He'll play anywhere. And so I could very well see him making an appearance in the Challengers next year. I mean, he really pushed the youngsters to their edge, you know, really just kept toe to toe. In the end, with that win, he forced Andy to play his best at chess.
And apparently it was Ivanchuk who reached out if he could play in the challenges. Yeah. Because I was thinking, if you're the organizer, maybe you feel awkward about asking such a legend to play in the quote-unquote B group. But he made the most of it. Amazing showing.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, we saw checkmates from him. We saw moves from with 1 second. I mean, he's been quite the entertainer. But in the end, it is Andy Woodward who qualifies, who just with his powerful chess. And it's been really just a joy to see the way that he smoothly ground down the players, has taken the space. You know, it just felt like once he got going, he was unstoppable.
Amazing job. The 15-year-old US American is homeschooled, so don't go to school, kids, and you can win the challenges as well.
Yeah, maybe. If you have a plan, I advise that. Always have an idea of what you want to be in life. And that means that there are just 2 games remaining in the challenges. In the Masters, 3 games still going.
Let's check in with Jordan. Okay, still some questions. But yeah, not much has changed. Now you have to take care of the e-pawn. And I don't know, such an endgame. Apparently it's a draw, but I still wouldn't be very comfortable with white being a pawn down with his weakness.
No, and the white king is like far away from the action as well. So we are probably going to be seeing something like this. Rook e5. Vincent coming over. Just have a glance. What do we think? Rook g6, rook e5. I like rook g6 a little bit better because the king is still cut off. But it doesn't really make a difference.
Same position.
Literally. King.
I don't know, I think it's going to be a long session, but Praggnanandhaa, of course, is a tenacious defender. Erwin stopping by, rook e5 played by Jordan. Yeah, I guess as the defender you have to eliminate as many pawns as possible, so Pragg will take. Yep. Jordan will also take.
Okay, right now for Pragg, I guess he just has to start bringing in the forces, run with the king.
Yeah, the good news is you can't win with a knight and a rook against a rook. So whenever he gets a chance to sacrifice his knight for these 2 pawns, he can do that. Now Jordan's going to try a bit, but it looks like Pragg will survive this game.
Yeah. Also, the black king is not that safe either. The in Pragg comes with the king. And what I was thinking of, you know, if the knight starts sniffing around, you know, posting up on e5 or something like that, then it's not going to be easy for Jordan to grind this one down.
No, should be a draw, but he shall try for a bit. Is Sindarov making any progress? Apparently not much. Ivan blundered, but he stumbled into a setup that is probably still tenable, because this pawn chain is very safe, and for black to go g5, then too many pawns disappear from the board. And he also has the quote-unquote wrong bishop. So even if you're left with the bishop and the h-pawn in the end, you can't win. So it's probably just a draw, but Sindarov will keep trying.
Yeah. This is kind of difficult choice there for Sindarov, because the white king also gets super active, and the c-pawn is a big nuisance.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to trade, but how to make progress, it's very hard. To attack this guy, you won't be able to bring the king with all these heavy pieces on the board.
No. But
I guess it's just a draw.
And even if the rooks got kind of traded off, it's still going to be a difficult one as well to win.
Still draw.
Yeah, the black king doesn't have too much shelter. Well, already we've had 2 momentous results Nodirbek winning, Andy Woodward winning, both winning on demand. We have our champions decided. And Sindarov just playing for second place, but we are going to go straight to Fiona, who is there ready to interview Andy Woodward.
Andy, congratulations. You are the winner of the Tata Steel Chess Challengers 2026. You will be playing in the Masters next year. Before we talk about what happened today, just give me your emotions now that you've just won the event.
Yeah, of course I'm really, really happy. Finally there's like no more rounds to lose the lead. But yeah, I guess, I don't know, it was, in general, the tournament was very, very long. Anything could happen even at the last round. And I didn't think I was going to win towards the middle of the game, but then at the end I got quite a bit lucky. But yeah, I don't know. I wish there was a way to like get, you know, 2 or 3 spots in the Masters next year, because definitely everybody deserves it. But yeah, I don't know. I still feel like Ivanchuk playing the Masters would be great. If it could happen next year, we'll see.
Who knows? I think it's a bit too early to think about it, but obviously he had a lot of people rooting, and it would be great to see you both there. Let's talk about that coming into the final weekend. It was so tight at the top in the challengers. A lot of you, you know, were either sharing the lead or just changing. And then coming into today's last game, you were in the joint lead with Aydin Suleimanli. Ivanchuk half a point behind. He had beaten you both, so he had the better tiebreak. What was your mindset coming into today's game against Arjun?
Yeah, I guess I knew I needed to win, because Ivanchuk, if he wins, then I can't survive with tiebreaks. So I knew from the start that I had to play for a win. So yeah, I guess my mindset was just trying to play for a win, and maybe take a couple risks if necessary.
We'll talk about the game in a second. How much during the game did you walk around and check how Aydin and Ivanchuk were doing?
Honestly, I probably would have walked around more, but I was spending a ton of time, and like I didn't really have time to walk around a lot. But yeah, it was pretty much the main thing I was checking. I was just walking around for a few minutes.
I was very impressed with your game, given the high stakes of this last round. It looked like you played a very clean game, and you were always in control against Arjun.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, like I thought he was actually defending really well. I forgot how to play against this line with knight d7, rook b8, but I think what I did was fine. And after like queen c7, I was thinking for a long time, because there were so many tactical opportunities regarding like e5 or queen a4. But yeah, after he got bishop d4, it looked kind of dangerous. And I was worried a bit about queen e3, king e3, knight hf6 after king d2. But when he played rook b6, I got a bit more confident, and then from there I think it went well.
Was it difficult to keep your nerves in check in the end, when you knew if you win, you are the winner?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, of course, like once I made the time control, I had like a strong feeling that I was winning. I probably knew, I knew that it would take like I thought it would take a bit longer than it actually did, because at the end, first I missed this idea that he played rook f5, and if king g4, he has h5, sacrificing the rook. If king f5, rook d5 is mate with my king on f5. But then I saw king e3, and my rooks are like very coordinated, and his rooks don't have squares. So yeah, I guess I was kind of lucky at the end that everything worked out.
It all worked out. I saw the tournament director, Jeroen van der Berg, has already officially invited you to next year's Masters. What was your response?
Yes. Very happy, yes.
What does it mean to you? I mean, to win here on your debut with 10 out of 13 and to play in the Masters next year, what does that mean to you?
I mean, it means a lot to me. I came here with the goal of winning the tournament, and I tried my best, and it paid off, so I'm very happy.
Well, Andy, we're very happy for you, and we can't wait to see you in the Masters next year. Will you be celebrating this victory? What's next for you?
Yeah, I'll probably celebrate for a little while. I, of course, also have to get back to home for school. But Yeah, I'll probably celebrate a little bit before my next tournament. So yeah.
Fantastic, a well-deserved celebration. Andy, congratulations. One more time, we will look forward to having you in the Masters next year. And for now, back to you, Jovanka and Jan.
Thank you, Fiona. And there we see the standings with Andy Woodward right at the top, 10 points out of 13. We're going to see more of him next year as he plays the Masters. Closely followed by Vasil Ivanchuk on 9.5 points. But buckle up, guys. We're probably in for the long haul because it seems like everyone's deep in the endgame and they are grinding furiously as they are relatively complex positions.
Yeah, Sindarov dedicated to winning his last game, even though he's no longer playing for tournament victory. The bad news for him is there's really not that much he can do because the white construction seems unshakable. He will hint at like some end games and hope Tie-Dye will get scared of something, but it does look like a draw. And similarly in Praggnanandhaa against Jorn van Foreest, only very limited number of pawns left, so it seems like Pragg is out of the woods there as well.
But let's go to Gukesh against Vincent because, well, we arrive and the evaluation bar goes all the way down.
Something's happening.
Yeah, and this was something, here it seemed perfect. Like every single piece was defended. You just needed to post it up on somewhere else and there's no danger whatsoever.
Played f3.
Which, again, Jovi's basic rules. But I learned actually last year.
Tell us, so what's the rule here? Don't move your f-pawn? That one I've heard.
Well, not almost. That a bishop and a knight, they increase in power when they are supported by pawns.
Right.
That was the basic rule, which I had obviously heard for a knight, but I didn't know that the same applied for a bishop.
Okay.
That was the basic rule 101.
Should have told Gukesh he would never play f3.
Yeah, he needed to sit next to Yasser. Yasser was the one who taught me that rule. Not that long ago.
Why is this so bad?
Because I guess the queen just comes in, right?
Queen a3, but yeah, whatever. Bishop goes. I guess the problem is the rook can't really hang on to the 5th rank, and then things get a little clumsy for white here. Rook h8, pawn starts coming. I know it's lost, but it's no longer very stable construction.
Okay, so if you just push.
We run.
Yep.
No.
One more time.
Coming very move by move. If white can survive this. Say here. No, too late already.
King goes back. You don't want to come forward.
Somewhere.
I don't know. C2 is coming.
Only move is this, which I can't fully understand yet after C2.
I guess you're hoping for some checks. Rook C8.
Some trickery, a king D7, you go back,
again.
And if the king moves forward, then there's knight D4 picking it up.
Yeah.
Okay, but this is almost study-like stuff to go bishop G3 and these checks.
Wait 1 second. Could you also just give up the knight for the c-pawn and then just hold the 4th rank? Well, actually, now that...
First of all, it's hard to...
Yeah, it's hard to achieve
give
that,
up the knight for the c-pawn, no? And then I'm not sure if this is a draw, like...
It's... Yeah.
I guess not, actually. The queen and the bishop. But first Vincent has to make a move. And he's about to. He went bishop here.
Which is good, right?
Also good. Didn't go for this direct stuff with queen a3. So unpleasant. Well, we can look at this construction.
Yeah.
Something like this. Does white hold this or not?
I don't know. Actually, it was you who taught me another rule that when you have these imbalances, this is right from your, it's all to do with king safety. And I remember we were analyzing, it was Norway chess, a niche, I think it was Magnus against a niche.
Okay.
And you were like, no, it's winning because it's king safety. And it was a case of whether the queen should give itself up for 2 rooks. And that was all to do with the fact that the queen was going to line itself on the light squares. Very good game to check out, by the way. And here it was all to do with king safety. And I remembered that. You made a way into my rules here.
But there White had 2 rooks, if memory serves.
Yeah. But
Another rule of mine, queen much better than rook.
Queen is also good, really good. But here we're looking at a fortress, and g2 is a sensitive point. And king safety is not that easy.
Yeah, apparently it's holding, at least. Judging the computer bar, it says black is better, but if it doesn't make big jumps here, normally it means there's no progress to be made.
I don't know,
maybe this
is
is
that
the last
true?
resort for Gukesh.
Can you not do queen to e2?
You can do that.
And just start. And now come in with the king. Not on the e line.
So where you want to go?
G6.
Yeah, I guess
then
moves don't matter so much. White just waits.
And one thing I was thinking of is, like, again, following your ideas, is you maybe can give up your bishop for this f3 pawn and then come in with the king at the right time. Obviously, everything has to be done with timing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Apparently, it's hard to break. It's very difficult to attack this pawn twice with the queen on the second rank.
Yeah.
Then White always controls the f1 square. Maybe it's a draw. Also, Gukesh, after what happened yesterday, is he happy to sacrifice another piece this time in order to go for a draw?
Yeah. Also, exactly. I mean, what's the likelihood that he's going to do that? You have to see that the c pawn is going to be a menace.
Yeah. I'm sure it's on his mind. But this is a big decision to just take it.
Do you think he will? Nope. My vote is for no.
I think he might do it, because he understands this could get troublesome, and maybe this is the last chance. The computer lines are either knight takes c6 or bishop f2, c5, knight c2, which is a fancier version of doing the same thing. So, might as well. But it's always very hard, and you mentioned Gukesh, he likes to do things very directly by calculation. Oops, sorry, this didn't happen. But here it's not so much about calculation, but more about making sure your fortress can't be touched. And now he doesn't do it. He goes king f2. Much more active move. Leaves the c-pawn alive.
Okay.
So how does Vincent make progress?
So.
If we push.
Yes, we push. Aha.
Knight f5. Takes, c4.
But now it's different, right? Now you can sit rook c5, and then there's no bishop
It's
to
another
help.
fortress, yeah.
What? We have a move from Vincent.
c5 plate.
Ah, okay. Maybe a touch hasty, right? 'Cause
Yeah,
knight
computer
a5.
didn't endorse it. But also maybe it doesn't matter so much, because if you play, I don't know, computer wants something like this, I guess there's always the bailout with knight takes c6. And the best the black can hope for, after all the funky business here, is to get this type of position anyway, which apparently was a draw.
But would have.
It's tougher for White for sure than what's in the game. Yeah, knight f5 plate.
Yeah.
And now you're threatening knight check and rook takes c5, which would leave the knight alive. So you don't want that.
Nope.
And
Actually, how bad is it if you don't take? Let's go.
see here, check.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a draw, but only white can be better. No, these guys will start coming.
I agree.
So it's time for Vincent to bail out. Now the question is it even a bailout, or can white play this? Because this pawn never goes anywhere, right? Can we like start pushing? Yeah, he does take.
He takes. Let's put it on the board. H4.
Yeah, I guess black is active enough to just keep being annoying.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Go
it's
back
going to be
again.
some sort of move repetition. Tough fight between these two young stars. Gukesh, the world champion, Keimer, the number 4 in the world, who worked together for Gukesh World Championship match. But both big fighters. I don't think it was on either one's mind even to say, okay, we're friends, we're colleagues, let's make a draw. It's not how these guys roll.
No, they do not roll like that. Instead, we've been treated to the kind of chess that we've come to expect. Imbalanced, full of tactical ideas beneath the surface. And
Jordan
some
in the
creativity.
background.
And maybe let's check in on Jordan.
Any progress?
Well, it was like we said, you know, white is getting active. Like knight, I was thinking knight g4.
Yeah.
And then if you come in with the knight, give a check.
Let's give some check.
I was a little bit worried, king f5 and
Take.
yeah, knight e5.
Yeah. No, apparently it's still a draw, but Pragg has to be very careful, no? I guess the draw is some takes and king to e5. You get rid of the last pawn. So he's barely hanging on. King f5 played. Rook e7. Offering the rook trade.
Decision time. Take the rook, don't take the rook.
What happens? Takes. King.
I don't know, knight goes there. Knight to d3, got to defend. Oh, okay.
Yes, it's just a draw here. We get rid of all the pawns.
King d7. Let's start walking around the back.
I?
Yeah, you can. And that's very good. Then you're simply going to go knight takes d5 and the end.
Praggnanandhaa should figure this out. Still a very good tournament for Jordan van Foreest. Gonna finish on +2. Look very stable, very well prepared. Put pressure on a lot of these top guys. Maybe could have even scored more points. But he should be proud of his performance this year.
For Pragg, well, he mentioned after this event he is gonna go into preparation mode for the candidates. What lessons can he take from this event? Because it really has not gone his way.
I'm never sure about lessons. He hasn't been playing well for the last half year in the World Cup and here, and seemed to have lost a step, but he did amazingly well a year ago, and he's still very young. We've seen with Nodirbek, who also had a very tough half year, the first half of 2025, and now he looks like a world beater again. I think with these guys in their early 20s, improvement is not linear, but I would not write off Pragg at all. I think he's going to regroup, go study, and be very tough on the candidates.
Well, that's exactly the narrative that we all hope for Pragg. But there will be lessons, and Pragg and his team, I'm sure they will be working on them. If we move to the
Don't
challenges,
give your bishops for undeveloped knights.
yeah, well, that was actually
One
mentioned
lesson.
by our audience. They're asking the question, you know, do we do this? And here, like Jordan really took over.
Yeah. But bishop takes b8 was a bit shocking strategically, I thought.
Yeah. Bishop e3 was a lot more main line. Maybe we check in on Liu Maoyi and Carissa. Liu Maoyi struggling on both the clock and the board.
Yeah, looks pretty bad. E4 and e3. Black has a pawn and the compensation. Okay, can go here, but queen e6 takes e3. This should collapse.
Yeah. Can you
Funny
leave?
line here. sorry.
Yeah, go. Show the funny line.
Takes, and e2. We don't take because
then it's
now it's a draw.
Mm-hmm.
E2 wins.
Very nice. Very, very nice finish if that happens. So e4.
I should have made it a quiz. No, we still have the
Yeah,
La Palma book as
we
a
still
prize.
have, yes, we still have a book as a prize. Chess novel from Frederick Meister. So we have to, of course, give that to our absolutely fabulous crowd. And e4, it's a good move.
Looks
Makes a
obvious
lot of
enough.
sense.
Yeah, I think she's calculating queen d4 because then she might have to give up the b4 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
But this line looked fairly straightforward, like e3, and threatening to take here. And if the queen targets the f pawn, then there's this
e2,
nice
beautiful finish. It would be
Carissa,
very cool.
Also a good tournament. She played h5. It looked like. Might be upset that she missed her GM norm chance, but played very, very well.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's just wait one move because Liu Miaoyi just got 36 seconds. It's ticking down.
Yeah, and I'm not sure I like h5 just because it increases like perpetual chances in the future. If
Yeah.
the queen has to go, there's always going to be some queen f7, queen h5, queen e8 mechanisms. Might still be winning, just, yeah. Try to keep the king a little safer.
Well, decision time for Liu Miaoyi. She goes queen b7. Does your idea still work?
No, e4, there's queen takes b4. And
Yeah,
we can't go, or maybe we can go e3, but I'm not sure if it's winning.
No.
Well, maybe it is.
Oh.
No, now it's in time.
Okay.
This was winning, yeah?
Yes. Then
Just the pawn endgame and.
Yep, the king comes over.
Okay.
So, okay, well, Carissa has just under 15 minutes to ponder over what she's going to do.
She still has time. We can do a brief tour. Max Warmerdam still trying to do the impossible and win this opposite color bishop's endgame against Elina Rubers, but black looks very, very solid. Elina should get her first draw of the tournament.
From my eyes, it's not that easy, Jan. The bishop is going to move to, and then d4 happens, and, you know, the shield, bishop e4, move the rook out of the way, then the pawn starts creeping up the board.
Yeah. No, maybe. Things could always happen. But I guess you can work with some exchange threats at the right moment.
Yeah.
Go rook e8, rook d8. We shall see.
And Carissa just on our cameras plays rook to b2. And back to Liu Miaoyi for the move.
Okay, queen f7, cover the pawn, and
Yeah.
keep an eye on things.
And e4 makes a whole lot of
At some
sense.
point, e4 should be played.
Not the best.
What to do? Queen d5 is nice, stopping e3 because of more trickery.
Yeah.
Now the king is slightly exposed, so not so easy to break.
No, not easy at all, but Liu Miaoyi fighting hard. And I think Sindarov, if we go back to the Masters, is, if the evaluation bar is to be believed, slowly making some progress. Rook f7 coming.
Yeah. At least keeping Tai-Dai Van busy. What's the time control? He's 2 minutes 15. That's all he has, right?
Mhm.
No extra time will be given.
Nope, just that 30-second time bonus per move,
Yep.
which is probably good enough.
I have a chess question. If queen d5, bishop takes f2. I mean, c7 is good. So my question was, is this type of thing a draw or not? Like here, here.
Well, I don't think so, because
Should be winning, no?
Yeah, don't you try to get g5 and come in with your king?
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't feel so fortressy also at some point. Maybe you can take on f4. Okay, not saying black can achieve that. I was just wondering.
But it was interesting, actually, like this rook f7.
Yeah, the problem is it's no threat, like queen d5, and after takes, there is c7.
Yes. This was interesting. I mean, as a trap. As a trap for black, because you think you're making progress, right? Rook f7, you got to defend f2. No, you don't.
C-pawn is a big source of counterplay. But Tata Ivan, he hasn't looked stable when he's low on time, and he does this to himself every single game. He's just letting his clock run down all the way. Sindarov is so tricky. Queen d5 played, good move.
Okay.
Sindarov will just keep making moves, and questions will arise.
Yeah, I can see that. Like, I can see Sindarov just going king g7 here.
Yeah, exactly.
And then Van Nguyen has just under 2 minutes on the clock. And that's going to give him some stress. Because what's the next move, right? If you just wait.
Also, the problem is if your opponent has time and you're down to 1.5 minutes, you can never get up, or you can't rest your mind for a second. You have to sit there being focused, burning energy, while the guy is just taking his time. He's going to play king g7, king h6 or whatever. And it's very hard to maintain that tension for a longer period.
Yeah. It's like there's a human urge to actually do something. So, I mean, how does white wait if you were to go king g7?
I don't know. Apparently, you don't even need the rook on the c file. c7 is
still very good.
Still enough counterplay for a draw. Yeah, king g7 played. It's also what these top guys do very well, of course, like just keeping the tension, not making it easy, making Dai think again. Even if there's no threats. Queen b3 back. And look, already cracks start appearing. Queen e5, very nice move. And this tactic, Sindarov is going to spot. The point is you can't take because the rook drops.
Yeah.
And then black just inches closer to controlling these critical squares in the center.
Right.
To think about queen e1.
Yeah, no, serious.
c5, bishop c7.
Yeah, suddenly
it's just going to collapse.
It all looks rather shaky. But it has been an event for the teenagers. We saw Andy Woodward win the challenges, will now play in the Masters. But Christian Glockler, 14 years old from Germany, won the qualifiers with 8.5 points out of 9.
Wow, that's pretty convincing. One of the big hopes of German chess. 8.5 out of 9 is serious business.
Yes.
Congrats to him. Another 14-year-old.
Well, you mentioned that he's German. I mean, what can you tell us about him, Jan?
I mean, we've known about him for a while. He's rapidly improving. One of the big hopes for the future of the national team. Will probably still need a year or two, but he's been extremely impressive recently. And I haven't checked the opposition in this tournament, to be honest, but 8.5 out of 9 is never bad.
No, it's a fantastic result. He's going to be playing the Challengers next year.
Yeah.
And we'll see how he gets on. And, you know, earlier on, we all know in Germany there was like this Princess group where they specially selected young talent and nurtured them and put the expectation out there that they expected them to become grandmasters. Is something similar still happening?
Not in that form, and also you didn't like the name, so they will change names of future programs. But of course, there's always big efforts locally or from the clubs or from to find sponsors and support. The federation is also doing what they can, even if it's not at the largest scale. But no, everybody knows this kid is a great hope for the future and trying to support where they can.
Yep. Okay, well, it's nice to hear that the young talent has the right foundation, the right support. And on our screens, Nguyen, well, he took a backward move with the queen. We saw that actually the rook needed to be on e2 to cover some squares. And now Sindarov is creeping forward. Oh.
Okay, let's stick with that one. Not much happening in Khmer Gukesh, apparently. Yeah, I don't like Nguyen's chances here to make it with so little time on the clock against ever tricky Sindarov, even if the position apparently was a draw starting out. But now queen c5 forces white to cede more ground, takes this pawn.
How are you going to defend f2 and c6?
I guess you can still give this check and rook c2, but you're losing coordination.
Yeah, and now it feels like bishop takes f2 is going to come at the right time with some power.
Yeah, no, it looks very bad. Sindarov, so tricky.
He's also got a big time advantage as well. What do you do when you have such a lead on the clock? Do you make quick moves, Jan, or do you keep your opponent guessing?
I think maybe it's a balance, so he never knows what's coming. But yeah, a big mistake is to keep blitzing with your opponent typically, because then you make his time trouble phase much shorter, and you can focus 4 or 5 minutes on like making the best moves. But if you drag it out to 20, 25 minutes, much harder to maintain that composure.
And it was very difficult, talking about hard, it was very difficult for Jordan to win the endgame against Praggnanandhaa, and it is a draw, as we expected. And it finished in the way that you predicted, with Pragg finding that knight sacrifice. And Pragg, it's been a difficult tournament for him, but for Jordan van Foreest, with that draw, he finishes on 7.5 points, gaining some rating, and just a great result here in front of the local crowd. Jordan, big fan favorite here.
Yeah, very mature performance. Lost only one game, or he lost to the 14-year-old Erdogmus of all people, but didn't lose another game against all these world-class players and won 3. I was very impressed with how Jordan carried himself and the improvement he's been making. Very, very good stuff from Jordan van Foreest. Congrats.
Yep. Fantastic achievement. And any progress being made in Gukesh? Because Gukesh he's an ambitious player, and he's gone for your approach of at least advancing the h-pawn.
Yeah, it looks like he has a c-pawn fairly safely under wraps, so he will try to make some progress himself now. I don't see how, though. Like, if the king comes too close, you can always chase him back with queen f5 check. You sort of need the rook to keep an eye on the c-pawn. He could go h5, but then assuming Vincent would just take, and you're not going to win this. So no, it just looks like a draw. But Gukesh taking a moment to see if he can do something.
Yeah, it's very difficult to coordinate the advance of the h-pawn without giving it up. So, I mean, you go king g4, queen f5 is going to be a way to simply drive the king back. You're just never, ever going to get that.
I think it's just a draw.
Okay, well, we think it is just a draw. Carissa Yip in the challenges, she's made life a little bit more complicated for herself, but she still very much has the upper hand.
Yeah, still pawn up and little time for Lu Miaoyi. How old is she? 15?
15 years old.
Carissa, she is years and years old, right?
She is in her 20s, or if that, I think 20 years old. So
7
not
seconds
so much.
For Miaoyi. Move. Oh. Moved with 3 seconds on the clock, but not a good move apparently. Because now rook d2 is unpleasant.
Okay, well, the rook just goes back. And now the queen comes in. And
Gotta go here.
Yes.
What's the mechanism? Queen here.
oh, maybe it's your
I'm just reading. I don't understand anything. But
E4
apparently this
business
is winning
again.
now.
Actually, it's very difficult for white to wait in a constructive way. You go king to g1. Okay, a draw as we expected between Gukash and Vincent. For Vincent, it was a good recovery.
Yeah, won 3 games in a row. Won some rating when in between he was down 10, 12 points. Kept his number 4 spot in the world rankings. And yeah, these two are friendly, of course.
But for Gukash, again, some beautiful moments. But somehow,
Some not so beautiful.
yes, some moments that were quite forgettable, for at least for him. He'd want to put that behind him. But there are so many missed opportunities, like yesterday, on the cusp of defeating Hans, he forces it and gets into a drawn endgame against Sindarov as well. Playing beautiful chess in round 1. Didn't manage to find the most effective way forward and had to agree a draw.
Yeah, I think you can see a lot of growth in his knowledge and his stability and the range of positions he's willing to play. Just he had these blunders like rook g5 against Nodirbek, or yesterday the piece sacrifice, holding him back, but his class is out of the question, of course. He has the special world champion burden. I think he's doing things correctly. He keeps working, takes in stride, always very, very composed, says the right things.
Strong
And
mindset.
Still very young.
Yeah,
Very
still
much so.
very young. Still just 19 years old. And
crazy.
let's take a look at the progress that Sindarov has made against Van Nguyen.
Yes, Sindarov did not go for, I'm not sure if he didn't find it or if he didn't want to force the issue, but he didn't go for this queen c5, which looked extremely strong. Instead kept sort of shuffling, went king h7, and Van decided enough is enough, went f4, which apparently is a good decision. Bishop c7, queen c4, king back. And now Sindarov offers the queen exchange, arguing that with the pawn on f4, he can win this. Which I'm not sure if it's true. It might be a bluff, but giving tie-dye Van new things to think about on seconds.
Yeah. To take or not to take? That is
He does
the
take.
question. Well, he's reaching for it. Yes, he takes.
Oh, are we gonna get rook bishop versus rook for the last 2 hours?
Maybe. And I guess you go.
I think you
king
do this. Can you do this? I'm just trying to
Uh-huh.
force a draw,
Well, that's a nice way to do it.
because this is a draw because it's the wrong
Yeah.
bishop. If hg, white is on time
Yeah.
to get rid of all the pawns. But no, he went king f3, which is of course normal, but doesn't allow. Sindarov immediately closes the door for this rook d2, rook d7.
Well, not so much time. What to do? Maybe you can still do it, g4 or something.
He goes rook d2, but now king e6.
Closes the door.
No, this is gonna be tougher. Now there's no more g4.
Well, you can go rook c2, rook d4.
Yeah, many moves he can make, but
Yeah,
black will make progress.
I'm a bit uncomfortable here. You just have to keep waiting. Rook c1.
Yeah, the good news is there's never rook c7, rook c6, because then g4 always draws. Yeah, maybe you can just stand, but
Not easy.
so hard to do. And eventually a question will be asked, like bishop on c7. The king
Wait.
will come in,
He's coming with the king.
centralizing.
Yeah. I don't know, I'm just thinking rook a3 is on tap. Okay, so bishop c7. You want to stop the advance of the c-pawn. And here I noticed that Vachier just makes the moves quickly.
Yeah, it's a balance, but overall maybe he did it a little too quickly because he missed one or two tactics early on with his queen to c5. Now he needs some help.
Yeah, he needs some help. But okay, how straightforward is it? If you just go bishop c7, are you going to revert back to your rook d2 plan? No, okay, you're going to go back.
King f3.
We throw in a check. And now we come in with the king to d5.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's easy.
And on a fine day, yes.
King f5, there's rook c5 check, but you have to pay attention to a lot of stuff. But apparently white can even wait with the king passively, and there's not much black can do.
King e4. Yeah, okay. It's always because of this trick, right? You can't exchange off rooks because of your trick of g4.
Still, with no time on the clock, how confident is tie-dye that all of this is holding?
And by the way, a result in Carissa Yip, Liu Maoyi, a win for Carissa.
Congrats, good tournament from Carissa Yip. Misses the GM norm by
half a
point after yesterday's loss, but still, very strong showing.
7 points. For Liu Maoyi, it was a tough outing, but she'll be back. She's just 15 years old. Great things ahead for her. And that means there's one game.
Oh, blunder.
Oh, no.
That's the problem with having no time. Now he allowed rook a3. And the king can't hustle back to defend the pawns. And after rook g5, king f6, the white coordination is gone.
But is it the end of the world if you kind of offer up the c-pawn?
What do you do?
I can't. Actually, there's no place to wait. Okay,
rook c3, you're zugzwangt.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he just never leaves himself enough time in this tournament. Then mistakes come.
But it's very difficult to go backwards because this whole plan was hinging on just dropping back with the king and being ready to go g4. But he didn't do it when he had the opportunity of going rook to d7.
No, that's why I thought here. Yeah, just try to force the issue before black is ready with king e6, bishop d6 even. That looked cleanish. Well, yeah, defending on seconds is so tough to do.
No.
So rook a3 not played yet, but I'm sure Sindarov will try this.
That is the only move to gain the advantage. Of
there
course,
he goes.
Makes a whole lot of sense.
Rook g5 and king f6.
You don't even need to think about making those moves.
Yeah, now it might be quote-unquote mathematically lost. Like there's no more even rook bishop versus rook or exchanging a bunch of pawns.
Well, what happens if you just go king d4?
Yeah.
No rook c3 for you.
How do we do this? Let's say here, king d5. Now, is this winning?
Well, let's try rook takes rook.
Oh, this should be winning, no? I mean,
yeah. Yeah, because g4 is no longer great.
G-pawn survives. Okay, should still try it and maybe rook c5. There's bishop b6
yes.
or not?
Well, there you got c7.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. But here we can wait for a move. Stop the pawn and then take.
Yeah, you can probably take as well.
Okay, let's follow the action. What are they doing?
31 seconds. And now it has become extremely difficult for Van Nguyen. King d4, king d5. The defenses are creaking.
So the time.
7
8 seconds. Move.
Yeah, shaking the head, he knows.
King d4 played. Oh yeah, this check is very unpleasant because you can't go to the 5th rank.
Yeah. And so if the...
Or actually, this is even more cunning maybe, yeah? Just attack the pawn. Rook c5, bishop b6 wins, and king steps up, rook a5.
Is there any good way of going g4 right now? I understand that the pawn on
f4, yeah?
Yes. And then I was kind of hoping that you could go c7 and get into
c7.
Yes.
Ah, nice. So I have to be smarter. Take here first, yeah?
Well, it's worth a punt. There at least is a trap, but he hasn't played that.
What's he done? Okay, Sindarov hasn't made a move yet. He's checking. Yeah, he goes rook a6. That's the big trick. The king can't move forward because this endgame is lost, and rook c5, bishop b6 doesn't work either. So yeah, he's probably going to try something like g4.
It's the best that we found, at least. There's a trap.
Yeah. That's
not a...
still lost, because now the g-pawn survives.
Yes.
Here.
And you can go
should
h5.
Not take,
yes.
But he probably won't.
No, he stepped up with the king to d5.
But that just allows... Wasn't this endgame winning, or are we... Yeah. Check. King anywhere. And takes.
King.
Yeah.
Do you mean, do you have to be precise?
I don't think so. Rook a5 played. King e4. Now you just take, no?
Yep.
Okay, doesn't matter if fg or hg, but let's say hg.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you never get to exchange pawns. Black has unlimited waiting moves with his bishop, so whatever.
Now the king comes in.
King comes in.
And now you've got to be careful. You can't rush it, like with h.
Maybe you can, no? With
Can
the
you go
king here.
h4? Yeah, well, I saw one way how to mess up. So if you get king takes f4.
Oh yeah, then h5.
Then h5, and oh dear. That's a draw.
This is what White is dreaming of. Hide the king here and make a draw. But bishop takes, and after h5 we have king takes h5.
Yep.
If not, the king just snacks. No, it's lost. Sindarov taking a moment to confirm rook takes g5 is winning, but he's going to do that.
Uh-huh.
What a triumph for the Uzbek stars, no? Abdusattorov clear first, Sindarov clear second, I think a point ahead of everybody else.
Okay, we're seeing rook takes rook being played, and this variation is gonna be on our screens. And you know, we've been told that if Ivanchuk would have won the challenges, he would have been the second player ever to win the challenges after they won the Masters. And we have a quiz where we're asking who is that player who first won the Masters and later the challenges.
Can you repeat the question? So you first win the Masters and then you return and win the challenges later.
Yeah, he first won the Masters and then later the challenges.
Okay.
Let's test our very knowledgeable audience. And our prize is chess novel La Palma. I have no idea who
I also
is
don't
this.
know.
We're relying on you guys. Some names? Jan Timman has been suggested. No, that's not the answer. It's way back in the past.
I was thinking it was Jon van Foreest from the future, but no.
Oh, Jan.
Greetings.
That was a burn. Huh? What? Couldn't quite hear you. You have to shout. Karpov. No,
think
no,
he
no.
ever played in the Challengers, no?
We're talking about, I'll give you the decade, the 40s. And no, sounds like a Dutch player. Donna, no.
So tough.
It is very tough. Hmm? No. Prince, no. Sounds like a very aristocratic name.
I think I heard it in the background, but I'm not sure.
Oh,
Maybe
okay.
my ears are deceiving me.
Okay. Prince, no. Good guess, though. Was that the name?
Steinitz? No.
No Steinitz.
I didn't hear it.
You guys have to shout because it's quite noisy. It's a Dutch player.
Yes.
In the 40s.
Sindarov about to do the business. H4, G takes H, bishop takes F4. Wraps up the game, and yeah, he's played it. Poor tie-dye Van Nguyen is going to lose his 5th game in a row, which, yeah, it's not fun. Bishop takes F4, and it's over.
It is over.
King H4, King G5, H5, King H5.
Well, precise.
I think you try
until the very end.
H5 and you resign after King takes H5.
Yeah. It's either that or you just extend your hand in resignation.
Both leading to the same outcome.
The quotes? No. So, has a fan in there? Oh, that's a big clue. Huh? Again, you have to shout. Hein Donner no. has a fan. He's one of these fans. Yeah. the person who got
van
the
Scheltinga and resignation by tie-dye Van Nguyen. Another victory for Yavogir Sindarov, who will finish clear 2nd in this tournament on 8.5 points.
Yeah.
Congrats to Sindarov. Another tremendous performance by him after winning the World Cup, showing he's just a world-class player who can fight for victory in every event, moving very, very close to the top 10 ratings as well.
Yeah. Yeah, fantastic there from Sindarov. 8.5 points, clear 2nd. And what a performance from the Uzbek duo. Nodirbek just setting the pace. Sindarov, well, he almost matched him until the very end, putting the pressure on. Sindarov there discussing there with his opponent, but in the end for Nguyen, he came so close to just competing at the same level, but it all came down to the clock.
Yeah, no, when things don't go your way and you start doubting yourself at this level, also guys start playing the King's Indian, and he played a few good games, but then, yeah, the clock is ticking. Can be rough. He's a very, very strong player. He will be back 3 out of 13, but yeah. Was sort of a normal going tournament. He lost 2, made a bunch of draws, but then lost the last 5.
Yeah.
The Wijk is dark and full of terrors.
Well, when you're doing well, you're doing well. But our winner is Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And what a champion he has been. What a dominating performance with 9 points. And what can we say? He's been so close. He's been so consistent over the years. And finally, he gets what he set out to achieve.
Yeah, we're coming close to the end of this tournament and this program. Let's check in with Max, although we got instructions to ignore everything Max Varmelem is doing. We will not. He's a beloved grandmaster, and he's still trying to win this game against Eline Rubers, but he hasn't made any progress, so we're expecting a draw here in the last game of the event. What do you want to do? Shall we look at some results?
Yeah, so this one is actually going to be super difficult and super long for Max to break down, as you've highlighted. Elina has firm control over the d4 square, so it's going to be a big effort there from Max in order to break that one down. I think this game could go on for a long, long time. So it's time to look at the results of the day. So 3 decisive results in the Masters, but the biggest news of all was that win for Nodirbek Abdusattorov with the black pieces against Arjun Erigaisi. That meant that win gave him everything, becoming Tata Steel 2026 champion. A win for Vachier Sindarov, well, it gives him 2nd place, and a win in the end there for Vladimir Fedoseev.
Yeah, nice finish for Fedoseev as well, but what a performance by the Uzbek boys, both winning on demand today with the black pieces, finishing 1.5 and 1 points clear of everybody else. Just dominating this event.
Absolutely. Sindarov actually was unbeaten, which in this field with so many decisive results is very impressive. Nodirbek, he did win. He did fall to Anish Giri, but look at how he recovered.
Also, great tournament for Jordan in 3rd place. Hans Niemann also showing his world-class. Vincent Keimer made a great comeback, winning his last 3 games before this draw today. Matthias Blübaum, I think we can also count as one of the happy players, finishing on a plus score, as did 14-year-old Yas Erdogmus. And do we draw the line there? First half happy, second half not so happy?
Not so happy. And in the challenges, again, there's a lot of happy players, some unhappy players too, but wins for Andy Woodward. Well, he was really put to the test until the very last moment, but that win meant that he walked away as the champion of the challenges and gets an automatic invite into the Masters next year. And a win for Vasil Ivanchuk, well, that meant that puts him in clear 2nd, 9.5 points out of 13, and it has been a fabulous outing there for the Ukrainian legend. And a loss in the last round for Aydin Suleimanli means that he finishes with 3rd place, 9 points out of 13.
I think that is it from us. I've only been here for the last 5 rounds, but what a pleasure it always is to come to Wijk and say shout out to the Hoogedaan Hotel, which was renovated and super nice. The view to the beach, the breakfast room. I've had a great time, and always so nice to see everybody, all the Dutch chess stars and the whole scene. Thank you to, of course, Tata Steel, the organizers, Jeroen van den Berg, and thank you so much, Ivanka, for carrying the show. So it's been a great pleasure.
Thank you very much, Jan. I'd like to also give my thanks. I mean, your wit and your insights have been quite fantastic. If everyone could give a round of applause also to Fiona, to Simon, and as well to the Café de Zone. The staff here have been fantastic. The audience, you have been incredible, bringing us the magic and making this one of the most special events we have ever commented on. Also, big shout out to our production team and to everyone who has been working and giving their heart and soul to making this an incredible tournament. Wow, guys, it's been a blast. I'd like to thank everyone at home for watching. That is us over. Tata Steel 2026 is in the books. A big thank you from all of us, and we are going to leave you with a video, a day in Wijk, and say enjoy, goodbye, until the next.
There we have it.
There's resignation, and Wei Yi, he gets it done.
There is a resignation on the board.
Hello and welcome, and we begin the chess year with a bang because it is the 88th edition of Tata Steel Chess. It's a moment to savor. Congratulations and a round of applause to the Tata Steel 2026